just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why.
All right, guys. We are just getting the live opened here. Just getting the live started. We should have Hanji here in just a second. I think we got it right now. All right, Hanji. I think the audio is actually working today.
Let me see. I just plugged in my headphones, so let me know if you can hear me.
Right. I can hear you so far. I'm just getting the YouTube stream open, guys. The YouTube stream should be opening any second.
Hello, everyone. Okay, let me hear you now. Talk to me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes,
I
I
think we're
can.
good.
Yes.
All right, so I think we're good on the audio. The YouTube stream appears to be live. Let's see now real quick. Let me go. I need to edit the monetization setting real quick on it.
Oh my God! I just saw someone use my side eye. I love
Good.
it.
Yeah, we added a couple new emotes because the previous like side eye meme with the kid doing the side eye, that got removed for a copyright violation because apparently we're not allowed using that. So Hanji sent me one of her side eyes, and that's our new side eye.
It's fucking perfect. Oh my God! I love it.
I think it worked out well. We also added a word salad emote and a context. Although now that I'm looking at the context emote, it's not very readable. I might have to redo the context emote. But yeah, I do kind of like the context emote. You can see it better on YouTube because you can like watch YouTube on the big screen. But it's not like when I'm looking at my phone, it's not all that visible. But that's okay. You know, we do what we can. All right,
You
let
know,
me.
I was just thinking to myself when I did the picture and I sent it to you, I was like, let me think of something that would ultimately give someone the side eye. And then I thought a person of color defending slavery. Boom. That was it. That's all I needed.
So we got some new emotes. I really kind of enjoy the emotes. For a while, they capped us at like 20 emotes, and now we get like up to 35. So I'm going to continue adding emotes as the suggestions come in. So F dot, good to see you. Retired life, good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. It's good to see y'all. We're just getting the live started. We're just waiting for some opposition. I suppose while we're waiting on opposition, we'll do what we do, and let's have a cash emote, maybe. Yeah. Let's do a little bit of trivia while we're waiting on some opposition, guys. How about that? Good to see you, Breezy, Chris, Jess. Good to see you as well. I think we got Chet in the house as well. All right, first trivia question. Let's see what we have here. Oh, this should be interesting. Um, this is this question. I think somebody will get it. I know Chet will get it. Name the famous city from the land of Edom that is carved out of stone. But that's it's not a really it's not a great worded question. I'll give you another hint. It's also the name of an '80s Christian rock band. Name the ancient location.
Judah?
It wasn't Judah. It's Petra. Yes, underrated. It was Petra. That's right. Not Striper. No, Striper is terrible. If y'all haven't listened to Striper or Petra yet, do yourselves a favor and just YouTube Striper or Petra. Striper is spelled with a Y though, because in the 80s and 90s, you weren't allowed to spell anything normally. You had to spell it somehow different. Toby Mac and DC Talk. All right, let's see here now. What was another name for the Day of Atonement? So like in English, we refer to the Day of Atonement as the Day of Atonement, but if you were a Hebrew, you would refer to it as something else. What would you refer to it if you were Hebrew or a modern day Jewish? It wasn't Pentecost. The Day of Atonement, we're talking about Leviticus 16. Think about any of the common Hebrew words that you might know. It's not Rosh Hashanah, that's the first of the year. So Rosh means the top, and Ana means new, top of the new year. It wasn't Jubilee. Oh, what we were looking for was there we go, Yom Kippur. We got it, Yom Kippur, 100%. I see Yaakov and a few other people got it. Good job, guys. All right, who was placed in a basket? We just talked about this recently. Who was placed in a basket and sent down a river?
Moses.
It was Moses. You got it. That's right. It was Moses. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, interesting. Who was married to the following daughter? The daughter's name is Michal, and I'll give you a hint. It's the daughter of a king. So, who was married to Princess Michal? Algorithm, it was not your mother. Who was married to the princess named Michal? I'll give you one hint. She chastised her husband. We got it. It was David, Breezy. You got it. That's right. She was the one that chastised David for dancing inappropriately in front of the the young servant girls. She did not like that. I don't know if he had a little bit too much leg showing. It's hard to tell, but she was not happy about it. But you know what? When your daddy was the previous king, you can show your husband a little bit of attitude. There's probably some people that are there to defend you. That's right, Johnny. It was too much thrusting. David was a sensual man. He was probably doing some Elvis Presley hip thrusts and just got a little bit too carried away. All right. This is an interesting question. What was the national background of the one single leper that thanked Jesus? What was, we'll say, the cultural background of the single leper that came back to thank Jesus? I'll give you a hint. It's the way that it was Samaritan. That's right, not the real Dwight. You got it. Yeah, it was another one of those stories that was basically chastising the Jews and we'll say propping up the foreigner. Okay, let's see. Let's do another one here. What were the Israelites given to eat in the wilderness? It wasn't the Black Hebrew Israelites, guys. What were the Israelites given to eat in the wilderness? It was manna. That's right. We got a bunch of people with manna on that one. I figured y'all would get that. All right. If it was fish tacos, they might have agreed to stay in the desert longer. That's my opinion. How you doing, Word Store?
Yo,
Are you a Christian?
yeah, sure am.
Awesome. Yeah. Do you believe that the Christian God is demonstrable?
I believe that there's a lot of good evidence that back up the Bible, right? Like there's evidence of like floods even in Tennessee. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but like up in the mountains there's fossilization of trees which demonstrates a flood, right?
Well, there have been floods at various time points all throughout the world, right?
Right. And then okay, so can you explain like for example, Godam and Samora like
Sodom and Gomorrah?
yeah, like you know how it rained sulfur and all that stuff. Like, how do you explain that?
Well, it didn't. So, do you know what is surrounding the Dead Sea?
Not quite.
Mostly salt. There's a lot of very natural large salt deposits.
Right.
And the reason that is because the water, as it runs off the mountains, they pick up all the salt minerals from the rocks, and then typically they end up in the ocean. But what happens in the Dead Sea is there's actually no outlet to the ocean. All of the salt and minerals dead end into the Dead Sea. So the whole area is just full of salt. And the reason why that's important is because the way most sulfur is formed is when you have salt deposits, and then there's a bacteria that feeds on the salt crystal, and the byproduct of that bacteria creates the sulfur. Backslider, thank you so much for the eyes. So anywhere where you have large amounts of natural salt deposits, you are incredibly likely to also have a large amount of sulfur as well.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So what's more likely is that people recognized that the Dead Sea region is a little bit unique. It's not like other regions. And Backslider, thank you so much. Sarah, thank you so much for the gifts. So they kind of made up a story to explain it because they didn't have a better explanation. But now that we know how science works, and we know how crystallization of salt and how other various products are formed in the natural world, we have a better explanation.
Guest, if you're away from the app, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him. World, are you looking for something else? What happened here?
I think we can go ahead and move on. We do have 3 other people in queue.
Yeah, everybody loves everybody. Thank you so much for the subbies, which
And he
reminds me.
dropped.
Yeah, he didn't come prepared, obviously. I think, guys, we're getting close to getting on the national leaderboard for subscriptions. I did do a little bit of research after Benny and Star Wars Nerd brought it up. It seems like I do have to apply to get ranked. So maybe today during the live, when we get a minute, we can figure out how to apply to get into the ranking, because I don't really see a button that says, here's how you can, and that says you can do it. Anyways, that being said,
Thank you, Evan, for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
W. Evan. We've got a new guest in and a new teacup already. Is it Leilani?
It's Leilani.
Leilani, sorry about that. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Okay, so my question is, I want to know why you think that the Christian God is imaginary. Just real quick.
Oh, so I think that the Christian God is imaginary for the same reason that you think the tooth fairy is imaginary. And that's because we can't really demonstrate these entities to exist anywhere other than our imaginations.
She gone.
Oh,
thank you, Dexter, for the 5 subbies.
Thank you so much, Dex, for the 5 subbies. I really appreciate that. I don't think that worked out for her. I think she had a bad connection. That seemed actually a little too fast to be dropping. I assumed she got a phone call or something. How you doing, Mr. Live?
What's up, bro? You can hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's a little bit of background noise, though. Is there a way to
eliminate that? I could take that out because I do got kids. How old are you, by the way? I'm 39.
I'm old enough.
Okay, so we're not. Okay, I didn't think that was a big deal, but fine. Where do you stay at? Because I believe that age and location says everything about a person.
Yeah, I don't think it says anything about me. Would you like to address the topic, or are you just trying to dox me?
No, I could explain why.
How about we address the topic?
Okay, fine.
Because
you said the Christian God is imaginary. So what about the? Wait, hold up.
As it turns out, the discussion is not about me; it's about the topic.
Okay, fine. What about the Muslim God? Is that imaginary? Because you said Christian God. What about the Muslim God?
Yeah,
or the Hindu God or the Muslim?
Yeah, I actually think all of them are imaginary.
Cool. So you grew up in America. That's what I want to get. Yes or no? I say America because in South America, they don't have no Santa Claus or Tooth Fairy,
Thank you, Kat. So
right?
you're just up here to do what? What are you trying to do here?
Again, you grew up in America because you said Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, and I'm trying to address the issue. In
If you
South
don't
America,
actually
there is
address
no
the topic, if you don't actually start addressing the topic, I'll just drop you. Josh, thank
You're
you so much.
deflecting.
Thank you so much for the 666. What am I deflecting from?
One more time. The Christian God is imaginary, but you say that all of the gods are imaginary.
Yeah, but you need to take a deep breath and maybe go find like a Xanax and come on back, because I think this is already getting a little too hype for you. How you doing, Jojo?
What's up, bro?
All right, this guy is a little more mellow. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well also. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am a Christian.
Cool. Do you believe that the Christian God is demonstrable?
No, I do believe in the Christian God, and I just want to know why what happened?
But you don't believe that the Christian God is demonstrable? Did I hear that correctly?
Demonstrable. I'm sorry, bro. I'm 19. I really don't know what that means.
That just means that you're able to demonstrate his existence.
Oh yes, I can.
Cool. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so I definitely respect where you're coming from, boss. And the only reason I say the Christian God is not imaginary is because I have done my research. There's over 500 accounts that Jesus was real, even the people who were oppositions to
Where'd you
Jesus.
get that number from?
I've researched it's like historians, many historians who were
Name
around
one.
back then. Name one. I can't name that one, but I do remember one. I think it was a Roman historian. They called him a sorcerer and a magician.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you
are
so much, Josh, for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you.
W. Josh. Yeah, I think the claim of the 500 witnesses comes from 1 Corinthians 15 when it talks about who Jesus appeared to. So Paul says that I have handed on to you as of first importance what I in turn had received, which is that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, and then to the 12, and then to more than 500 brothers and sisters at one time. But he didn't actually name a single one of the 500.
Yeah. Okay. So you got me there. But have you done any research on Ron Wyatt?
Yeah, in fact, I've been doing decades of research on Ron Wyatt. He's actually the most fraudulent archaeologist to ever walk the face of the planet. And I've done the research on every find that he's ever claimed to find.
Okay. So can you explain to me the Sodom and Gomorrah one?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. What would you like to know?
How can you disprove that? I mean 98%. I mean 98% sulfur balls and landing on something that used to be, the a man-made city.
It's actually pretty easy. So he didn't discover a city, which is the first thing. That's just a claim that people repeat. If you actually go to like his websites, they never actually show the city ruins. So what he found were deposits of sulfur and salt. Do you know why salt and sulfur are found with each other so often?
No, I don't. Enlighten me.
Yeah, it's because whenever you have large natural salt deposits, there are bacteria that feed on the salt, and the byproduct. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the hand hearts.
I was about to say, before you continue, thank you, Forceblade, for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank
W
you.
Forceblade, absolutely. W Forceblade. Also, guys, if you're not following Sarah yet, she's a valuable member of our deconstruction crew. Make sure you do so. So anyways, the reason why is because bacteria feeds on salt. And so you have very large sulfur deposits anywhere where you find salt deposits, because the byproduct of the bacteria is in fact sulfur. just like the byproduct of yeast feeding on sugar is alcohol.
Okay. Okay, I respect that. But I did hear the accusations of Ron Wyatt being such a big fraud.
Oh, he is definitely a fraud. In fact, his own son came out and outed him. Thank you for the cap, David. I appreciate that.
Oh
Because
wow.
when he claimed that he found the chariot wheels and coins at the bottom of the Red Sea, which is ironic since almost David, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Nick, thank you for the puffs. I appreciate that. So here's the thing is almost all biblical scholars agree that it wasn't the Red Sea, it was the Sea of Reeds. And it just has
Oh
to
yeah, I
do
know that. I know it was the Sea of Reeds. It wasn't the Red Sea.
right. Well, he went to the Red Sea, which is the first problem. The second problem is that nothing that he claimed was ever on the bottom of that sea was found, and he didn't bring any of it up. The only thing he ever produced was one shoddy photograph that didn't actually demonstrate his claims. And other scientists and archaeologists did go back and examine his claims, and they found squat. And the kicker on the whole thing is he actually had these coins that he said he brought up as proof that there was something at the bottom of the Red Sea. But the problem was coins had not been invented yet. Coins didn't get invented for another 950 years after the Exodus.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a problem when he's saying that there's these Egyptian coins at the bottom of the Red Sea, which
Yeah.
proves that there were Egyptians down there because they didn't have coins for another almost 1,000 years.
Okay, so how do you feel about the Ethiopian standpoint of Christianity in that most of the translations of the KJV Bible are wrong, and
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
there's actually more than one God, Enlil, Enki, the Anunnaki. Have you heard about that?
I'm very aware of all those, but they don't show up in the Bible anywhere. Those show up in Babylonian mythology. Thank you, Dr. Joe. By the way, guys, another valuable member of our community, Dr. Joe, is not a fly-by-night fake doctor like you see on TikTok. She's a real doctor. She has an earned doctorate degree. She is a licensed professional, and I highly encourage you to drop her a follow.
Thank you, Casey, for the demon eyes.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Casey. It was fun watching you live the other day, Casey. So Jojo, to your point though, sorry, I got sidetracked. What were we talking about?
The Anunnaki and the
Yes.
Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah. So that's not in the Ethiopian Bible. That's in the Babylonian and Akkadian literature. And then
Okay.
there's like a little bit of crossover in Canaanite literature. But the Ethiopian Bible has 77 books. Some of
Yeah.
them one or two less, depending on who you ask. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think that has anything to do with how the King James Bible was translated, because the King James Bible is a translation using the Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, and Latin manuscripts. And nobody was using the Ethiopian Bible to translate from. And the Ethiopian Bible is not as old as some of the other manuscripts that we have today.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I guess I do
Parker,
need to do some more research.
yeah,
And
Parker, thank you so much for the coral reef. I appreciate that. Yeah, Jojo, the Ethiopian Bible is old. It's from the 5th century AC or CE. Sorry, I almost said AD. From the 5th century CE. So it is indeed, it's very old. There's no doubt
yeah,
about that.
correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Moses' wife? That's where Moses found his wife in Ethiopia. Something to do with the Cushites or
No. Zipporah was from the Midianite region, which is where
okay.
the Bedouin live nowadays. Tim, thank you so much for the eyes. So if you go southeast of the Dead Sea for a while until you're like in the complete desert region near Moab, then you'll be where the Midianites were. You might be thinking of Joseph's wife. Paige, thank you so much for
Yes,
the
that's
66
what I'm
over
thinking of.
Venmo. Yeah, because Joseph was given an Egyptian wife while he was the second in command over all of Egypt.
Okay. All right then. Yeah, I just gotta do more research. I'll come back and debate another day.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. I appreciate you, Jojo.
All right, yeah, appreciate you too. Have a good day.
Cheers,
We
man.
love the honesty, Jojo. Be well.
All right, you too.
He
He was a
sounded
sweet
young.
kid.
Did he give his age?
19.
Yeah, he was young.
Just a
Okay.
baby.
He's
Mhm.
still learning.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a 19-year-old apologist at one time, one of those things.
I would have unalived to see that. Just saying.
Yeah. How you doing, Curb?
Hey, how you doing, Justin?
Good, thanks for asking.
Good. Hey, interesting live. I appreciate the content, man. I guess my question is, what research? I guess what specific research you've done to determine that there is no Christian God, or there is no. I assume you mean in general because you said all religions, but I assumed God in general does not exist.
Well, I don't believe that any God exists, but I don't think that it's logically impossible for some kind of higher power to exist. But I do think that the Christian God, the way that he's described in the Bible, is like logically impossible. And I also don't think that if the Christian God does exist, I don't think the Bible is able to even describe him, because the Bible gives like logically inconsistent descriptions of God, which means that particular deity either doesn't exist or the Bible is just incorrect. But my studies have been primarily in the Bible, so I've been studying the Bible extensively for, I don't know, since I was 16.
Have you done any tests, personal tests?
Yep, I was a Christian for 20 years.
Okay, and it didn't. You weren't able to create a relationship with God.
Well, every Christian thinks they have a relationship with God the same way that like 4-year-olds think they have a relationship with Santa Claus or their imaginary friend, so on and so forth.
Okay, so your tests did not produce any results, is what you're saying.
Oh, what I'm saying is my study of the Bible is what led me away from Christianity. I never tried to like test God. I didn't feel like that was even necessary. I felt like if the Bible was his revealed word, that would be good enough for me. But the more I studied the Bible, the more that the theology stopped making sense, and the more I studied the Bible, the less reliable it seemed to become.
Yeah, I don't want to put a definite, everything in the Bible is true, because to be honest with you, I haven't read the entire Bible, but I have every day of my life in the last 20
I'm
years.
sorry.
Yeah.
I need to interject real quick. If you are going to say damning things about anyone of any culture, whether it's Russia, Palestine, Israel, you will be blocked. That is disgusting behavior. We're not going to warn you. We're just going to block you. Do not do it.
Yeah, so just a warning, guys. Like we don't really do politics here, but even when we do, we don't do like geopolitical politics. I don't necessarily pick sides in who's fighting with who. That's not really what I'm here for. I'm here to talk about the Bible and Christianity and religion. And there are lots and lots of other lives that they'll be more than happy to argue and fight with you over politics and other things. And plus that kind of stuff gets you banned. So you start talking about, about certain geopolitical affairs. Fact of the matter is your channel is probably going to get taken down. So we just
guys, let's go ahead and get a win, Nick, because she was the one that caught it, and she privately messaged me. So let's get the win, Nick, the Antichrist, in chat.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, so anyways, if you guys can keep it on topic, that'd be great. Let's try not to derail this into some sort of nonsense geopolitical debate. Curb fan, I apologize for the distraction. What were we talking about?
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, it doesn't take long for things to go political, does it?
Yeah, and then before you know it, everyone's shouting at everybody and your live is getting taken down.
I respect your perspective because, you're clearly knowledgeable. What I've found in my own personal life is that I went into recovery. And so you've probably heard the story many times from people in recovery where they hit a point of desperation. And then across that, when they get to that point, they decide to try something they've never tried before, or maybe a little differently, and that's surrender to a, using your term, higher power, right? And that's where my own spiritual experiences have been born out of. They haven't been necessarily born from any particular religion. In fact, I don't go to church, but I have had very intense experiences that I don't want to define specifically as one religion or type of God. Just something happened, and it's something I couldn't do on my own, as hard as I tried. So, I definitely don't want to say that everything in the Bible is BS or everything in the Bible is true. I've had my own personal experiences in church. They weren't great as a young man. I just,
Sure. So
but
I had a good friend who was a Christian and was also an alcoholic. And he didn't actually find relief from alcoholism until he converted to Islam. So would that be like evidence that Islam is true?
well, I think it's surrendering. I think what I've learned is that the starting point for spiritual change happens when you understand you're not God.
Right. No, I
Yeah.
understand. I know about AA. I'm very familiar with it. In fact,
Okay.
I've had family members that went through it. So, but I'm asking specifically, you're saying that like the fact that you went through recovery and like your God showed up for you and whatnot is evidence that your God is real. So I'm just saying I have a friend who happens to be Islamic. He used to be Christian, and it was converting to Islam that actually helped him to overcome his addiction. So is that evidence that Islam is true?
I can only tell you what I personally believe, which is sort of like it almost doesn't seem to matter like what path you go. It's just that my personal belief is that all the religions, all the paths, they're just another trail to get to God. And sometimes that's born out of because it's more, you're in a certain culture, your surroundings are with certain
Backslider, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that.
you're surrounded by certain people of certain creeds or certain beliefs. So I think God comes to you wherever you're at. It doesn't really matter.
So do
how
you
you got
believe
there.
there is more than one God?
Um, what I believe is there is one, supreme being.
Do you believe that there is more than one way to God? Because
Yes.
Jesus said that that only He is the way to God.
Well, I don't want to exclude and say that's not true, but my own personal experience is I've had spiritual experience without saying those words. Although I have said those words, I have said those words because I think it's silly to just exclude things. I think the smartest thing to be is open to
Right.
all ideas, all thoughts.
Right. But you're a Christian, right? Which means you, by definition, you cannot believe that like Brahma and Vishnu exist.
I don't consider myself a Christian.
Well, so you're not a Christian.
I don't consider myself one, no.
Oh, you're just a theist.
Yes.
Oh, that's fine. We're just talking to Christians. You're welcome
Okay.
to be. Yeah, you're welcome to be a theist. That ain't no problem for me.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, as a young man, I went into church, and I
Sure.
felt extremely uncomfortable there. But I come to know why I felt uncomfortable there.
Right. Yeah.
'Cause I was judging myself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're totally happy for you to forge your own path, but we are just up here debating Christians. So I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Good luck.
All right. Thanks. Cheers, man.
You bet.
Well, it was nice.
Yeah, he was nice. He was nice. I get it. Actually, we've talked to quite a few people who we would say like they met God during their rehabilitation process. Is that the right way to word it?
Rehabilitation process.
Yeah. How you doing, Don't?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. And I just made the conversation. He said, if God is evil,
Right. Yeah. Hmm.
But yeah, is it truly evil?
Oh, you
By
agree with me?
imagination. Yeah, is evil.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you for being on the right side, man. Cheers. All right, on to the next. Guys, we are just talking to Christians. Prove me wrong is the prompt, right? If you agree with me, you're not gonna be proving me wrong. You're right though, Oppo. He had a very ominous voice. Like he could probably do voice acting. How you doing, Seven?
Why do you believe what you believe about the Christian God?
Well, I lack a belief in the Christian God.
Oh,
That was it. You waited in the guest box just for that?
Apparently so. Interesting.
Hey, some strange birds up here today. How you doing, Dan?
I'm good. How are you, Justin? How are you,
Doing
man?
good. Yeah, thanks for asking.
Can
Are
I
you a
tell you?
Christian?
Yeah, I am. Yes. Yeah.
Cool. All
Can
right.
I tell you a crazy story about it?
I'd rather not.
Um, Give me 30
Like,
seconds. Can I 30 seconds?
how many testimonials do you think I've heard in my life?
It's not a testimonial, man.
All right, you got 30
Like
seconds.
I've had a crazy couple of days, but
That's called a testimonial.
okay, but so 6 months ago I wrote down a note. I don't know why I wrote it down. And then I just kind of forgot about it.
So a testimonial.
Okay, and then
Okay.
you're not gonna believe this, and that's fine, but I have to.
You actually don't have to. How you doing, Pixie?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Oh, butt dial? No worries.
My bad.
Cheers. Take care. All right, guys. We don't really care about your testimonials. We just don't. We have testimonials from literally every religion. Your testimonial is one in a million. I hear them from Buddhists, Muslims, Hindus. If the best you have is a testimonial, it's just simply not good evidence. Unless you did something miraculous, unless you lifted an entire helicopter off of somebody using the power of Christ compelling you and it was caught on video, that I would love to see. We can call that evidence. But no, your run-of-the-mill testimonial is not evidence. All right, so Samuel's not connecting. That's unfortunate. Samuel had been waiting for a couple minutes. Sorry you were waiting and then you never got in there, Samuel. We'll come on back when you're ready. We'll try it again. How you doing, Doc?
Hello?
Yeah, how
I'm
you doing,
on.
Doc?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
I'm
you.
good. Good, good. I just want to ask you a question. What is the truth? What is the truth to a person?
What is true to a person?
Yeah.
Well, the definition of truth is basically anything that we can define that correlates with reality, right? So like if I said that I'm holding a can in my hand, we would just, we would call that true because it seems to correlate with reality.
Is that the only truth you have?
Yeah, things that are true are things that are correlating with reality.
Are you 100% sure about that?
Yeah, you're welcome to just use the English dictionary if that's a problem for you.
Yeah, it's not 100. You can never 100% sure for.
Yeah, I
many
never
things.
said that. So now that's just a red herring. I didn't say that I know 100% anything is true. I gave you the definition of what truth is. So
Yeah, for anything you regard it as truth, there's always percentage of something.
yeah, this is
you
adorable.
believe.
Doctor, are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm Christian.
Cool. Do you think that your God is demonstrable?
Say that again.
Do you believe that your God is demonstrable?
Demonstrable.
Do you think that
No,
you can demonstrate the existence of your God?
I prefer not demonstrable.
Do you believe that you can provide evidence that your
I
God is
prefer
real?
not provide any evidence to you.
Okay, so you can't provide evidence and you
I
can't
prefer
demonstrate his existence.
because I don't want yeah,
Well,
belief is belief.
at least you were honest. All right, next one. Guys, I don't know, is the prompt in the background, is that too difficult of a prompt? Is there some wording here that needs to be changed? I don't know.
No, it looks fine to me.
Average Joe, how you doing?
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome in.
And I'm still a Christian.
That's fine.
Okay. So I was wondering if we could pick up where we left off.
I honestly don't remember where we left off, but I assume you do.
Yes. We were talking about objective moral truth.
Sure.
And I think you did agree with me that we could have a falsifiable definition for objective moral truth.
I don't think that's what falsifiable means.
What do you mean?
Well, falsifiable is not falsify. Thank you for the money gun, Shawnee. Yeah, like when we say a falsifiable definition, that's not really a coherent sentence. Like something that is defined in the English language is not falsifiable. It's just something that we've defined. What we would call something falsifiable, like if we had like a claim or a theory. Like if I claimed that my hair is brown, that's a falsifiable claim. We can demonstrate that claim to either be true or to be false.
Well, what I was saying was if I were to claim that moral truth is objective, do I then need to present to you some sort of falsifiable or way to falsify that claim?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you make the claim that morals are objective, I would say that I don't think there's any evidence for that particular claim. And
well, what if sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Obviously, the burden of proof would be on the person to demonstrate that it's real.
Yes, I know. What if I were to define it in a way like whatever elevates the probability of our survival, of the survival of everyone, and whatever elevates our well-being overall for everyone? If I were to define moral truth or moral action as that, would that be enough to run sociological experiments and psychological experiments to discover what fulfills that requirement?
Yeah, but at that point, like you're really just migrating to like a subjective morality philosophy, like something that like Sam Harris would be a proponent of.
Well, I mean, but the goal is the same. If I specify and define the goal, and that it's quantifiable and it's measurable and it's demonstrable, and the goal is to elevate the probability of our survival and elevate the well-being of everyone overall, I think that's more objective than subjective. Because, I mean, if we're talking about physical well-being and psychological well-being, that can actually be achieved, can't it?
I agree. And when we start doing like when we start doing the subjective morality discussion, that is a talking point that I use to demonstrate that subjective morality is perfectly fine, right? But if you're an objective moralist, that's a problem for you because you have to be able to justify the position that what is good for humanity or what is good for the individual is in fact what is objectively moral. Right, because it could be objectively moral that executing babies is the right thing to do, right?
No, not if we agree. If we were to, I know that. So we as humans, we wrote the dictionary, and I love how you abide by the dictionary. I want to compliment you for that. But I think it's okay if we cooperate with this idea of morality and redefine it as something like unto elevating the probability of the survival of everyone and elevating the well-being of everyone overall. And that way it can be
thank you for the eyes. Yes, but Average Joe, you are describing subjective morality was what you're doing.
No, I believe that we can come up with different, so, okay, let me try to give an example. So I'm an apprentice electrician, and we're given a project or a blueprint. And sometimes to complete the
Thank you,
blueprint,
Imlala.
we need to kind of think outside of the box. So the goal is the same. We got to get this particular wire into this particular panel. And there might be 1,000 different ways to do it. That is within code. And so I agree that there's a spectrum. There's some wiggle room, but I think there's also a boundary. And so I think it's when it comes to the subjective part, that's the ideas, the different ideas of it takes to achieve that specified goal. But the specified goal is a little more concrete and defined, and it's actually it's a specific place. If that makes any sense, I hope I'm articulating myself better.
Yeah. So how do you know if anything is objectively moral?
I don't know where we're misunderstanding each other.
So if somebody runs up and slaps me in the face, how do you know if that is an objectively bad or evil or good thing?
Does it decrease your overall well-being?
That is subjective morality. How did you determine that well-being is the standard?
My argument is that well-being should be the standard, and that
is called subjective morality. That is what atheists like myself claim. We believe that the well-being should be primary.
Yes, that should be the goal. So why
that's subjective
morality and that be
because that is subjective. You're claiming that objective morals exist and that what you're describing is subjective morality.
But I think there are specific things that we can do to achieve the specified goal. So that is a little more.
Yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware. Just like if I shot a target, I could measure how often I hit that target, but that says nothing about whether or not shooting targets is moral.
I'm talking about changing the definition of moral.
Yeah, you're trying to change objective morality to align with subjective morality.
Well, to align with a specified goal that's definable and quantifiable and falsifiable.
I'm aware. That is what objective morality doesn't do. Objective morality is not concerned with the outcome. That's subjective morality.
I'm having trouble. I'm trying to understand, bro. I really am. I'm not trying to argue. I'm really trying to understand.
What is the definition of objectively moral?
Well, so let's talk about objective material truth then. How do we establish?
What is the definition of objectively moral?
What is the definition of objectively moral?
Objective morals are morals that exist factually, independent of any mind or any opinion. They're just objectively true. Like we could say it is objectively moral to not consummate a marriage with a child. That would be objectively immoral if you did it. We would at that point, it doesn't matter what the reason is. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. It is just an objectively immoral thing to do. Subjective morals says no. Our morals should be based on the outcomes of our particular actions. It sounds to me, Joe, like you're a subjective moralist and you just don't know it yet.
Hold on. Like, I always thought that subjective morality was just a matter of perspective and just perception, like however you feel inside, not about goal.
No.
So subjective morality can have a quantified goal, a measurable goal that we can actually hit, and we can objectively prove that we met that goal by the way of running the sociological experiment.
Yes, that is precisely how I define subjective morality every time the topic comes up. Subjective morals can have objectively definable goals.
Okay, good. Okay, so we are in agreement. We just kind of got lost in semantics. Okay, so
Apparently.
how would you define the goal then? Like, what's the best words for the goal?
Well, that is why it is subjective, because we cannot actually agree on what the goal is as a human species. Your
Well,
goal
how
might your goal might be different than my goal.
well can we agree that for the best can at least you and I agree that morality's goal should be to elevate the probability of survival for all and elevate the well-being of all people everywhere? Can you and I agree that should be the way to go?
Yes, congratulations, you are now a secular humanist.
Okay, cool. Now, okay, so now I'd like the opportunity to prove the psychological function of the Christian religion.
I don't care about the function of psychology. I care about whether or not it's true.
Okay, well, what if it's you don't? So it doesn't matter. Okay, so can I kind of just have a moment? I know you've had me on here a long time, and I really appreciate that.
Average
Can I have
Joe, I am not interested in if you think that you like watched a couple Jordan Peterson videos and you want to talk about the metaphysical substrate of society and how we need religion to hold society together. I don't care about any of that. The only thing I care about is whether or not you can demonstrate the Christian God to exist in reality.
in material reality?
In reality, whatever you want to define it as, whether it's material or immaterial.
Well, do you find it at all? What we've done is, so we're talking about the goal of subjective morality, and you said, "Congratulations, I'm a secular humanist." Oh,
That's
well,
right.
fine.
Yep.
Well, what is it? Is it dysfunctional for us to write a work of literature and put the goal into a character and actually help, and it actually helps us read the goal and it helps us inspires us with that?
Joe, you're just repeating really bad Jordan Peterson talking points. I don't believe that Jesus, according to the teachings, was a metaphysical archetype.
Okay. Well, help. I understand. I understand that that's what you believe. Can you help me see that he doesn't fit that
Joe,
at all?
Did he exist in real life?
I think so. That's what they say. I mean,
cool. So
believe
I'm interested in things that are in real life, not things that you think are necessary for some sort of psychological well-being.
Is the goal real? The goal that we've been talking
I don't care about the goal, Joe. I care about facts on the ground.
Then why are you a secular humanist? What are you working towards?
I am working towards the goals of secular humanism for the well-being of myself, for the well-being of myself and the well-being of everybody else.
Are those goals materially real? Are they reality?
You can bring those goals into reality, but they do not exist on their own.
Hold on just a second. Sorry.
We're done with this. I tried to help you out, Joe.
He was not staying on topic, and he made us lose like 200 viewers.
I told you I'm not interested in your Jordan Peterson stuff, and you kept going back to it. That's not at all our topic. I don't
and guess
care
who has
about the psychological substrate that you think holds society together.
And just so you know, Liz Mix has enough followers to come up.
Oh, she finally got followers?
Now.
Oh, it's about time. How you doing, Cliffy?
I'm doing pretty good. So I'm going to be completely transparent. I only have one argument, and it's not based on a testimony.
That's good. It's a good start.
Yeah, it's not based on testimony. I only have one argument, and if I'm not supporting that well enough, you can kick me, and I'll do some self-reflecting and think about what I could have done better. Because I like debates like this, and I think that they kind of challenge me in defending my beliefs, and I think that's a good thing.
Sure.
But I wanted to, so I think that the reason I believe that the Christian God is real, or really any God for that matter, I believe that there's at least some God. I've simply chosen to believe in the Christian one, but I believe in the idea of a God because the order of the universe as it is, it seems too precise to not have a creator.
Was the Earth designed specifically for humans to live on?
I don't know that.
Well, it's part of the universe, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Do you think that the Earth is finely tuned for humans to live here?
I mean, I think so. It's got oxygen, it's got
Mhm.
water, it's got everything that humans need to live.
Right, yeah. Do you think that it's a problem that the Earth unalives many thousands of its own inhabitants every year through natural disasters?
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, but if Earth was finely tuned for humans to be here, it seems awfully vindictive that God would create a planet that's unaliving innocent people at an alarming rate.
And you are correct in that. And I'm not gonna act like I know how to combat that because I don't.
That's fair.
All I'm saying is I think that, you know, I I just think that it had to be created by something, some consciousness or something.
Why?
And huh?
Why? Why do you think that it had to be created?
Well, because it just seems too improbable that it would just pop up out of nowhere.
Well,
Like it seems too improbable.
who said that it came from nothing? That's not a claim that science makes. It's not a claim that I make.
Well, I mean, like, what, like, I've heard, like, the first thing that comes to mind is the Big Bang Theory.
Right. You know there was
When I
something
think
before
of,
the Big Bang, though. Like science isn't teaching that there was once absolutely nothing, and then bang, there was something. That's not something that science teaches.
yeah, no, I didn't mean to convey that. I
Okay,
could have worded it better.
that's okay.
I meant science believes that there was something before the Big Bang and that something caused the Big Bang. But
Yeah.
I just don't think that something could create us. Like, it just
Why not?
seems so. I mean, yeah,
Like
think about how.
what's preventing it? Like what is preventing life from naturally occurring?
It just seems too sophisticated to occur without some kind of design.
Right, but that's just
Like,
like an argument from personal incredulity. Like that's not really an argument for why it must be designed because we see like highly sophisticated structures all the time that aren't designed. One of my favorite examples is a snowflake. Snowflakes are incredibly structured when they crystallize, but are we to believe that every snowflake is designed?
not really, no. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna admit, you got me. I'm
That's
not, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, someone in the comments was saying I was making an argument from ignorance, and I'm not gonna say I'm making an argument from total ignorance. Like, I had at least some knowledge going in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think you're up here in good faith, Cliffy, and you got a great attitude about it, and we'd love to
Yeah.
have you come back. I'm sure you'll think of some responses later, and if you do, just come on back.
Oh yeah, of course. And I think that this is a good topic. I like discussing this, because it challenges me to think, why do I believe what I believe?
Right? Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer.
And I appreciate your attitude about it too. You're willing to discuss instead of just saying, I'm right, you're wrong, debate over.
Well, that's no fun for anybody, right? Nobody just wants to tune into like a shouting match.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you, Cliffy.
Yeah, of course, of course.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, he
Be
was
well,
nice.
Cliffy.
W.
Yeah, he was
Cliff.
nice.
All right, let's see. We still have some new faces in here. Sorry if you guys have been waiting for a little bit. We're trying to get all the new people that we can.
Yes, yes, yes.
For those who have been around, we are trying to get. We typically try to get the new faces in before our repeat customers. We're having a little trouble with this guest connecting. We'll give them a second to see if they connect. They might not have the connection they need. You need some Wi-Fi, perhaps. Maybe you got to beat those demons off the connection. We'll try who's ever next in the box. Try to get Vegan George in here.
Vegan. Hello.
How you doing? Is it George or Georgina or what's your
It's
name?
Georgina. Yes.
Georgina. Sorry about calling you George. Your name is cut
No,
off
no,
on my
no,
screen.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm actually wondering whether you want to talk to me now because I didn't realize you had to be Christian to be
Yeah,
on
that's
this.
the goal. Yeah, we're just talking to Christians about
Well,
the Christian God.
Well, I was obviously born Christian because of my origin of birth. So
Right.
it wasn't by choice, it was by pure happenstance. But
Right.
it was funny because I was actually going to ask you earlier, and then some other people have preempted me about the psychological effects of Christianity and in any religion in particular upon things like the rehabilitation of addiction, because it's all from I'm a retired nurse, and in my experience, most of the people who are successful of beating addiction was because they became interested in religion. Now,
Right.
it's not something I've ever been interested in. In fact,
Right.
just
So
the opposite.
Vegan, you're not a Christian anymore, right?
I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm like you. I'm a humanist. And perhaps the bit of the vegan at the beginning of my name gives you an idea why, because I believe that all things deserve life and that we are all put here, for exactly the same reasons.
Sure.
No evidence from being a nurse all those years of any kind of God, and
Right.
certainly not one that seems to choose children over adults for death or
That's right.
blindness or
Yeah,
bone
we agree.
cancer. Completely illogical.
We
So
agree.
I agree with you on that. But I do wonder why.
All right.
What all
Well,
is
we're
as
just
what
going
we
to try
can do.
to we're going to try to get a Christian in here if you don't mind. This is a debate
Yes,
stream.
of course.
Nobody
I
wants
just
to hear
wondered
me
what
agree with
your
everybody.
opinion. I just wondered what your opinion was on how we compensate, because once people do start to realise that religion is illusory, what we use instead as some kind of guidance for people who are certainly more in your country than in mine, absolutely lost.
I mean, I don't know. Like we don't. So that's the thing that Christianity claims to have. They claim to have objective moral truth.
Yep.
Of course they don't, because I've read the book and it's
Absolutely
hideous.
not. No.
But once you leave, I think we've evolved to have a pretty decent sense of empathy. Like most people who have been hurt can recognize when somebody else has been hurt. So I think, empathy is a good guide, but I also think that just utilitarianism is a good guide. So for example, like I know that I don't want to be stabbed with a knife, so I prefer to live in a society where we don't stab each other with knives, right? So I think, between our empathy and just trying to survive on our own and realizing that because if somebody can do it to me, I can do it to them, and we can all just end up harming each other at the same time, and it would be a bloodbath. I think we have enough common sense to know, what, we should probably not do these things, and we should live in a society where we prohibit those things.
Well, you say that about common sense, but I've worked with a lot of doctors, and in my country, we have a lot of doctors from all over the world come to work with us, as you probably do in yours. And they are very intelligent, very well educated, very confident people. And yet they still seem to believe this imaginary God exists. And even though there is so much proof in what they are doing and what their actions are, to disprove it to them must be 1,000 times over. And yet they still hang on to that, I think, perhaps societal reason because of their upbringings or their cultures. But it just seems so, I think it upsets me more than anything that people are just being lied to and they're just accepting it and believing it.
All right. And we're going to move on to the next Christian, hopefully. Guys, if you're not a Christian, do not request to be here. Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate that. This is a debate stream, y'all. The prompt is prove me wrong. Nobody wants to be here to see a circle jerk where we all agree with each other. We love you, vegan.
Joseph,
but
can I get the age check, please?
Oh, he's not connected yet on my screen.
It just popped up on mine.
Interesting. He's not popped up on mine. I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Oh, he dropped.
And he's
Okay.
gone. Yeah, Savage W guest. Georgina is awesome. We love Georgina. We're glad that you're no longer part of this mythology. But again, this is a debate stream. So
I guess you were right, Yaklov. He was a fetus.
yeah. Yeah,
Dropped as soon as I asked. Yeah, but guys, please do not request, even if you're friendly, unless it is completely slow and it is to the topic itself. Just tag me or one of the moderators in chat. Do not request. We are keeping the space open for just opposition.
Yeah, funny, I don't see Lizzie in the guest queue anywhere. She was really excited in the comments. Arcadia, thank you for the donut. Well, Chewy is not getting in either. Chewy got a bad connection. A lot of people in the guest box not connecting. Not sure why that is. A lot of demons on the connections tonight.
Gotta beat them off. 2 hands, guys.
That's right.
Hello.
Double fisted. How you doing, Samuel?
Hey, how you doing? The Christian God is imaginary. Do you believe like any other gods are imaginary?
I think that all the gods are imaginary, but I picked a Christian God specifically because I live in a country where most people believe in the Christian God, and they want to tell me that I'm going to hell for not believing in the Christian God.
Okay. And you said you used to be a Christian, right?
Yeah.
So what did you find in the Bible that led you to believe that the Christian God is imaginary?
Well, quite a few things. The first thing is that, thank you so much, CIA Link, for the helmet. The first thing is that the Bible contradicts itself many times, which you would think, like, if this is God's like a divine revelation, it wouldn't have all these contradictions. It also has scientific errors. It also has many, many, many failed prophecies. And almost every single prophecy that is listed in the New Testament is ripped completely from its original context and misapplied to Jesus. So he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Really?
And then the manuscript evidence is really sad. We do not have good manuscripts. For every sentence in the Hebrew Bible, I can find you like 5 different variants. So if God was like really clearly trying to communicate with humanity, I would at least think that he could like preserve the words.
Preserve the okay. Do you feel like, so yeah, of course you know the story of Adam and Eve, but like, do you feel like that would have changed how humans like or how God interacted with people? Like for example, like because you're saying
according to the book, yes, but I don't believe that the book is true.
Okay.
Right. Like we have settlements in Turkey and Greece that have been dated to 6,000 to 8,000 years before the biblical Adam and Eve would have existed. How do we have settlements in Turkey that exist 6,000 years before Adam and Eve?
How do you know they're like 6,000 years before Adam and Eve existed? What is it like? What told you that?
So the archaeologists that work at those sites are able to date them using radiometric dating, using carbon dating, and using other various methods.
I've heard like many times that carbon dating has been like
Samuel, I think you said something,
not
but I didn't.
completely reliable. And
Samuel, I think you said something, but we couldn't hear it because you cut out. Can you say it again?
Oh, no, I was saying like I've heard that carbon dating isn't always reliable in the cases that it's being used in.
Yeah, it can be misapplied. There's been
So,
cases in which it hasn't been used appropriately and they came up with unreliable dates, but like carbon dating overall, when it's done well, is incredibly accurate. In fact, that's how we came up with the dates for the Dead Sea Scrolls, not just
okay.
through carbon dating, but we were able to compare the carbon dating with the paleography and with the philology, and they all line up, they all agree with each other. And the
And
same
not only
thing
that,
with ancient.
in my country agrees, we're still finding stuff that is in 70 to 50 BCE and even further back. So we're still excavating in my country.
Yeah,
Mm.
and we're like we have so many artifacts from the ancient world that we know what date they came from without carbon dating. It's just odd that when we do actually carbon date them, the carbon date lines up with the historical dates,
Okay.
right?
I'm a little more ignorant when it comes to like historical like evidence and stuff like that. But I can like ask you about like what you think of like the nature of God and like why you would because earlier
The
you were talking about like
the
how
biblical God?
yeah, the Christian God, because I don't remember his name, but he was talking about he 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 didn't believe that we could be here by chance, that like Earth and humans inhabiting Earth could be here by chance. And you said are natural disasters like a way for us to like our natural
Thank you,
disasters,
sister.
do they make it like do they make Earth inhabitable? Were you saying that because you thought that like oh God like made it so that natural disasters happen, so now like that we're here like why did you make up that point?
Yeah, the point was because he said fine tuning demonstrates that God exists, and I said it
Hmm.
doesn't because I don't actually see fine tuning. That being
Okay.
said, natural disasters is also a really good example for when we're talking about like the problem of evil. Like, do you believe that God
Hmm.
is all good?
um Outside of our understanding, yes.
Yeah. Do you think that God does evil?
No.
Cool, right? Do you think it's good that tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes kill thousands of innocent people every year?
No, I don't think that's good.
Okay. Do you think that God is the cause of those things?
N- no.
Do you
I
think that God created the world?
Yes.
Do you think that God had the ability to create the world without natural disasters?
Yes, but I also think that um if we go by the book, the land was cursed after the fruit was partaken in. So like,
Yeah, what was the land
w- w-
cursed to do in Genesis 3?
let me pull my Bible up. If you would
Mhm.
like to give me that time to do so. Genesis 3,
Mhm.
temptation in the fall. Do you have a
It's
verse?
yeah, it's in 3:17. It says,
Okay.
"To the man he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you that you shall not eat of it,
Mm-hmm.
cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it will bring forth for
Right.
you, and
Mm-hmm.
you will eat plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you will eat bread
Okay.
until you return to the ground." So the ground was cursed so that it wouldn't be a natural source of food. Mankind would have to work the ground. It would be toil for him. So the ground itself was not cursed necessarily to create volcanoes and earthquakes and things like that. But even if we agreed that that could have been entailed in the curse,
Mm-hmm.
God still chose that curse. He was the one that designed it.
Right.
So no matter what you think the curse was, God is still
Yeah. Hold
responsible
on.
for it.
All right. Hold on. Yes, that is true, but I think you're like this sounds crazy, but our like basis of morality, like you're saying that's something immoral of God to do, is it not? Are you not?
I'm asking you because you said that volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and whatnot, those are bad.
Okay. Well,
So
I
do
mean,
you retract it? Do you think they're
they're
good now?
they're they're bad in the sense that people die from them, but again,
So they're
this is like assuming that there's life after death. That wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? Like,
so then abortion's okay.
no.
Okay, so this life is inherently valuable, isn't it?
What?
Is the life here on this planet that you and I are living, is it inherently valuable?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so God
Um,
unalives innocent people that are inherently valuable.
well, who's to say like everybody's innocent?
Do you think that every child that was killed in the Haitian earthquakes were innocent, or was it not Haitian? They got the something else. Where was the earthquake that killed like 100,000 people? I already forget.
I'm unsure. I don't know.
Anyways, do you think that babies are innocent?
I don't think they've committed anything wrong, but I think due to
Oh, it was
again
Haiti. Sorry.
under the basis of the Bible, due to the fact that Adam bit from the apple or
Right, but do
whatever
you
fruit
think
it
that
was.
babies are innocent?
No,
So,
no, I don't.
oh, so do babies go to heaven or hell when they die?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Do you think it would be just for God to send dead babies to hell?
No, and I'm under the assumption that he doesn't, even though the babies aren't necessarily innocent. And I would say so because it's in the book. It says that none of us are innocent, but by Christ we he washes away the sin.
So God is capable of allowing guilty people into heaven
We're
that
all
haven't
guilty.
accepted Christ.
We're all guilty
That haven't accepted Christ.
that haven't accepted Christ.
Yep.
Um, not no, because it
So babies
says in
aren't
the
in
book
heaven then.
they don't have a chance to accept Christ.
So
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what
are
happens.
they
I
are
need to read
they
more scripture.
are they dying in their sin?
Are they dying in their sin? I don't know what happens to babies. Like I need to read more on that. You know,
Right. Yeah, so
I'm
the fact
pretty
of the matter
sure.
is the planet unalives many thousands of what we would call innocent people every year. And what I'm hearing is that, well, you think they're in heaven, but now we can't really actually determine if they are in heaven.
I'm sorry, you cut out. I think they're what?
Do you believe that all the babies that died in the Haitian earthquakes are in heaven right now?
Yeah, I think so. If I remember clearly, there's a verse about I think is there a verse about the age of accountability, or because you've read the Bible probably more than I have.
Not really. The closest you're going to get is in Isaiah chapter 7, where it talks
Hmm.
about when a young man is old enough to know right from wrong. There was obviously a time at which people believed a young person would know right from wrong, but they never really discuss it.
Well, if that's stated, that is that not the, the only verse that you need then?
Did Adam and Eve know right from wrong when they ate the apple or the fruit?
Before or after?
Before.
Um, n no, no,
Okay, yeah,
no.
they didn't know right from wrong, exactly, and God punished them anyways. Lee Potts, thank you for extending your subscription. I appreciate that. Yeah, so God's
Well,
God's not above punishing people whether they know right or wrong.
well, God instructed them what to do, and then they disobeyed.
Right, but did they know that disobedience was wrong?
Um, I need to, I need to read their reactions.
They didn't.
Um,
They didn't know right from wrong until they ate from the tree. So while it might be true that they disobeyed God, they had no way to know that disobeying God was wrong.
Then the eyes were both opened, desirable to obtain wisdom. Okay. Um. Hmm. Okay. So you're saying even though God might understand that the situation like of a person
Fear,
is
thank you for the subscription. I appreciate the subby. Sorry, Samuel, go ahead.
you're saying that even though God may know that the like situation for a person is completely out of their favor, he'll still do quote unquote unjust things.
Oh, God does unjust things all the time. Would you like to hear my favorite?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you think that children and wives should be forced to pay the punishment for their husband's crimes?
No.
All right. Well, we got a problem because God does. And
Okay.
both of this happens in 2 Samuel chapter 12. You remember the story when David sends Uriah the Hittite to the front lines to get executed
Yeah.
in battle so he can take
Yeah.
Bathsheba?
Yep.
And then the prophet Nathan comes along and chastises him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a punishment that is given to David. And the punishment, the first one, is that his son, born to Bathsheba, is going to get a sickness. And then a week later is going to pass away. And then the second punishment is that he's going to cause his wives to be raped. It says in verse 11, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your very eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight, because you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all of Israel in broad daylight.
Okay.
So do you think that wives should be like sexually assaulted for the crimes of their husband?
No.
Yeah.
But and again, I know it sounds crazy for me to say, but like the problem is like even if like the, say you're assuming that there's a God, right? There's completely and he created all of this. There has to be a level of wisdom that he has that we completely would never understand, like, you know.
That sounds like special pleading to me. What kind of wisdom do I need to know that having women raped as a punishment to their husband is good? Like, what's the context that makes that good?
What was the verse again that you read that from?
It's in 2 Samuel chapter 12.
2 Samuel chapter 12. Numbers. Jeez, man. And again, I am here to debate, but I also am here to learn. I don't know everything that I should. 2 Samuel chapter 12.
Yeah.
And do you have the verses?
Yeah. Start in verse 7.
7. And Nathan said to David, Thou art the man that saved God. Navigate a master's house. I'm not taking up too much time, am I?
No, we're here all night.
Okay. For command of the Lord. Depart from
Thank you, Dragon Rider.
Can we just appreciate how many people are using my side-eye image? I think that was the best emote we created.
It's a winner. It's an absolute
guys,
winner.
That is my face. I sent that to him this morning, fresh out the bed and everything.
All I can say is I don't know. I don't know. Under the assumption that there's God, I don't know God's plan or will. I have no clue, and none of us can. That's like,
Can you
as crazy
dream
as it
of
sounds.
even one reason how this could be saved? How we can save this story and say it was a good thing for them to get raped? The links. Thank you for extending your
Not at
sub.
all. I could not dream.
Right.
I could not dream at all.
Yeah. So you kind of see the problem here.
I mean, that's more of a like it's a problem under the assumption of um because a big thing in Christianity is like surrendering your own I guess ideas and thoughts and will, which is like why would I get rid of my own power as a human, but under the assumption that there is God and that God is just and that he does not lie.
How do you
Um
know that? How do you know that he's just? So your starting point is that everything in the Bible must be true. It's not a good starting point because I can demonstrate that the Bible is full of lies and that the God of the Bible is a maniacal, bloodthirsty killer. And he also doesn't know how female biology works. For example, do you think
really?
that if
Yeah. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Now what we're missing, my
thank you,
love,
Benny.
is
Good to
we're
see you.
missing you squinting.
Guys, while we're waiting, please go and follow my YouTube in my profile and also in the link tree. There's a link to our Discord server that Benny has put together and is running with Star Wars Nerd. Please join our community.
Mom
It's a
did not
lovely
get me,
community.
bro. She did
Baby.
not get me, bro. All she did was tell me to take some upstairs. Relax, guys.
Yeah,
That's
no
fine.
worry.
I was going to
Um,
say the people are asking for a squinting Justin emoji as well, so you need
I
dude,
can
to.
make it happen. I can make it happen. Thank you, Red
all right,
Jersey. I
y'all
appreciate
acting like
that.
y'all moms don't snap on y'all sometimes. Relax.
Listen, mom snap. We ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah.
So
Well.
I want to read you a passage and get your feel for it.
Okay.
Right. It says, suppose a man marries a woman. Thank you, Rusty, for extending your subscription. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying that I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city gate. The father of the young woman will say to the elders, Jailbreak your brain, thank you so much for the subscription. They will say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying that I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But
Okay.
here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town will take the man and punish him. And they will fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they will give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel.
Hmm.
She shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. And listen to this last part. Thank you for that, Hat Herb. If, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was
That
not
she's not a virgin.
found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town will stone her until she's unalive, because
Hmm.
she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. Do you think that women who bleed on their wedding night or don't bleed on their wedding night should be executed?
No, not really. Nah.
No. You see what I
Nah.
say, that the God of the Bible is like a bloodthirsty maniac?
But it being God, you would have to like look outside of death. Like it just I don't know. That
Well,
doesn't seem like
how
I
come
know
you
it's
how come
hmm?
you can't get on board with this God's morality then? Like if everything your God is good, because by definition God can only do good, then how come you're not on board with executing the non-virgins?
Because you said if everything God does is good, then how come I'm not on board with him executing non-virgins?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't made like because I'm not God. If if the definition of good is what God like wills and what he does, how would I know that? Like, how
Well,
would I be in line with that?
well, God's will is by definition good. Like if God wants you to do something, then by definition it must be good because God
Right,
doesn't
but
want
just because
people.
that's like my mom yelling at me. She told me to take this stuff upstairs. I might not see why she wants me to do that, but she might have her reason for it being good.
Sure, yeah. So then we can probably agree that it must be a good thing when God tells people to execute women that are not virgins.
For whatever reason, I mean, and if I die thinking that the Christian God is real and he's not real, and or something, it was a lie, like I don't know. I'll be all right, but like I've had, you don't like to listen to testimony. I'm not going to tell you one, but I have had my own testimony, which is why I'm leaning towards like the Christian God. And not only that, but I know there's all this like crazy stuff about killing and rape and pillaging and all this in the Bible, and I'm really
Lots of
like
it.
trying to wrap my head around it, because I see like all of the good, like there is good that I have benefited, whoa, benefited from it.
Yeah.
Um,
Did David's wives benefit from the biblical God?
his 700 wives and 300 concubines. I um I don't know.
Right. Do you think that we should execute people for not obeying the Sabbath?
No, was that what they did?
Yeah. Exodus 31. For 6 days work is to be done, but on the seventh, it's a Sabbath day of rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath must be unalived.
Okay, this is all before the covenant that Jesus made.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother topic. I don't think Jesus made a new covenant. I don't think he fulfilled a single messianic prophecy.
Really?
Positive.
Where is it in Isaiah? I think it's like Isaiah 55.
Isaiah 53, I assume which what you're talking about, but that's not actually about Jesus. That's not even about the Messiah.
I'm flipping right now. Isaiah 50. If you have it, I know you have the verse,
I
man.
have it. Yeah. Have you read all of Isaiah or only 53?
I have not read all of Isaiah.
That's going to be a problem. So
Really?
the servant listed in Isaiah is identified. Leading
Okay.
up to chapter 53, the servant is identified quite a few times.
Okay.
So in Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, it says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen." So the servant is Israel.
Mhm.
And then in Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You're my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." So the servant is actually plural, obviously, because it's a whole nation.
Okay.
Isaiah 44, 1
Well,
through
you're saying
2.
Israel, it's talking about Israel, the nation.
Yes, Israel, the nation, is the servant.
Didn't they rename, um, I always mix it up, Jacob or Joseph. Didn't they rename him to make his name Israel?
Jacob?
Jacob, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so Jacob and Israel are referring to the same thing, just using synonymous parallelism in Hebrew. So, for example, it says elsewhere, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel." Well, Jacob is Israel.
Hmm. But the nation is Israel. No? Like,
Yes,
yeah,
and
okay.
just like when the nation of Israel is called Jacob, it's just an idiom. They're referring to it using their ancestral forefather, just like Jesus was called the son of David, even though he wasn't really a son of David.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So continue with what you were saying about Isaiah.
Yeah, and he does it again in 44:21, 45:4, and 48:20. In fact,
Okay.
48:20 actually tells you what 53 is about. In 48:20, the prophet instructs the people. It says, "Go out from Babylon and
Hmm.
flee from Chaldea, and declare this with a shout of joy, and proclaim it, and send it forth to the ends of the earth. that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. Second Isaiah chapter 40 to 55 is all about God leading up to the deliverance of the Israelite people from the Babylonian captivity.
Okay. So why does that make Isaiah 53 invalid when talking about Jesus?
Because it doesn't talk about Jesus, it talks about Israel.
Do you not think that could be a thing of interpretation?
Nope. Again, the prophet tells you who the servant is. Isaiah 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel. You are my servant. I formed you to be my servant.
I formed you to be my servant. Okay. I'm gonna read Isaiah. I want to
Yeah.
read this so I can come back.
Yeah, start
If I
in
can.
chapter 40 and just go from 40 to 55. And
Nah,
that'll
man, I
give
want to
you
read the whole
kind of the
book.
context.
I want
Well,
to
you
read the
can
whole
read the
book.
whole book, yes.
But 40 to 55.
40 to 55 is the primary context for chapter 53.
Okay. Isaiah 40 to 55. Hey man, is there anything? Wait, somebody. Dude, this is easy to refute. Okay, if it's easy to refute, then you do it, man. Like,
I know. They're a lion in the comments and a lamb in the guest box usually.
I know, man. I don't really have anything else to add. I just thought this would be pretty interesting to do. I don't do this often. But
Hey man, we appreciate you being here. You've been a really kind guest.
thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I don't know how to get off though. My comment section, like the
I'll
typing
take
is
care of
being
you. I'll take care
extreme.
of you. Don't
We
worry.
All
got
right,
you.
thanks.
All right,
Thanks.
cheers.
You have a good one, man.
Be well, Samuel. All right,
All
let's
right.
get the rare guest win. That was a win.
That was a win, wasn't it?
It was. He was willing to actually do the research and come back. Pastor Buster Cherry, Skits loves God. Welcome in, you guys.
Good to see you,
Blessed
Buster.
be.
Good to see you, Buster. How you doing, Lizzie?
Hi. You're telling me Isaiah 9:6 is about Israel?
Isaiah chapter 9? No,
9:6,
Isaiah chapter
yeah.
9 is not about Israel. It's about most likely Hezekiah.
Okay, let's go to that.
Sure. And what would you like to know?
I'd just like to see your interpretation of Isaiah 9, verse 6.
Well, why do you say 9:6 and then you forget 9:7?
Okay, we can do that too, but I'd like your interpretation on it.
Easy. Says a child has been born for us. Is that past tense or future tense?
You give me your interpretation first, and I'll
Fantastic.
do
It
mine.
says a child has been born for us. That's past tense, meaning the child has been born. A son has been given to us. That's past tense. The child has already been given. Authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. His authority shall grow continually, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of King David, for the throne of David and for his kingdom. He will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time onward forevermore. This is traditionally believed to be about King Hezekiah. This is what we would call an enthronement prophecy, which was common at the time of Isaiah. And the reason why this is not about Jesus is because Jesus was never a king. He never sat on King David's throne. And whoever it's talking about was already born at the time of writing.
Okay, so who is this for? King Hezekiah, you said?
Yeah, almost all scholars agree that this is an enthronement psalm for King Hezekiah. And this might be shocking to you, but
When was King Hezekiah born?
the name Hezekiah literally means mighty Yahweh.
When was Hezekiah born?
Probably about 725-ish BCE.
Okay, so Hezekiah is the Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace.
Yeah, do you know
have
how
a cross reference?
do you know
You
how
have a cross reference
do you know
for
how
this?
do you know how enthronement prophecies work?
Can you give me a cross reference that it's King Hezekiah? Because your sole opinion on one scripture doesn't really work for me. Can you cross reference this
It actually
with another
doesn't have
scripture?
It actually
So you have
doesn't.
no cross-reference?
Lizzie, are you going to let me answer your question or no?
Go ahead.
Okay. It doesn't actually have to be about Hezekiah. What I'm suggesting is that Hezekiah is the most likely match for who this is. And
Okay.
it's not a problem that whoever it is, a king, to be called El Gabor. Do you think that the phrase mighty God requires it to be Jesus?
Well, Jesus is the only person that fixed this criteria.
He doesn't, because he was
Do you
never a
have a
king.
cross-reference for King Hezekiah in the scriptures in the Old Testament?
He was a king, was he not?
There's many kings. Can you tell me, can you give me a cross-reference for Isaiah 9:6?
Yeah,
And
he was.
9:7 as well.
Yeah, he was a king, was he not?
Okay, so King Hezekiah, his government and peace, there shall
Oh,
be no
you
end.
just said it. Thank you. Yes, King
So
Hezekiah
the
was an
mighty
actual
God,
king.
okay,
King
King Hezekiah,
Hezekiah, King King
I
Hezekiah
got that.
was an actual king. He actually had authority and he actually sat on the throne of King David. Jesus never did that. This is obviously an enthronement prophecy about Hezekiah. Now, the problem you have is you cannot believe that prophecies can fail. That's not a problem for me. I have no problem looking at this prophecy and saying, yes, Hezekiah obviously didn't live up to the expectations of this prophecy. That's not a problem for me. It's only a problem for you.
She's probably still
okay,
talking.
can you, I just can't take your isolated opinion on this. I just can't. It doesn't work like that.
You
I
could
think
just
you
read
know,
Psalm 45. Are you aware that in Psalm 45 King David is referred to as an Elohim?
yeah, so was Moses. It means like
No, he
Elohim.
wasn't. Moses didn't get called
So
an
was Moses.
Elohim. Moses
You will
didn't
be
get.
like Elohim to Pharaoh.
Listen, Lizzie. Moses wasn't called an Elohim. He said he would be like an Elohim. David is literally called an Elohim. The same thing that we have in Isaiah chapter 9. Whoever the king was called El Gabor. It's also possible to translate this as not being specifically about a god. For example, we find elsewhere, like in Ezekiel, where Eli Gibberim is referred to as mighty warriors, because Elohim has a very wide semantic range. It's not always referring to a literal deity.
Okay. King
So,
Hezekiah.
is there a reason why this? Do you think there's a reason why this was never quoted in the New Testament?
It doesn't need to quote
Do you
it.
think that if
For
this was such a
all
powerful
fulfillment is not quoted.
prophecy about Jesus and all the New Testament authors just overlooked it, why do you think that is?
Well, because it was right in front of them.
It wasn't right in
It's
front of
so plainly
them.
seen.
The
Yes,
answer is
Jesus is right in front
because
of
they
them.
didn't know how to read Hebrew and they were only reading
Mm.
from the Greek text. Do you want to hear what it says in the Greek text?
The Greek Septuagint?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Hebrew?
I'm telling you
Isn't that the original
that
language?
the authors of the New Testament didn't know that this even existed. And in fact,
Oh,
listen to me, Lizzie. In fact, they couldn't even read Hebrew, which is why every time they quoted from the Old Testament, it was always from the Greek. And this is why this passage doesn't appear anywhere in the New Testament, because in the Greek, it is radically different, because the text that we're reading is an unstable text. This
mm-hmm.
is the English rendering of the text in Greek. Because a
Okay.
child was born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named the messenger of great counsel. For I will bring peace upon the rulers and peace and health to him. It's radically different,
Okay.
isn't it?
In Judaism, are there Hebrew scrolls incorrect?
In Judaism, we have many Hebrew scrolls, and many of them disagree with each other. There is no such thing as an official Hebrew text.
Okay. So the Hebrew scrolls are different wording, different translations in the Greek Septuagint, and then the KJV I have, they're all say something totally different from each other. Is that what you're telling
The
me?
KJV is a different language, so obviously it's going to read different from the Greek and
The
Hebrew.
English, the Hebrew, and the Greek, they're all over the place, and they all say something entirely different, you're telling me.
Yes, what I'm telling you is even if you just compare the Hebrew manuscripts and the Greek manuscripts on this particular chapter, they are all over the place. And traditional scholars of the Septuagint, like Carrie Joby or Sweet and others, they've always noted that of the particular Greek translations of the Old Testament, Isaiah was literally the most haphazardly performed translation.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls is just, that's debunked, right? Don't we
What's
have a
debunked?
perfect match with the Dead Sea Scrolls with the
No, we
book of
don't. Not
Isaiah?
even close. There are literally
Yes, we do.
thousands. There are many
No,
thousands.
like,
There are many
and is
thousands.
a. You've been talking the whole time.
There are many thousands of differences between the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Hebrew text that is underlying your King James Bible.
The Dead Sea Scrolls is a perfect match besides the and is
Perfect match
a
to what?
to the scrolls that we have now.
That's incorrect. If you just compare the Masoretic text to the Dead Sea Scrolls, they match up only about 65% of the time. That figure was published way back in the 80s and 90s by a Dead Sea Scroll scholar named Lawrence Fishman. I'm sorry,
A lot of
Lawrence
scholars. You're a pill
Schiffman.
to scholars a lot. But
Well, I can actually read
I don't
Hebrew.
think
I
semantics.
can go back and I can just show you where they disagree.
Yes, I'm sure you're the Wizard of Oz, but I don't think semantics
Isn't it
changes
funny how
the
the
meaning
scholars agree
of
with
these.
me and not you?
I think it's
Do
hilarious.
you think
And
that you
also
know
it's
more than
Septuagint.
Yeah, do you think that you know more than all of the scholars that studied the Dead Sea Scrolls?
All the scholars disagree with each other. There's no consensus here.
There
And
is
you know that there isn't.
consensus. Yeah, when it comes
There
to
isn't.
whether or not the Dead Sea Scrolls are matching with the Masoretic text, there is consensus. That is not an area of
What's your source
disagreement.
for this?
I can just show
What's
it
your
to you
source?
right now. I'll show it to you. I have a copy right now open of the biblical Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm not Christ-like. Christians are not perfect. The comments are like a bunch of Pharisees. Christianity doesn't make you perfect.
Don't cry
We're all
about the
sinners.
comments. You're talking to me.
I'm not crying about the comments. They're just very legalistic atheists. I think atheists should be the
Not
opposite of
everyone
legalism, in my
here is an
opinion. But
atheist, so there you go assuming.
Always
unbelievers,
assuming.
I think
Always assuming. All right. This is a publication that was done by Eugene Ulrich. He is currently, at this time period, the leading scholar on the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is a fragment of the book of Numbers, and in it, he lists all the very different variants. Here is a variant in 4:3, and he lists the individual manuscripts that have the variants. And they include the Greek. He shows even where the Greek variant exists. And this happens in every single book of the Bible. Every single book of the Bible, you can find a handful of variants for almost every single sentence. Every single verse of the Dead Sea Scrolls has a collection of different Hebrew variants. So the Dead Sea Scrolls do not match the Masoretic text. We don't even have an official Masoretic text.
he thinks we can read Hebrew, but can you find me a variant that contradicts doctrine?
I probably could.
The nature of God, the message of God, the messages of these scriptures. You're saying these variants contradict doctrine?
I didn't say that at all. That's something that you said.
So what? Why would I care about that? There's translation discrepancies.
We'll just try this again from the top.
It's a perfect match when it comes to
we'll just try this
doctrine.
again. We'll just try this again from the top. So now you're moving the goalpost. Your initial claim was that the Hebrew Dead Sea Scrolls match right up with the Masoretic text, and they simply don't.
The is and a purple.
They don't.
Blue.
They don't. So the fact of the matter is, you're just talking out of your rear end because you actually haven't researched this, and you can't actually read Hebrew. I have researched this. I can read Hebrew, or I could just point you to books that were written by scholars, and they can just tell you their research, which you haven't done. So the scholars go on to state all the many differences, and I'll quote again Lawrence Schiffman. He did a calculation decades ago now on which scrolls in the Dead Sea Scrolls match what textual tradition. And only about 55 to 65% of them matched the Masoretic tradition. About 10% of them matched the Proto-Masoretic tradition. About 5% of them matched the Septuagint. And then there was another 5% that was just anyone's guess.
And even going based off of my language, you're better off going based off of the Hebrew because it was the traditional language of the belief system at the time.
Yeah, thank you for the glasses, CIA link. So now you want to shift the goalpost to, well, there's differences, but nothing that are doctrinally important. Is that your new topic?
That's what the match means. That's why it matches.
It doesn't. So what we were talking about initially. So we'll go to a very important difference in Deuteronomy 32. You know, there are entire books written on this. You know that scholars have
talk, so I'm just gonna
you know that scholars have written articles on the large scale doctrinal differences between the manuscripts. You can just go pick up a book. So in Deuteronomy 32, it says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, he divided humankind, and he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. What does your King James Bible say right there?
Oh, am I allowed to talk now?
That's how questions work.
Halfway between my answer, I'll get muted.
So the way that questions work is that if I ask you a question, I'm asking you to speak. If you ask me a question, and then while I'm answering your question, you talk over me, you're going to get muted. You notice how not a single guest before you needed to be muted, but now that you're up here, you're just constantly getting muted?
Well,
it's because
that's why. You just railroad them.
Did you see again how you were just talking while I was talking? You see how that works? So we'll try this again.
Ask me a question.
So we'll just try this again. I don't talk over you, and I'm expecting that you don't talk over me. So when you ask me a question, I will answer it. When I ask you a question, I'm assuming you're going to answer it. So go ahead and answer the question. What does your King James Bible say in Deuteronomy 32:8?
I don't know how we went from Isaiah to Deuteronomy, and we didn't get to stick to 9:6, but we'll do that.
You changed the goalpost. You wanted me to find you a difference. You wanted me to find you a difference in the manuscript that had a doctrinal meaning to it. It changed something doctrinally. So now we're doing it. Deuteronomy 32:8. What does your King James Bible say?
We're going to go to that, but you switched everything.
You switched it.
You never answered my Hezekiah question.
You switched it, ADHD.
ADHD, yeah. You never answered my question about Hezekiah.
Lizzie, I promise we'll get back to Hezekiah when we finish the topic that you pivoted to.
What, 32:8?
32:8, read it.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
Yeah. Do you think the number of the children of Israel is different than the number of the gods?
Where do you see that?
I'm reading the NRSV. It says, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. Do you know why that is different in my Bible?
Oh, the sons of God? We're all sons of God, especially Israel.
It says according to the number of the gods.
Okay.
Do you know why it's different in my Bible?
I have no idea.
Because we have
NSRV a word-for-word translation?
Because we have different manuscripts underlying our Bible. So if you read some of the ancient manuscripts, some of them have been discovered since the King James was translated, and they seem to agree that Deuteronomy 32:8 is actually a reference to the number of the sons of God or the numbers of God, not to the numbers of Israel. Israel was a late addition by the Masoretic scribes.
Okay. Is NSRV a word-for-word translation?
I'm not using the NSRV. I'm using the NRSV, and
NRSV.
it is a very good translation.
Is it thought for thought or word for word?
It's both.
It's both. Well, there's your problem. You know,
It's actually not my problem, Lizzie. So we'll just
yeah,
try this
we
again.
have hundreds of versions, and not
So
all of
in
them are correct.
Deuteronomy 32:8, the words that are in the manuscripts are different. Are you aware that the Hebrew word for Israel is different than the Hebrew word for gods or the sons of God?
I don't care about your thought for thought translation. We have hundreds of versions, and not
Lizzie,
all of them are correct. We even have a Mormon version.
Lizzie, do you think that my translation is just mistranslating the word
Yes.
for Israel?
Yes, even the ESV has mistranslations and added some added words. And
Do you know Hebrew?
no,
Then
I
how do you
use the
know it's
Strong Concordance.
mistranslated?
I use the Strong
The
Concordance
Strong's
because I don't
Concordance
know
is not
Hebrew.
even a lexicon. The Strong's
That's what we use.
Concordance is a concordance of how words are used in the King James Bible. There's
It's
a
Hebrew.
reason
It's
why
word for word.
there's a reason why the King James Bible is not recommended in Bible colleges or seminary. So the fact of the matter is, in Deuteronomy 32:8, we have differing underlying manuscripts. And some manuscripts, like the late Masoretic tradition, says Israel. The older manuscripts in both Greek and Hebrew literally say either gods or sons of God. That's why our translations are
I
different.
don't have a problem with that. Children of Israel are the sons of God.
No,
That's just an odd translation for me.
The sons of God is not just an off translation. The sons of God or the gods is literally a reference to the angels.
I have no problem with that. It's just a certain translation that decided to use those words. It doesn't affect doctrine.
It's
The
not.
children of Israel.
Do you think that Israel are angels?
No.
Okay, so then they're not the same thing.
What is the Hebrew word for gods that is used?
The Hebrew here is B'nai HaElohim, which is another way of referring to the angels. Which is why if you look up B'nai Elohim in the Greek text, when they translated it as angelos every time. It's a reference to the angels.
Yeah, I think that's a mistranslation. That's why you only have one translation.
Well,
that
you
says
don't know
that.
Greek or Hebrew, so you have no
I
business
don't need
telling
to know.
anyone what a
We
mistranslation
have the
is.
Hebrew scrolls. We have
You
them.
can't read them, though.
But we have them.
But Lizzie, you can't read them. Thank
That
you,
doesn't
Hawk Pal. I
mean
appreciate that.
just because I don't know the
we'll just
language.
try this
Hebrew
again,
is not a
Lizzie.
magic language.
So you don't know Hebrew or Greek, so you can't tell anybody what is mistranslated. In fact, I'm actually of the opinion that a freshman from Bible college should be more authoritative on what is a Bible translation error than you, because at least they took like an introductory to Hebrew and Greek.
We have the Hebrew scrolls that we could cross-reference.
Yeah, can you read them,
This is just an odd translation.
Yeah, can you read them?
I can have them translated. Language is not
Can
magic.
you personally read them?
No, that doesn't mean
There you
that you're
go.
right
So
and
your
I'm wrong.
opinion on what is an appropriate translation is just as useless as my opinion on brain surgery. Unless you actually know what you're talking about, unless you actually know what you're talking about, you have no opinion on what the experts are getting wrong.
We have the manuscripts. It's not about being an expert.
Yes, and you cannot read them.
But the Hebrew scholars can read them.
Yes, and the Hebrew scholars agree with me.
Or with you.
Yes.
So you're telling me the Hebrew scholars, not the atheists because they're very biased, the Hebrew scholars that practice Judaism saying that they have a doctrinal error in their scrolls?
It's not an error, it's called a difference.
So again, there's no doctrinal error here.
I didn't say there was an error. I'm saying
that's the point. That's the reason we went here. You said there's a doctrinal issue.
We'll just try this again. I don't know why this is so hard. So I never said that there is an error in the text. What I'm saying is that we have two different texts and they both disagree with each other. They cannot both be correct. So one of the text is correct and one of the texts is probably not correct, or they both are incorrect. The fact of the matter is, Lizzie, we do not know which document is correct because they came a thousand years after the events. We have no
Okay.
idea of what was actually in the originals.
Does this affect doctrine? Because you bring me to this verse saying that it affects
Yes,
doctrine.
yes, it does.
Okay, what doctrine does it affect?
It affects specifically what you think about the sons of God. The sons of God is a literal reference to there being multiple divine beings.
It
The
also says the
Septuagint,
men of renown are the sons of God.
Lizzie, I
There's a
need
lot
you
of
to
lingo here.
listen.
That
So
doesn't affect doctrine.
we'll just try this again. I don't know why you can't wait till I'm done talking for you to start talking. So the sons of God is a complex idea in the Hebrew Bible. Yes, the Greek Septuagint treats them all as angels, but if you read the Old Testament thoroughly, you will come to understand that the sons of God is a Canaanite reference. Jake, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. I appreciate that. Jason, thank you for the rabbit.
Jason, that was adorable.
The sons of God is literally an archaic reference to the idea that God had literal offspring. There are multiple gods. They are lesser gods than Yahweh, but there are multiple gods. So yes, it does actually affect it, because if you keep reading, it says in verse 9, the Lord's own portion was his people. Jacob allotted his share. And we have Canaanite texts that talk about how there were 70 nations and there were 70 sons of Elohim that were made as watchers over the individual 70 nations. In fact, the 70 sons of God in archaeology and Canaanite literature are referring to actual gods. So yes, this could be a very serious doctrinal issue if you believe that the sons of God is an archaic reference to the fact that the supreme God had lesser gods with him.
According to the Old Testament, sons of God does not mean literal, and you know it doesn't. It's not
Yeah, it
literal.
does. Yeah.
Can
And
you
we
give me
know
a
that
reference to that?
and we know that because we have the Canaanite literature that these people came from. We
The
know.
Canaanites were enemies of God. Why do I care about their
Keep
literature?
listening, Lizzie. I don't know why you won't let me finish a statement. So the sons of God is a common literary feature. We find it all over, not just Hebrew manuscripts, but also Paleo-Hebrew and Canaanite manuscripts and tablets. The sons of God is a cultural reference. We know what the cultural reference is referring to. It's referring to lesser deities that function underneath of Yahweh.
Can you find me that in the Old Testament?
Yeah. How many times do you think the sons of God appear? Do you think Satan counts? Because Satan is referred to as a son of God.
He is. God created him.
Yeah, I know. So here's the deal. The sons of God is a very easy reference to understand. It comes from the primitive culture. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. Are we back? Hello?
Yeah.
All right, we're back. All right, so I got a phone call. All right, so the sons of God, we know, come from the culture in Palestine that the Israelites lived in. We have many texts that refer to the sons of God in the Canaanite literature, and it's always, listen, it's always a reference to lesser deities that were the sons of a god named El, the same god that the Israelites worshipped. Isn't that funny? So if you read any actual academic literature, like from Klaus Westermann or anyone who came after Klaus Westermann, all the scholars are in agreement that a reference to the Son of God is a reference to the fact that there were lesser deities in heaven.
Can you find me that in the Old Testament?
Again, I don't know why you actually aren't listening to what I'm saying.
Because I go by the Bible.
Do you think that the Bible was written in a vacuum?
No, but you're not giving me any cross references here.
Whose language was the Bible written in initially, do you think?
In the Hebrew language.
And where did Hebrew come from?
I have no idea. Tower of Babel?
No. Hebrew was a derivative of Paleo-Phoenician and Proto-Sinaitic, or what we would call early Canaanite language. Are you aware that all of the features that we have in Hebrew are features that came from the Canaanite language?
Yes, the land of Canaan is ancient Israel. I'm
Yes.
aware.
So the Hebrews, the Hebrew people, spoke Canaanite. Do you know why that is?
Do the Hebrew
Rosita,
people
thank you
speak
for the
for Moses?
666 over Venmo. I
Do the
appreciate that.
Canaanites speak for
W
Moses and Joshua?
Rosita. W Rosita. Okay, so Lizzie, what I was saying is the Hebrew people spoke Canaanite.
Okay. Is Moses and Joshua part of the Canaanite culture when they wrote these scriptures?
They would have been if we had the actual text preserved.
Okay.
We could just translate them from the original Paleo Hebrew / Canaanite texts.
Okay. So you're going outside of the Bible to prove the Bible's doctrine.
No, I'm not. So what I'm demonstrating is that there are phrases in the Bible
There
that
are
are
pagan religions that are
so
written in Hebrew before.
I don't know why you keep talking over me. Again, Lizzie, this is not hard. So there are phrases in the Bible that are ill-defined. But as it turns out, we can turn to the linguistic culture that the Bible derived from. And in the linguistic culture that the Bible derived from, we know definitively what it means to be a son of God. That's not a question. So based on the material culture that we have that gave rise to the language that the Bible was written in, the sons of God is a reference to the sons of El, which is the God that these people worshiped.
Okay. The Canaanites. Do you know that the Canaanites existed, were very pagan, did all kinds of stuff that I can't say on live before these scriptures were written?
No, I don't know that because that's lies that the Bible makes up.
Moses speaks of the pagans. In the scriptures, that means the pagans existed before he wrote. Moses speaks of the past.
No one is suggesting that the Canaanites came after the Israelites. By definition, the Canaanites came
No, I know.
before the Israelites.
Yes, they did.
That's why the Israelites are using their language.
But my point is,
I
the
don't think you have
Canaanites
one.
are considered by Moses pagan, idolaters, very evil people. So why are you using their literature for Deuteronomy?
I'm not. So
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm explaining how cultural languages work. So for example, if I asked you, is your refrigerator running? Do you think in 2000 years from now, let's imagine that we invent mobile refrigerators and those mobile refrigerators are able to run from point A to point B. Do you think we would need a new definition for is your refrigerator running?
You cannot. It's a false equivalency. We're talking about the word God.
Answer the question. I'm trying to make an example here. So, do words have meanings that are completely independent of the culture that they came from?
No.
Thank you. Yes. Words have meanings, and the meaning of those words are defined by the culture that gave rise to those words. And the
Yes.
culture that gave rise to the phrase sons of El is the Canaanite language, the same language that Hebrew is rooted from. And that culture defined it for us. And if you read the Bible does not contradict that meaning. If you read every reference of the sons of God, nothing about that reference in the Bible would contradict the Canaanite meaning of that word or of that phrase.
They do, because the God of the Bible never says that the sons of God are literal children of his. Never.
I'm not suggesting that the Bible itself is saying that he gave birth to these children. He could have very well created them.
There's no issue here, because you said earlier that it was in a literal sense as lower deities.
It is, because the question is, are they still deities, yes or no?
They were never deities. They're just humans.
Incorrect. That is dependent upon who you ask and how you interpret the text.
According to context, they're humans.
The ancient Israelites literally believed that there were demigods. In fact, they named their own children after them. The ancient Israelites, if you read Chronicles,
Yes.
if you
Some of them
read,
worship cats.
if
Yeah.
I don't know why you won't just let me finish a sentence. I'll just keep muting you. If you read any of the lineages of the Israelites in the book of Chronicles, they named their children after all of these deities because they believed that they actually existed. They named their children after Anath. They named their children after Baal. They named their children after Yam. They named their children after Rahab. They named their children after Shakar and Shalim. All of these lesser deities show up in the name lists of early Israelite people because the early Israelite people were, in fact, part of the same culture that the Canaanites were a part of. That's why they stole their language.
Yes, the early Israelite people were also enslaved in Egypt. And they actually, when Moses went into Mount Sinai, they went back to their other gods. I'm not refuting that. The Israelite language, there's paganism in there, Egyptian culture, there's all kinds of stuff in there. Canaanites, that's, I'm not refuting that. I'm trying to see how the Torah, we're in the Torah right now, how the Torah correlates to these Canaanite scriptures as the God of the Torah believes that the sons of God, when it says that Moses, let's just go with Moses believes, when he's writing the sons of God, Moses
Moses
means
didn't
that
write
he's
it.
referring to deities.
Well, Moses didn't
George
write it.
wrote it. We can say whatever name you want. Whoever, let's say George wrote it. Why is George saying that he's referring to deities
And
in these
that is
scriptures?
what scholars don't always agree on. But the current scholarship, the current consensus,
I can give you a
the
scholar that says Elijah's on Mars. I don't.
the current scholarly consensus is that Deuteronomy 32:8 is an archaic reference to a religious belief that the Israelites held to. And that religious belief was that Yahweh initially had lesser deities with him. And they were referred to as the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God. That's why they are called the Elohim in plural. It literally means the gods. So when we talk about the gods, because they are referenced as Ha-Elohim, we have to question, did these people literally believe they were gods and then later change their mind and convert them to angels? And current scholarship agrees with that. They believe that the earliest Israelites did in fact believe that what they call angels later were in fact lesser gods. That's why they're called gods.
I'm going to ask one more time. Can you give me a cross reference of this in the Torah without an
Of
outside source
what?
that the sons of God is referring to, implying to deities?
Again, I don't know what to tell you.
So
So
you don't have it.
so I'll just say this again. The phrase sons of God is never defined in the Bible. There's not a single passage in the Bible where it says sons of God
I'll
means
take the
X.
implication. I'll take
There's
implication.
there's not a single passage in the Bible where it says the sons of God means X, Y, and Z. You're never going to find it in the Bible. So
So
you
you're
won't
going off of extra biblical.
you won't find it to back up your argument, and I won't find it to back up my argument because the Bible doesn't say. So what we have to do is turn to the material culture that gave rise to the language and gave rise to the culture. And according to the culture and the language that we know of, the B'nai Elohim is a reference to lesser deities.
If I research like you, I can get a Hindu book and turn it into something very different if I'm going by culture. If I'm going by language.
Did the Hindu people give rise to the Hebrew language?
I'm giving you an example. I can take any
You're
religious
not.
book and go by culture and twist this book into something whatever
Yeah.
I want because I'm
Did the
going by
Hindu
culture.
people give rise to the Hebrew culture?
No, I was giving an example
Okay,
of any
cool. Yeah.
religious
So
book.
I'm referencing the material culture and the language that gave rise to what we're reading.
You're saying the Hebrew word for Elohim can only be used as a deity.
I didn't say that. I said it has a
I
very
don't know what the
large. I
argument is
said it
then.
has a very large semantic range. We already discussed this. Elohim has a large semantic range. So at this point,
I agree.
Lizzie, we're just spinning our wheels. Did you want to
Of course,
actually?
because you don't have a cross reference.
I don't need one, and you don't have one either. So the fact of the
Oh, you
matter
do need
is,
one.
you think it means one thing just because you want it to mean one thing. I agree with the
No.
scholars who think that it means another thing. You have no reason to believe that it means something. Thank you, Gabs, for the eyes. I have every reason to believe that it means something.
You
So
are
the fact of the
magnifying
matter
one word.
is, so the fact
I'm
of the
going by
matter,
the
so the
no,
fact of the
no.
matter is, you're never going to prove anything here. So would you like to go back to the topic, or do you want to just
Yeah, we
like
can go
die on
back.
this hill?
Yeah, I go by the context of the Torah. I don't get a magnifying glass on one word and just butcher it into a million pieces. I don't
Well,
study
words
it like
have
that.
meanings.
Yeah, but the way you're isolating them and going into outside sources, the Bible could just be whatever you want it to be at that point.
Does the Bible define what sons of God means?
We have context that gives us the reference of what it's referring to.
Yes. Does
So
the
what's your
Bible
reference?
tell you what the meaning of the phrase sons of God is?
It means God's creation.
No, I'm asking you, does the Bible tell you what the phrase means?
No, we have to go by context.
Okay, what is the context that gets you to the point where the sons of God means something other than lesser deities or angels?
Because every reference is towards humans.
It's
If you
not.
keep reading, yes.
And incorrect. The only other reference you're going to find in the Old Testament is when David becomes an adopted son of God. And even that is singular. You will never find a single reference in the Old Testament in Hebrew where it says sons of God in plural that is reference to a human. Every reference, thank you, Taylor Tom, for the eyes. Every reference to a son of God that was immortal is a singular reference, and it's always just a king who was appointed by God.
So humans.
Yes. So the
There you
phrase,
go.
sons of God is not referring to humans.
I think there is a scripture that sons of God referring to the angels. I have no problem with that. Depending on the context, we have to read it. I can't just magnify one word and then just chop it up. I just can't do
Set
that.
up a new goal, baby. You hit your goal.
Oh, thank you so much. Lizzie, what is the Hebrew word that is typically translated as angel?
I don't know.
It's not sons of God. The word you want is malach. It means messenger. When you see that in Hebrew, it is always translated, if it's referring to a divine messenger,
Okay.
it is always translated as angel. Sons of God. Listen, Lizzie, you can't listen while you're talking. Sons of God is not a direct translation into angel. It was a guess by later people who didn't know what it means because they didn't know the Semitic languages the way that we know them now. We have discovered tons and tons and tons of ancient Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, and Canaanite literature since your Bible was written.
Okay.
Thank you, Gabs.
The Son of God, sons of God references in the Torah let's go to those. These are your references?
Yep.
Okay, what's your
Genesis
reference?
6:6 is the first one. Thank you, Free Thought.
And it repented the Lord that he had made man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart.
All right, let's see where we're at. It's Genesis 6:2. When the people began to multiply on the face of the ground, and the daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that they were fair, and they took wives for themselves of all that they chose.
This is very controversial. I don't think this is referring that fallen angels had babies with humans. I
Oh,
don't,
it
that's
definitely
not really,
is.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, why in the context, if you just keep reading in verse 4, it says, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of human. Thank you, Dr. Joe,
I
for the
don't think
rainbow.
Nephilim is supernatural. They could just mean tall people, giants.
Uh,
See,
so,
I don't have
so
a
this
stance
is
on this.
so
I
this
don't know
is
either way.
so this
Stop
is
explaining.
where having an actual biblical education comes in handy,
Okay.
because Nephilim is a reference to demigods.
It means
It's
giant.
the reason why people were believed to be giants in the ancient world is if they had divine DNA. Typically, if they had one parent that was a god and one parent that was a mortal. The prime example of this was Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was said at sometimes to be 12, 13, 14, even 15 feet tall because he had one parent that was a god and one parent that was not a god.
Keep
So
going to outside sources.
I'm not going to outside sources. I'm again giving you a cultural reference.
I don't care about the cultural reference.
The Bible
I
was not
just
written.
don't.
The Bible was not written in a vacuum. The
Listen,
Bible was written in a culture, and words had meanings in that culture. We can just go back to that material culture and see what did words mean. So
okay.
in the Bible, when it says the Nephilim or the giants were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of human and were born to them, these were the heroes of old and the warriors of renown. This narrative that they were, in fact, divine beings or angels is also supported in the Bible. If you go to Jude, I think verse 6, and 2 Peter, you'll find a reference to this. In
It says they
Jude,
went after strange flesh. We don't know what that means.
we do know what that means.
It's not concrete. We just
We
don't.
do know what that means.
Listen, let's say this is referring to fallen
we're
angels.
gonna
That
go to
doesn't mean that they're baby deities, that they're baby gods. It's God's creation. God created angels. I have no problem with that.
So
Just,
again, the
I have
question
no
is,
problem with that.
so again, Lizzie, the question is, if they're just angels, why are they not called Malachim? Why are they called sons of God?
Because God created them.
Why are they called Melachim? Because everywhere else we see angels in the Old Testament, they're referred to as Melachim.
Yes, because angel also means messenger. The angel of the Lord was Jesus.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So the question is there a difference between the B'nai Elohim and the Melachim?
Well, there's creation that are angels and there's creations that are humans. Yeah. Then there's messengers. Even pastors are called angels in Revelation. Even though that's not Hebrew, I'm just giving you a reference here. You could be an angel if you were a messenger for God. Angel doesn't always mean supernatural. It also means messenger.
Yes, I'm
So I don't
aware.
have a
I'm
problem.
aware that Malach can be referred to as a mortal messenger. That's not a question. But the angels of God are typically referred to as Malach. So the question is, why do we have references to agents that appear to be divine and they're called sons of God? The answer to that is quite clear because we have the cultural evidence to tell us what that phrase meant. And that phrase meant the actual sons of Elohim. Some of them believe that the sons were created, and some people believed that the sons were literally the children of Him and Atherot.
I have no problem with that because angels are created and they're supernatural. It doesn't contradict.
Yes, but are they gods?
Are they gods? What is your definition of a god? Because could be Lord over the land. I mean, Satan is a god.
Yeah, Satan was called a god of this world, yes.
Yeah, it
So
means Lord over the land.
Yes, and if the angels are gods, that is a profound theological difference because now we have to call into question whether or not the ancient Hebrews were actual monotheists or if they were henotheists.
No, because lowercase g, it just means Lord over the land or authority over something.
Yes.
Satan is a god. Jesus calls us
Incorrect.
sons of
Wrong
God.
again. Yeah, so henotheism is the idea that multiple gods exist, which we find that in the Bible. The Bible talks about multiple gods
Yeah,
existing.
there's many false gods.
And the fact that there is one God above the lesser gods, that is just called henotheism.
There's a lot of false gods. I haven't.
It doesn't say that
It
they're
just means
false
that it just means that
gods.
they're demons. That's
Okay.
that's a false god. That's it. That's all it means.
We're not saying that they're false gods.
There's gods.
So did
There's only
God
one supreme
so
creator. There's
so
only one
did God
God
divide
supreme.
the nations according to the number of the fake gods?
What?
In Deuteronomy 32, listen to it again. It says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, he divided humankind, and he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. Would he be fixing the nations according to the number of the gods if they were all fake gods?
It's the sons of God.
It depends on which manuscript you are reading.
Yeah, so this is just a semantics game.
It's not a semantics game. Some manuscripts say the gods, some say the sons of God,
and some
say Israel. Those three phrases are not identical.
They don't contradict.
They do, because Israel is a nation. The angels or lesser deities are not the nation of Israel.
I mean, if you take these three interpretations and you go by context, you can probably find the right word. And I think the right word is children of Israel.
No, the children of Israel, the children of Israel is not an appropriate translation.
Why? They're the sons of God.
They're not.
Yeah, they are. Even King David was a son of God.
The King David was a adopted son of God.
Well, then so is Israel.
They were not.
It's his chosen race.
They were not.
Yeah. Israel's chosen.
They were not.
This doesn't contradict.
They were not the sons of God. Have you read Psalm 82? Psalm 82. God stands in the congregation of the sons of God. In the midst of them he judges. How long shall ye judge unjustly and respect the persons of the wicked? Judge the poor and the fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and the destitute. Rescue the poor and the needy. Deliver them out of the hands of the wicked. They do not know, neither do they understand. They go about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are moved. I say that you are gods, all sons of the Most High. Nevertheless, you will die like men. How do men die like men? How is that a punishment if these sons of God are just men?
Oh, you can answer now.
Yeah. Lowercase God just means Lord over the land, given authority, dominion over the earth. Lowercase g, God, does not mean a supernatural deity or we're Yahweh. It does not mean Yahweh, creator.
Still
it
wrong.
Doesn't mean that. It doesn't
What
mean
is the divine assembly?
God stands in the congregation of the mighty. He judges
That's not what
among
it
the gods.
says.
What version are you reading?
It says God stands. It says he takes his stand in the congregation of El.
Sure. I mean, Satan and God had a conversation in Job. They can see each other in realms.
Yes. And do you know that there is a mountain of assembly? That's Mount Zaphon?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is the assembly of God?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
AirPods died. Where is the assembly?
Yes. Where is the assembly of God?
It's in a spiritual realm that we can't see.
It's wherever
God
God is.
Yeah, even God and Satan talked in Job.
Great. Yeah, it's wherever God is. And he calls an
Yeah.
assembly of the gods in Psalm 82. And that's
Uh-huh.
why he chastises them for not doing their job. Their job was to watch over the individual 70 nations and ensure that justice and righteousness was being performed. God's chosen nation, Yahweh's chosen nation, was Israel, according to Deuteronomy 32. That's why he's going to punish them. That's why he says, I have said that you are gods. All of you are children of the Most High, but you will die like men. That phrase only makes sense if he's talking to somebody who is not a man.
You shall die like men and fall like one of the princes.
That's right, yes.
I have no problem here. It's God is just extorting his power. He judges among the mighty, and he's judging Israel. I don't have a problem here.
He's not judging Israel, he's judging the gods.
They are gods. The
He's
Israel is
judging
over the
he's
land.
judging the gods that are overseeing the nations.
How long will you judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked, defend the poor and the fatherless? Where do you see that this is referring to a spiritual world?
Verse 6, I say that you are gods. All of you are children of the Most High, but
Yes.
you will die like men. These are obviously an assembly of the gods. And this is not even debated among Christian scholars. This is not a disputed passage. This is referring to an ancient tradition that you can also find in Deuteronomy 32, where it says that the Most High apportioned the nations and he divided humankind and fixed the boundaries of the people according to the numbers of the gods.
Okay. So you're saying there's angels that didn't do what they were supposed to do and they're going to die like men.
That's right. God is tired of them and he's judging them. And he says, because you aren't doing your job, you're going to die like mortals.
I'm not getting that.
That's
I'm just
literally
not.
what he says. I'll just read it for you again. So I say that you are gods and all of you are children of the Most High, but you will die like men. That statement has absolutely no value if he's talking to men.
Well, I think when it says you'll die like a man, it just means you're going to be nothing. You're going to die like a man. It doesn't, you're not going to.
Yes. All men die like men, Lizzie. All men.
No, some people receive eternal life. They don't die like men.
All men die like men.
So why it says, and fall like one of the princes.
Yes.
This language, this poetic language in there.
It's not
You're
poetic.
too literal. You're taking it way too literal.
It's a charge. It is a charge.
Yeah.
And he's saying, because you haven't done what you're supposed to, even though you are gods, you're going to die like men.
Okay, let's read verse 8.
Sure. Arise, O God, and judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all the nations. And do you know why verse 8 is here?
He's judging the earth.
He's going to inherit all of the nations because the individual gods that were overseeing the nations will all be dead. He's going to kill all of the gods that were above the individual nations, and then he will inherit all of the nations.
Okay, but it says, arise, O God, judge the earth. So he's judging the earth.
Yes.
So this is not a spiritual world. The earth is physical.
The earth and the spiritual world are not separate in the Bible. That's why in the book of Daniel, you'll see that the prince of Persia, the angel, has to fight with the prince of Greece.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit world and the earth was connected in the Old Testament.
Yeah, that was before the fall. It says, arise, O God, judge the earth. So God is giving a judgment towards people, and he uses poetic language that interprets to literal.
No.
But I have no problem with these verses. It says, you are gods.
I know that you're really confused about this. So God is not judging the literal earth. He's not condemning the earth. He's condemning the angels overseeing the earth.
Yeah, I'm not getting that. He's judging the
Yeah, I'm
people
sure
of.
you're not. I know. And
There's
that's
many
why
instances where God
and
says he's
that's
judging the earth.
why and that's why you should try reading like a scholarly commentary on these passages before you try to sound smart.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sound smart. None of us are smart. Anyone who says they're smart is not very smart. When it says judge the earth, it means the people of the earth. There's more
It doesn't.
statements where it says judge the earth.
It doesn't.
And he's
It's clearly
talking to
talking about gods.
people.
It calls them gods, and the punishment are that the gods are going to die like mortals because they didn't do their job.
Gods just means Lord over the land. That's all
It
it
doesn't
means.
mean that at all.
It's not
That's
deity.
just something that you made up because you don't like
No,
what
I
the
didn't.
text actually says.
Let's go to the Hebrew.
What would you like to read?
The Hebrew.
Yeah, which part do you want me to read in Hebrew?
Let's do number 6, verse 6.
Number 6. All right. It says, Kalachem ani amrate Elohim athem uveni alihin. So Aloyin, there we go. And it literally means, I have said, you are like gods. It actually would say, you are, I have said, like gods. It said, and...
But the Hebrew says like gods. That's interesting.
No. Let me read it. It says, you are, let's just get it. It says, Kalachem. Kalachem means, let's see. Actually, that one's actually a little more complicated. Let me get a better translation of
Oh,
Kalachem.
go to the translation that fits you. Yeah.
No, I'm going to the dictionary.
Oh,
I'm going to the dictionary so I make sure I get a proper translation. Oh, interesting. There's a textual variant. That word doesn't even exist in the Masoretic text. It's in a different section of the text. Weird. Okay, so that word is completely moved in the text that most people are probably reading. And what it means... Oh, thank you so much, Goblin.
Gosh, thank you for the unicorn, Goblin. That's so beautiful.
Okay, so Kalakem is a combination, and it is a combination of two different words. It's call, although it's cool here. Call means all, and it's also a combination of the pronoun you, so all of you. But for some reason, in this Hebrew text, it's actually moved to the end of the sentence. At the beginning of the sentence, you have ani, which definitively means I, and then amarti, which means I said. I said, Elohim, gods, you are, atem, that's you are. So I said, gods, you are, and uvni, and children, Elohim, of the Most High, or Elyon in some translations. So it says, I said, gods you are, children of the Most High, all of you are.
How many translations did that take?
It took literally one, with the exception of kalakim, which I thought was a prepositional cough at the beginning, and I was wrong. That's why I looked it up in the dictionary.
So I think you proved my point here.
Yeah, so the point is, the text says that you are gods.
And some say like gods, and some say like my...
That's not what it says.
Some say, according to the Strong Concordance, it's
That's
Lord over
not
the
what
land.
it says, Lizzie. Listen to me again. When I initially translated the first word, I thought that it had a cough in front of it, and it was a separate word with a cough in front of it. It's not. It actually is a combination of two words that I didn't initially recognize. That's why I looked up it in the dictionary. And when you look up it in the dictionary, it means all of you.
Okay. Do you know why we use the Strong Concordance?
Because
if
you
I
don't
use
know,
the Webster
because you
Dictionary,
don't know how to use a real dictionary.
If I use the Webster Dictionary, the entire Bible...
Webster Dictionary doesn't contain Hebrew.
If I use any dictionary...
Do you know the name of a single Hebrew dictionary? Do you know the name of a single Hebrew dictionary?
No, I don't read. I don't know the language of Hebrew.
Okay, so again, this is not a good spot for you to pretend like anything's being mistranslated. So I'll say it again. The Strong's Concordance is not a Hebrew or Greek lexicon.
We
It is a
use it because
concordance
it's
of how
their word.
of how words are used in the
Yes.
King James Bible. We have individual
And
concordances
NASB.
and lexicons that just tell you what words mean in the language. You can pick up
What's
a
the
free
Jews?
copy of the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary, and you can just look up the words. And in Psalm 82:6,
No, you
Psalm
can't use the
82:6,
regular.
Psalm 82:6 is a construction of two different words. It's a construction of kol, which means all, each, or every, and chem, which is a second masculine plural pronoun.
Okay, why do the Jews of Judaism disagree with you? It's
They
their
don't.
book.
They don't.
They do.
They don't.
You're telling me the Jews believe that God was talking to actual deity gods, lesser gods, than like in a creator God, like a real God? You're telling me that?
Yes, the Jews have a firm grasp on what you might call angelology.
Oh no, I'm okay with angels and humans are sons of gods, and they are gods because they're
Not
Lord over the
humans.
realm.
We're not talking
That's
about
not an
humans. We're
issue.
talking about divine
Angels are sons
beings.
of
We're
God.
talking about divine beings.
Angels are supernatural, yeah.
Yes, I agree, but humans are not supernatural.
Humans are God's creation, not in
Yes,
supernatural though.
exactly. Humans are God's creation, but they are not supernatural. That's
No.
why in Psalm 82, it says of these supernatural sons of God that they will die like men. Their punishment
You're
is that
adding
they will
supernatural.
their punishment is that they will face a death like men face, and that is a punishment for the angels because angels do not die.
So your interpretation is God is talking to fallen angels?
No, not again, absolutely not. In Psalm 82, he's referring to angels that he is going to execute.
The ones that didn't fall. That's your interpretation.
We don't know if there's crossover between the quote unquote fallen angels and the angels that he's going to execute. We don't know that.
This is pure speculation what you're telling me.
It's actually not. Everything that I've told you is well accepted in biblical scholarship. You're just unaware of it. Like you've been taught in some weird King James only basement church, and you have no idea. You have no idea what's happening in the realm of biblical scholarship.
You're getting
Nothing.
agitated because you got some pushback here.
I'm not agitated.
Yeah, KJV only in a basement seems agitated to me.
It's not agitated. It's a jab.
Yeah, I've never jabbed you yet. I don't think you would probably kick me, so only you can jab. So
no, I wouldn't kick you. You're welcome to jab all you want.
No.
I don't think you have anything to jab at though.
You're telling me you don't know if it's God's angels, the fallen angels, if there's a crossbreed. You're saying there might have been a crossbreed.
That's not what I said. I don't know why listening so hard. We do not know if the angels that are being punished in chapter 82 are identified with the angels that fell. What I said is there could be some crossover, meaning possibly some of the angels were part of the fallen angels, but we are not given that information. We do not know the answer.
So we don't know if it's fallen angels or God's angels, but they're angels.
All angels are God's angels.
No, the fallen angels are not God's angels anymore.
The fallen angels, yes, just like the angels that are executed by God are no longer his angels, but while they're alive and while they're not cast into, I don't know why this is so hard. We are not told anywhere in the Bible if the fallen angels are identified as the angels from Psalm 82. That information is not given.
If you use common sense, do
Nope.
the angels that didn't fall, do they do God's work and do his bids?
No.
Why would God be judging his angels that didn't fall?
Again, I am not saying that they couldn't be part of the fallen angels. Listen very carefully. Are you listening?
Yeah.
It is possible that some of the angels in Psalm 82 are also the fallen angels. It is also possible that they are not. We do not know. The Bible does not tell us.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know.
So now that you've wasted an hour on nonsense rabbit trails, would you like to give me the evidence that your God is real?
Well, my evidence wouldn't be the same as yours, and I don't know what you call evidence. So
Evidence is anything that can raise the probability of a claim being true.
The universe.
How is the universe evidence that your God exists as opposed to Marduk or Zeus?
Well, do you think the laws of nature just popped into existence with no
Lizzie,
cause?
that wasn't my question. How can you demonstrate that the universe is a product of your God and not Marduk or Zeus?
Because we have the triple point.
That
There's a
means
lot of
nothing.
triple point references. Yes, it reference of the Trinity.
No,
In
incorrect.
Romans 1, it says God's glory is shown through his creation.
So-
we have triple points in science.
Why should I care what Romans says?
I'm telling you how this correlates to the universe. You're
What
not
is
listening.
a triple point in your mind?
Like liquid, solid, gas, time, space, matter. These are triple points, and there's many of them. I don't have them all, but there's many.
What happened? How'd she meet herself?
Oh, I did that because it's kind of funny how she's quoting something that was stolen from Pythagoras and Herodotus,
Yeah.
which are Greek, which are
Trinity was
older than
stolen?
the Roman.
So are you aware that there's also a Trinity in the Hindu religion?
Oh, can you define the Trinity for me before we get into that?
In the Christian Bible?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it matters. It definitely matters.
So
what
it
the
doesn't
definition is.
so it doesn't actually matter. So are you aware that the Trinity shows up in other religions?
It doesn't. Not the
It
triune
does.
God of the Bible.
It
No.
does.
I give
Yes,
him the
it does.
definition of the Trinity.
It does. So the
Okay.
Trinity in the Hindu religion is Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva.
No. What is the definition of the Trinity? What's the
Do
definition
you
of this word?
do you
You're just
agree?
bullshit.
Do you agree that three gods in one would qualify as a triple point?
No.
Okay, so then your God is not a triple point.
No, no. His creation.
You just defeated your
reflects
own
him.
argument.
His creation reflects him, not
No, it
literally.
doesn't. Yes, it
does.
The creation of the world reflects Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva.
How?
Yep.
Okay, tell me how.
I don't need to. It's a claim, just like your
Okay,
claim.
here's your claim.
You see how when you
Zeus,
don't
Poseidon,
That's right.
Hades.
see when you don't provide evidence, how any claim
I
can
can
just
provide
be true.
evidence if I stop being muted.
I would love to see your evidence. What
Okay.
is the evidence that the creation points specifically to your God and not any other God?
The book of Job gives us many solid references that science confirms.
Like what?
Like I stretch out the universe like a tent. Many reference. You know when God
you f-
lectures Job?
Did you forget to read Job 38:14 when he says
Oh,
that the
flat
earth is
earth,
formed
please.
like clay underneath a seal?
This flat earth nonsense. That does not the Bible does not imply.
What
a round or
what does
flat
clay
earth.
look like under a seal?
It looks flat.
No, there we go. Isn't it interesting that
let it-
that Job says that the earth looks flat?
The Bible doesn't tell us if the earth is flat or round.
It does actually.
It's
In fact,
flat.
it tells you on multiple occasions. The most glaring occasion is Job 38:14, where it describes the earth as being flat like clay
It
beneath a
describes the
seal,
universe
and it
as
also
a tent.
says that it has edges.
Is the universe an actual tent? Because it's
The
described
universe
as a tent.
is not mentioned in the Bible. In fact, the concept of a universe doesn't exist
Is
in the biblical
okay,
age.
I'm sorry, because I know your semantics. Is the heavens a tent?
The heavens is shaped like a tent according to the Bible. It's a dome.
You see, no. The heavens
It's a dome.
not mean the atmosphere. No. It says I stretch out the heavens like a tent. I stretch out the heaven. Let
Yes,
me
keep
find it.
reading. You're reading from Isaiah. I love it. Keep
Oh,
reading.
this is poetic. It's very. It's
Oh,
not.
right. It's always poetic
Oh,
when you
wait a
don't like
second.
what
Are
it
you telling
says.
me if the Bible is telling us
It's
that
it's always
wait a second.
literal. It's always literal when they
Wait a
like it, but
second.
then when they don't like it, it's always
No.
poetic.
The
I'm sure it
heavens. You're
is.
saying the heavens is a tent is literal in the Bible. Are we grasshoppers too?
No, we're small like grasshoppers. I think we know
Okay.
how
So
metaphors work, don't
wait a
you?
second. So the tent isn't literal, but the clay stamp is literal. You're telling me.
What I'm saying is that he's using parallels. A
Yeah.
tent is shaped like what?
It's an odd shape. I don't.
It's shaped like what?
It's like a square with a triangle on top.
Like a vault?
No, I
like a
think
vault?
the question is that he's stretching the heavens out, and we all know that the universe is expanding.
Okay,
This is the reference here.
so it's shaped like a vault.
It doesn't say shape. It says it stretches out the heavens.
Like what?
Because a tent is stretched.
A tent is not stretched.
It doesn't say that it's the heavens is shaped as a tent. It doesn't say that.
We'll just read it for you. So let's see. I think you're in Isaiah. It's also in Job.
Yeah.
Isaiah 40:22. He sits enthroned above the disk of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are like grasshoppers. See how he says like grasshoppers,
Yeah,
not
this is-
literal grasshoppers?
You're going literal with
that
me.
stretches
I'm not
that
going
stretches
literal.
out the heavens like a curtain and
Yeah.
spreads them out like a tent to dwell in.
Yeah.
So the heavens are draping over the earth like a tent.
Expansion of the universe, right there.
Yeah, it's called a vault. It's also called a firmament. Are you aware that firmaments were basically just big old domes?
Yeah, this verse is not talking about a firmament though. It's talking about the heavens.
Yes, and the heavens is what?
Well, there's 3 heavens.
No, the heavens, plural, is a reference to what?
The sky, all the way up.
Everything above you, yes. And part of the heavens included the firmament.
But
That
it says in
firmament
Genesis
was
that
a
the
hard. The
is not
firmament.
stretched.
The
firmament
firmament
is
was a.
placed.
The firmament was a hard dome. The book of Job says it is hard, cast like a metal mirror.
Yeah, like, so we have in Genesis 1 that the firmament is not stretched out. It stays in place. And then we have the heaven stretching so it's not talking about the firmament. Because we can get a reference from Genesis 1 that the firmament is not moving or stretching.
I never said it was stretching.
why are we
Nobody,
talking about it?
nobody is saying anything is stretching.
Why are we talking about the firmament then?
Because the firmament is another feature of the world that the Bible says exists that simply does not exist.
Yes, it does. The atmosphere is protecting us.
Incorrect.
We
The
haven't-
firmament is not the atmosphere. The firmament is a hard dome.
That
Do you
is
know where
correct.
the word firmament comes from?
Like the root of what do you mean?
Do you know what the word even means?
I think it means like a boundary level,
No.
like a protective shield.
Try again.
What does it mean?
It comes from the Latin. In the Latin Vulgate, they translated rakia in Hebrew to not to firmament. That was what the King James chose to use. I think they translated it into firma. I'd have to check my actual Latin translation. It's something close to that. But the fact of the matter is, in the Latin, we have a clear translation referring to something that is firm. And the reason why that is because they were translating from the Greek Septuagint. And the Greek Septuagint used a word steroma. And that word means a solid, firm, rigid structure. The reason why the Greek Septuagint uses that particular word is because in the Hebrew text, it uses the word rakia, which again refers to a hard, solid, dome-like device.
Yeah, and it's referring to the atmosphere. It's not the Bible language, especially Job, is very poetic. It's not telling us there is an actual crystal glass dome in the sky. It's not
No,
telling us.
it's sapphire.
It says it's molten glass in another scripture. These are all poetic languages.
It says it's like sapphire. Have you read Ezekiel?
Yeah, and then in Job
Says,
it says it's
I
molten
looked
glass.
Ezekiel 10:1. I looked, and there in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim there appeared something like sapphire stone, having the appearance and the likeness of a throne. And then you have the same thing in Ezekiel 1:26. Above the dome, over their heads, was something like a throne, in appearance like sapphire. And if you go to Exodus, if you go to
Are
the
you
book
in
of,
Ezekiel?
if you
Are you
go
in?
to, if you go to the book of Exodus, chapter 24, when they go up on the mountain and they see God, they see something under his feet. Let's read it. It says, Nadab, Abihu, Moses, Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was something like a pavement of sapphire stone. So there is a deep tradition that under God's feet is something made of sapphire. That sapphire structure is believed to be the firmament or the dome. That's why in Psalm 150, verse 1, it says, praise you, O Yahweh. Praise God in his sanctuary. Praise him in his mighty firmament. And this view is not invented by me. All of the Jewish rabbis throughout all of history believed that God's throne was just on the upper side of the firmament. It's adequately described also in the book of Enoch.
Listen, there's another scripture that says the firmament is like molten glass. It's
Yes,
not
I
always
know.
like sapphire.
What,
These are all, you already know all of the prophets.
show me the
speak in this
passage.
metaphoric
Let's
language.
read the passage where it talks about the firmament
There's
being
no
like
way
molten
to,
glass.
why are you taking, so you're saying the Bible is telling us there's an actual sapphire molten glass dome above us.
I'm saying according to the Bible, there
No,
is according to
interpretation.
the Bible, there is a solid dome over the earth.
That's according to your interpretation.
No, that's according to every ancient interpretation that we have up until the medieval period.
What ancient, when people thought the earth was
That's
flat?
according to every ancient interpretation in existence until we invented telescopes.
I'm gonna release the crack and
Every
I'll be back.
culture in the world depicted a flat earth before technology.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the Bible agrees with that.
No.
The
You cannot
Bible
communicate that
agrees with
into
it.
the
Yes, the
Bible.
Bible agrees with it. When Jesus was taken upon a high mountain and shown all the kingdoms of the earth, that literally could only happen if all the kingdoms of the earth were on a flat earth.
Or no, you're taking everything so literal. Satan showed Jesus all the kingdoms too.
I know,
On the
which
high
could
mountain.
only happen on a flat earth.
Oh,
Now,
it should
Job
have been a
37:18. So
spiritual vision
Job
and
37
physical.
Job 37:18 is not saying that the sky is like molten glass. It says that can you spread out the skies as hard as a cast mirror? Hard.
Yes, this is poetic, metaphorical language.
Yes. Is a cast mirror hard?
Yeah, it's metaphorical.
Thank you, because the skies with the dome in the skies was hard like a cast mirror.
It's not literal.
It,
It's not. It's showing the
then tell
glory
me
of God.
what does it mean?
Creation
What
cannot
does
be.
it mean? What does it mean? Shh. What does it mean when it says that the skies are hard as a cast mirror?
The skies?
What does it mean? If it doesn't mean what it actually says, what does it really mean?
To the atmosphere. This is what I think is, and many scholars, like you say, will agree with me.
They don't.
They do.
They don't.
I'm sure your atheist scholars agree with you. You're very biased.
Christian scholars agree with me.
Oh, there's some Looney Tunes Christians that believe in
Nope.
flat Earth. I'm aware.
Nope. Almost all of modern scholarship agrees. In fact, all of antiquity agrees with me that
You're
according to the
sophisticated.
Bible, there was an actual dome above the earth. That's why if you read any of the illuminated manuscripts from the pre-medieval period, they draw the earth, a flat disc with a dome over top of it, because that is how the Bible describes it.
No, we have every culture that doesn't believe in the Torah drawing the flat earth. The one with the turtle, there's another country with a boat. It all depicts,
Every
yeah,
culture did.
and they're not, so you're singling out the Bible. The
I'm
Bible's
not
not
singling
implicating
I'm
it.
not singling out the Bible. I'm saying the Bible is wrong along with everybody else. And the
No.
Jewish rabbis, the people who studied this text for a living and did the Hebrew etymologies, they agree with me. You can just read in the
Okay.
Talmud and the Mishnah what they say about it. Would you like to read what they
The
say about
Talmud
it?
says that stuff about Jesus that's terrible. And I don't go, listen, you're going to sources that I don't rely on.
You said that the dome only existed in other cultures. I'm telling you that the
No,
dome
it existed in
existed.
every culture.
The dome existed in the culture that gave us the Bible.
Yeah, you're acting like Hebrew, the language of Hebrew, and the people who are writing them are all in cahoots in the same mindset. Like
No,
I'm
I never said that at all. On
That's
this
like saying,
particular
listen,
on this particular topic, they are of the same
it's
mindset
like
though.
saying, I'm gonna put it on my race. I'm Romanian and I believe in Jesus, right? I have another Romanian that believes in a Hindu god, and we speak the same language. That means we mean the same thing. No,
No,
this
it's
is what I'm
irrelevant.
trying to give you an example.
We're talking about whether or not the
No,
Hebrew culture agrees on what a firmament is,
culture doesn't dictate the scriptures.
and they do agree.
Culture does not dictate scripture. It doesn't dictate doctrine.
Do you think that
Language doesn't dictate
do you think
doctrine.
that the Hebrew rabbis understand Hebrew better than you?
Yeah.
Do you think that when they tell you what the meaning of rakia is, that they have a better idea of what rakia means than you?
They don't even have a better idea of what Isaiah 53 is about.
Isaiah
No.
53 is about the nation of Israel. I'm
Yeah,
asking
it
you about
definitely
whether or
says
not
it's Israel, of course.
whether or not the people who literally spoke Hebrew every single day, do you
Listen,
think
I'm from New York. I'm not
you
angry. You guys need to stop.
Lizzie, I don't know why it's so hard for you to have a discussion. Do you believe that the people who literally spoke Hebrew and did all of their studies in Hebrew, do you think that they could explain the meaning of a Hebrew word better than you?
And stop using New York as an excuse for your attitude, because I was raised there from the Bronx and you're basically using it as a scapegoat. Full
This
stop.
is my
Now
personality.
answer his question.
I'm not being offensive. This is my personality. I don't
Well,
know
you
the
need to fix
Hebrew.
it.
Okay, you do too. Okay. I don't know I don't even know Hebrew. What I'm going by is interpretation and doctrine of the Bible.
Whose
And
interpretation?
knowing Hebrew and interpreting the scriptures that are in Hebrew are two very different things. It's not the same.
It literally is the same, because you have to know the meaning of Hebrew words to interpret the text. And
There's
as
one
it
thing you're
turns
missing.
out, we know what the Hebrew word rakia means. Do you know what it means?
You know, you missed one key word of context.
Do you know what the word
I
rakia
don't know
means?
Hebrew.
Okay, fantastic. I'll tell you. The word rakia refers to a dome-like hammered out product. It's the same word that they would use to refer to a hammered out bowl or a hammered out shield.
Yeah,
If you use
it's
it
like a
as
dome.
if you use it as a verb, it just means to hammer something out. So we know what a rakia is. A rakia is a hard dome. And it just so happens that all of the people who spoke ancient Hebrew that wrote about this agree that that's what it is. In fact, if you just read their writings, you will find that. In the Talmud, they even discuss what it was made out of, how thick it was, and how they believed that God was dwelling on top of it. It says, it is taught in the name of Rabbi Yehoshua that the thickness of the firmament is the width of 2 fingers. But the words of Rabbi Kanina disputes this. As Rabbi Akai said in the name of Rabbi Akina, it says that you can help him with Tarkia the heavens, firm as a cast metal mirror. And then he refers to Job, and he says, the word means that they are made as a thin sheet of metal, as thick as 2 fingers. So They literally believed that the reference to Job about the rakia is a definitive passage stating that the firmament that we call in English is a hard metal dome.
Okay. Do the modern Jews agree with you?
Yes, if you read any modern commentary
Oh, no,
on
no, no.
if you read any modern commentary by either a Christian or a Jewish person on the Hebrew text, they will tell you exactly what I'm telling you because I didn't invent this viewpoint. My
Listen, there's a
viewpoint,
very heavy Jewish
my
presence here.
my viewpoint, Liz, is the same as the scholars. I read the scholarly books, which is how I came to my viewpoint. I didn't invent my own viewpoint. I'm not inventing anything here. I'm just agreeing with the Hebrew scholars.
I don't think you're inventing anything. What you're saying is correct in a cultural way. What I'm saying you're implying like the cultural references in the flat earth to the Bible because of the word firmament. Like you're going off
I'm
of the word
not.
firmament.
No, I'm
Because
not.
modern Jews and Orthodox Jews don't believe that the earth is flat. They don't.
Okay. No, but they believe that the Bible talks about a flat earth. So we'll just start from the beginning. The Bible mentions things about the earth that could only be true if it was flat. Are you aware of this?
That's incorrect.
When Jesus comes back and all the people of the earth see him coming on the clouds, is that possible if the earth is flat or a sphere?
Oh my goodness, you're taking everything so literal.
Because that's how words
comes on the
work.
clouds.
That's how words work. In
I
Psalm
don't know
30,
how that works.
because it doesn't work unless the earth is flat. Psalm 33:13 says, Yahweh looks down from heaven and he sees all humankind. Can Yahweh look down from heaven and see all humankind on a globe, or does
He's
that
omnipresent.
make sense if the earth is flat?
He's omnipresent, and a lot of the scriptures are very poetic, metaphoric language, and you know it.
Exactly, yeah. Every time you don't like it, it's a metaphor, I'm sure.
No, we can stay into context.
Sure. So God is described many
God says we're like
times.
grasshoppers.
So
There's
God
many
is just
poetic language in here.
So God is described many times as doing things over the earth. For example, in Job 38:13 through 15, they talk about the edge of the earth. Do you think that the earth has an edge?
No.
Okay, but Job says it is.
Well, I believe he means as the earth, like as a whole. You know, the earth isn't endless. I think that's what it's referring to. It even talks about pillars.
Do
and the four
spheres have
corners.
edges?
No, but the earth
Do
isn't infinite.
spheres
It
have
stops.
pillars?
No. What it's
Okay,
when it
so
even talks about the four corners, it's talking about north, south, east, west. There's
well, corners is not actually a decent translation. That honestly, I wish people would stop bringing that up. The word that they use for corners there just means the furthest extent of something.
That's what I just said.
It uses the same thing to refer to somebody's wings.
Yes.
So
it ends eventually.
at some point, English translators decided to use corners because there were some of them that actually believed in the medieval period that the earth was a square. That's not a good translation. The word corner does not appear in the Hebrew text there to refer to the earth.
Okay. The Bible does not tell us if the earth is flat or round. It doesn't imply a flat earth.
It does.
If you read it face value, yeah.
Yeah,
Permanent
exactly.
and place
Yes.
stamps and edges and corners.
Yes, if you read it at face value, of course.
Listen, when Jesus said, if you lust after a woman, it's better to pluck your eye out, was he speaking literally? No. There is language in the
How do you
Bible.
know?
God has a way
How
of
do you know?
speaking in analogies and metaphorical. Because
but
how
we
do I
know what a
know?
metaphor
Because Jesus
is.
was amplifying. Jesus was trying to tell the Pharisees that outwardly you're good, but inwardly you're not, because your mind, you sin in your mind. That's what Jesus was trying to what's that word called? Trying to expose the Pharisees of their hypocrisy.
Liz,
So
what
if
is
you
a
read in
metaphor?
context, we know it's not literal.
Liz, what's a metaphor?
A metaphor is like My problems are as big as a mountain.
Right,
That's a
yeah.
metaphor.
Yeah, and what's the
Yeah, I
meaning
can
of
explain it. I don't
what's the meaning of that metaphor?
that I have a lot of problems. I have
Right. And
troubling
yes,
problems.
and how would I know that it is a metaphor?
If you use some common sense and stay in the context, you would understand it's a metaphor.
Right,
And if you
because
you know
whatever
me
your
personally,
whatever your
listen,
problem is, it's obviously not as big as a mountain.
it's a metaphor. Yeah.
I know. And the reason why I know it's a metaphor is because no matter what your problem is, I know that it is not as big as a mountain. That's how
Exactly.
that's how metaphors work.
Yes.
Metaphors are clear. You can find them in the text. So when we read Job 38, there is no metaphor being here. He's saying that the earth is like something. That's not a metaphor, that's a simile. And what he's saying is that the earth is like clay underneath a seal. That is a comparison, not a metaphor.
So if it says like, it's a simile, but then when you said like a clay stamp, now it's not.
I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again.
Did you say when it says like, when it says the word like, it's what? It's a simile?
Yeah, when it says one thing is like another, that's a simile.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know what the problem with the firmament is. I don't understand.
I'm not talking about the firmament. I'm talking about the shape of the earth.
Yeah. So the clay stamp you're saying is not is saying it's literal. That verse is literal.
I'm saying that according to Job 38:14, he's saying that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. It's a description.
And why is that not a metaphor?
It is a description of how something is similar to. Like if I said that I was smashed like a pancake, no one is saying that I was a pancake. They're saying that I was smashed like a pancake. I was made to be flat. So in Job 38:14, when he says the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, he's saying that the earth is formed in a similar manner to clay beneath a seal. And the way that clay is formed beneath a seal is a flat disc.
What it could be referring to, because this is open to interpretation because it's metaphorical.
It's
the
not.
The earth is not smooth. There's creases in it, the sea, the land. It's just poetic language. This is not, you're telling me this is 100% flat earth verse. You just can't say that. It's open to interpretation.
It is. It's making a statement. The earth is formed like something, and the thing that it likens it to is flat.
No, it's saying
it is. I'll just show you a picture of it. Hold on. I'll just show it.
No, I know what a clay stamp is.
I don't think you do. I'll just show it to you.
My goodness.
This is what a clay seal looks like in the ancient world. Is that flat?
I see creases in
Is
texture.
it flat though?
I mean, yeah, at the bottom, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. Is it a disc?
Okay, now you're taking the stamp this literal?
Is it a flat disc?
Yeah.
Does it have an edge?
Do you know?
Does it have an edge?
So this is the earth.
Does it have an edge?
No.
Yes. It has an edge all the way around.
You know what I see?
All the way around, Lizzie, is an edge. So I'll try again. Lizzie, does it have an edge?
I said no already. You keep repeating yourself.
Okay, we'll try again. The answer is yes. It has an edge all the way around. All right, so I'll ask again. Does it have an edge?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, fantastic. Job 38, 13 through 14 describes the earth as having an edge and also being formed like clay beneath a seal, which happens to have an edge.
Okay. And then in that same lecture to Job, it's saying that the heavens are stretched out, talking about dimensions and all kinds of other stuff. So
The heavens are stretched out.
According to the flat earth model, there is no heavens. You can't get past the firmament.
According to the flat earth model, The
There's water
heavens,
above us,
according to the flat Earth
according to the
model,
flat Earth.
the heavens are part of the dome structure over the Earth.
This it makes more sense that he's
It doesn't.
stretching out the heavens as expansion of the universe.
No, the heavens is not a reference to the universe. Nobody in the Bible knew what the universe was.
Heavens
They
just it's
they
just
literally they
space.
literally believed that the stars in the skies were fixed in the heavens, in the sky. The word
They had
heavens,
limited
the word
knowledge.
heavens in English is just hashamayim in Hebrew. It literally means the sky.
Yeah. And the
So
skies keep going.
no, they don't. The skies
Yeah.
is a limited scope.
The skies, if you keep going, you'll end up in space.
But that is not sky.
It's the heavens.
It's not.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. See, that's according to you.
No,
It's according
according to everybody who ever wrote anything before the medieval period.
I don't know why I care about this literature. I don't know.
Because this literature, the Bible, was not written in the modern age. It was written at a time period where everybody believed in a flat circular earth with a dome over top of it, and it just so happens that every mention of the earth that we have fits this model. Every single mention of the earth that we have in the Bible fits the exact model that was given to us by everybody else in the ancient Near East. Even the Egyptians and the Babylonians. The Egyptians drew the whole earth as being round, surrounded by water on the outer edge with a dome, and they argued, as well as the Egyptians and the Hebrews, about what the dome was made out of. Because everybody agreed there was a dome. Nobody could agree on what the dome was made out of. So the Hebrew Bible talks about the earth in the identical same way that all of their neighbors describe the earth. And all of their neighbors and all of their neighbors
is the same.
and all of their neighbors believed that it was a flat earth with a dome. And that's why in the Bible it's always depicted like a flat earth with a dome.
No, you know exegesis, eisegesis. If
I know exactly what it is.
If I input my own opinion or I want the Bible to fit my personal beliefs, I can say Elijah is on Mars right now. I can say
No, you can't.
John the Apostle is still alive.
No,
There's
you can't.
people who think that John is still alive. So this
I'm
is my
sure they do.
point. You have to give me some leeway here. You know, people think John the Apostle is still alive today because Jesus said he won't taste death. They're inputting their beliefs onto the Bible. Latter-day Saints think Elijah is on Mars right now. Literally, this Jupiter or Mars. Look it up. I can't just input into the, as a Christian too. I can't put my personal beliefs and put it into the Bible to fit my puzzle piece.
It's not my
what I'm
personal
telling you-
belief.
No, a lot of Looney Tune Christians agree with you. What I'm saying is, the Bible doesn't specifically say if the earth is flat or round, but it does say, I think in Isaiah it says circle or sphere.
Disc.
Isaiah 44.
Isaiah
what's
40,
circle?
20, Isaiah 40:22 calls it a disc.
It says circle, not
It
a
says
disc.
disc.
No, it says circle.
It says disc.
It's
We'll
saying-
just try that. We'll just try this again. Lizzie, do you speak Hebrew?
Oh my goodness, he thinks your word is infallible because you speak Hebrew, huh?
It's
Is that how
not.
this works?
So when it comes to determining what a Hebrew word means, it's always helpful to be able to read Hebrew and to use a dictionary.
And can it translate to circle?
It can
Is that an option?
translate. It can translate to either disc or circle. Either translation is appropriate, which is why you have a handful of translations that say disc or circle. And do you know why I say disc instead of circle?
Because that's what you've chose in your translation.
No, because a disc and a circle are fundamentally different. What is the difference between a disc and a circle?
A circle is a shape, and a disc is it's like a dish. It
Incorrect. Wrong again.
Like a dish.
A circle is hollow. It's an opening in the middle of it, and a disc.
Circle is a shape. It's just describing a shape.
Yeah,
If
we'll
you look
just
at
try.
the earth.
Yeah, we'll
from
just try this
far, it's a
again. I don't know why this is so difficult. A circle is hollow. It's hollow. There's nothing in it. It's just a circle. And a disc is a circle that's filled in.
Okay, what shape is the sun?
The sun is a disc.
The sun is a disc?
The sun, if we're calling it a shape from our vantage point, it is a disc. In reality, it is a sphere. But everybody in the ancient world believed that the sun and the moon were discs. They didn't know that they were 3D objects. That's why if you read the Egyptian literature and you read some of the other Semitic literature, like the Akkadian literature, it literally refers to Shamash, the sun god, as being the disc god.
That's great. The Bible is not a science book. They're not teaching us science. It's not even a tell-all. The Bible is not a tell-all. It's
It
just
should
not.
be,
It's
because
not
it
even a
gets everything
science book.
wrong.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It gets everything
Can I
wrong.
ask you?
The God of the Bible doesn't even know how female genitalia work.
Oh my goodness.
Are you
I
aware
want to
that
get away from this.
are you aware that Yahweh doesn't know how the hymen works?
Are you gonna go? No. When
Well,
she got
yeah,
married,
let's just
what
run
was
it.
that?
Let's just run it. It's in
A
Deuteronomy
charge was put
22.
against her.
It's in Deuteronomy 22. Have you read this before? We'll read it. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her, saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman will say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. Do you think that this is like whether or not a woman bleeds on a cloth when she goes to her wedding night? Do you think that's a good means of determining if someone's a virgin?
Well, that's not the deciding factor because a charge was brought up against her. This is about accusations.
I'm
They
aware. I
didn't
read that.
marry, yeah, they didn't marry women and then, oh, I proved her virginity, don't kill her. That's not what they did. This was a charge was brought
That's
forth.
what it says.
Yeah, a charge was brought forth, so then the council had to handle it.
Right. And what
This
was the
isn't,
charge?
she wasn't a virgin
Yeah, she wasn't a virgin. And how did they determine that?
by the cloth.
Exactly. And if she was found to not be a virgin, what did they do with her?
They unalived her.
Thank you. Okay. Is it your belief that all women bleed the first time they do the deed?
I don't think so.
They don't. So do you think that this is a reliable method of determining if a woman is a virgin?
That's not the method they're using. This is a charge was brought up against her. This isn't
I'm
every all.
aware, yes. And what is the proof that the charge is true or not?
Well, this girl happened to have that cloth, so it was brought
What
forth.
is the proof if the charge is true or not?
That's not what it's telling us.
What is the proof if the charge is true or not?
That's not a law in the Bible.
What is the proof?
In this instance was the cloth that they brought forth. This was a
Thank
charge
you. So
against
if
her.
a charge is brought against the woman, the evidence that she needs to bring with her is the cloth. That's how she proves if she's
It
innocent,
says
or that's how she
no.
proves if she's innocent or guilty.
This is about when a young woman gets married and she tells her family and the people she's going to get, I'm a virgin. And then she lies, the charge will be brought up against her. This is about women lying that they're virgins.
Yes,
and then
Lizzie, we're all
yeah,
aware
that means
that
they
this is
lied.
about somebody who purported to be a virgin and wasn't.
This is
The
about liars, lying
question
about
is not about why they're going to the trial or going to the elders. The question is whether or not the means of evidence is appropriate to prove the thing that it's purporting to prove. Do you
This is
think
no,
that
no,
a
you're adding to
cloth,
the scripture.
do you think that a cloth is an appropriate test to know if a woman was legitimately a virgin on her wedding night.
No, I think not lying is the way to go about it. Like it's telling
Do
us.
you think that a cloth being bled upon is an appropriate means to determine if a woman was a virgin on her wedding night?
Yeah, if you have it, yeah. If you
Okay,
happen to have it on the cloth, yes.
fantastic. Thank you for saying that. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Are you aware that not all virgins bleed their first time?
I think that's by riding a bike or a horse or other things.
It could
that,
be
you know,
it could be hundreds of things, but are you aware that less than half of women bleed their first time?
I'm sure that's true.
Okay, so
But this
that
isn't a law.
means
There is no law. Show me the
it
law where it says show the cloth. There's
is
no law.
literally in Deuteronomy.
No. It's saying charges, accusations brought to the
Okay,
council.
so I'll just read it to you from the top since you were not
About
listening.
charges.
I'll read it from the top since you were not listening. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her. And then he gives instructions on what to do. It says then, let me grab it. The father of the young woman and her mother shall submit the evidence. If you find yourself in this predicament, this is what you must do. You must bring the evidence.
Yeah, if you go to verse 14, it tells us, given the occasion, that a speech, there's accusation. So this wasn't every single marriage. This is just for an accusation.
Lizzie, listen to my words. I am not saying that every single marriage needs to go to the elders and lay out the cloth.
Okay.
This is obviously an occasional law. If this circumstance happens, this is what you must do about it. And the thing that you must do about it is present the evidence. The question is, the evidence that God tells them to present, is that reliable evidence?
I'm going to read verse 17 because it's telling us what, I don't know if it's her father or who. They said, give an occasion of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. Her father, bring the counsel the cloth. No one instructed him to bring it. And he said, look,
listen,
there is no law for this.
It is. I read it for you again since you were not listening. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the fucking evidence of the young woman's virginity.
They bring it to them.
Lizzie, this is a yes or no. Do you know what the word shall mean?
Should or may?
Yes. Is it an order? Is it a command? Does the word shall implicate a command? Does the word shall implicate a command?
Not always.
Yes, it does. When it says you shall do something, it means you shall do it. It is a command.
Yes, listen. The parents bring the cloth and they said, okay, you shall put this cloth, and then you got to pay her money. You got to pay this guy money.
Yes, these are commands.
God didn't tell them to bring the cloth out. The parents did it on their own.
He did. We'll just read it again. I need you to put your listening cap on this time. Who is speaking right now when we're reading? Who is it?
Verse 17.
Verse 13, who is speaking?
Yeah, God.
Yeah, thank you. And this is what he says. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her, makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence.
Yes.
It is instructions for what to do in the event that something happens.
Yes. But
the instructions are to bring the sheet that is supposed to be the evidence.
Because in verse 17, the mother and father bring their daughter's sheep.
Why? Why do they do it?
Because it's one of the ways to prove your innocence of virginity, if you're a virgin or not.
Why did they do it?
To prove her virginity.
Yes, but is it a reliable proof of her virginity?
Yeah, because this is a
No,
rare
it's
case.
not.
It's back in this time, it was a rare case that she was not a virgin.
It wasn't.
Yes.
Only 45% of women globally bleed their first time.
This is Levitical law for the Israelites, so this would have been a rare occurrence.
It doesn't matter how rare it was. It only matters that the God who gave this test does not know how female hymens work. The God who gave this test is unaware that not all women bleed. We'll just do the poll that we do every time we talk about this. Women in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you did not bleed your first time. Watch the numbers, Liz.
I'm sure they didn't.
There you go. Isn't it funny how the God of the universe doesn't know how the female body works?
No, I don't think that's the case here. I think this is an accusation brought to the court, and that's one of the.
Yes, it is, Lizzie. It's an accusation. Yes, that's how laws work. Laws are occasional. It's an accusation. Here is the accusation, and here is what you must do when the accusation is made. That's how laws work. Just like it says, if you break the Sabbath, this is the punishment for it. All laws are occasional laws.
I have no problem. I don't know what your problem is.
Okay, so I'll say it one last time because you are not catching this. Point number 1, the evidence that God tells them to submit is a sheet that they bled on. That is what God tells them to do. Point number 2, the bloody sheet is not good evidence that a woman is a virgin because less than half of women bleed their first time. Point number 3, based on faulty evidence, God tells people to execute women. Do you see the problem?
No, because God is perfect and requires perfection.
He's not.
This is what God requires.
Address one of the 3 points that I made. Address one of the 3. Well, now it's...
Thank you, Potter!
Now it's too late.
Malaka!
Well, that was
Thank
inevitable.
you, Potter. Thank you, Potter. Malaka. Oh, bye, Lizzie.
I'm very happy that I disturbed you.
Bye, Lizzie. I don't give a shit. Goodbye. Justin,
she really
my
thinks that
love,
she did something.
She didn't do shit, Justin, my love. Can we count that Zeus as she never comes back?
I don't know what to talk about that, but the fact of the matter is she can't actually be honest with what anything in the book says. So, I mean, it's up to her if she wants to get up here and look stupid every time.
All right, what's today's date? Today's the...
Oh, what is today's date? Yeah.
Ella. The 7th.
The 7th. Yeah.
Thank you, Breezy. Thank you.
Everyone
win Breezy. Win Zeus.
Breezy in the chat, y'all. Can you imagine sitting through...
Baby, 2 hours. 2 hours, my love.
Sorry.
Do you hate me? Do you hate me?
No, here's the thing is Lizzie has been chirping in the comments of every live and every video for literally months. That's saying true. Nothing but nonsense. I was eager to actually talk about the Bible and show her how insane she is, but she did the typical Christian dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, where words never have meanings. Everything I don't like is a metaphor, and that's just your opinion. Pretty typical stuff.
Wasn't she the one that was telling me and Chet that we're wrong when it came to the Greek, but yet she doesn't even know the Greek or the...
No, that was somebody else. Lizzie's never been up here. She's never... Yeah, that's right, Dr. Joe. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Anyways, I doubt she'll be coming back. I don't think she's going to want a second helping of that.
No.
If the only argument you have is the words don't really mean what words mean, I don't know what to tell you.
That was painful. Hopefully the people who were and Q are still here. I had
Yeah.
someone that really wanted to come up. I'll message him and let him know. He is a believer. He said he would follow me and catch up because he really wanted to talk to you, but that it became so circular, Ella.
Yeah, I think
Sí,
Christina, I think you're right. I think the queue probably all timed out. Everybody dropped out of the queue. We had like 8 or 9 people in the queue before she came up, and now we're at one person in the queue, and I think it's a friendly. We might actually have to just do a restart and to get back into the algorithm because this guest here walking in the light's not connecting.
Yeah, I just messaged him. He's called Sini the Kid. And I
Well,
don't follow theists often.
we got another one in here, but I thought he was in the deconstruction community. How you doing,
He
Don?
is. Hey, Don. Don!
Oh,
Malaka!
I think he
Come
butt
back!
dialed. I think he butt dialed. Yeah, guys, I think we actually ran out of Christians. I think after that last conversation, they were like, I don't know about this, and I think they ran out.
Probably. I don't know.
Oh gosh. Well, if you didn't like the last one, you're not gonna like this one.
What do you mean? No! No! Zeus, no! Oh!
I don't know what to
Please
tell
time out.
you.
Please time out.
Listen, if we can't get Christians in here, I have to take who we can get.
I know.
So, before we start, can you explain why you have to change your name all the time?
It's just something I like to do. It just refresh things, like a fresh start.
Yeah, because people don't actually let you into their live once they know who you are because you can't be honest with the text.
No, I don't really join that many lives except for this one. Like maybe one
Oh.
other one, but I don't really join like people lives like that.
Sure. Yeah. So what do you want to talk about?
So what is your issue with 2 Samuel 21, I believe? No, it's 24, the contradiction there. Like I know
You
before
mean with David and Gad? 2 Samuel 24.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
the 7 years and 3 years.
yeah. Well, let me ask you a very easy question. Do you think 3 and 7 are the same number? Well, never mind.
Damn!
That was a no. That was a no.
Zeus is not having it today.
Praise Zeus tonight, y'all.
Praise Breezy and Zeus. Bye.
What was his other name so we can write it down?
Okay.
It was Logic
Thinker?
something?
Logical Thinker, I think it was. Thinker was saying how he got kicked from her live this morning.
Whose?
Thinkers.
Oh, Logical
She's in
Thinker
here.
got kicked from Thinker. That's because he can't.
Uh-huh.
Because Logical Thinker can't actually be honest with what anything actually says. It's always a game of words don't mean words, and people get tired of that. You can only take that for so long before you're
And we're
like,
counting all his accounts as
yeah,
a Zeus, by the way.
praise Zeus. Praise Zeus. 2 in one night. Well, the fact of the matter is, I mean, who knows how long he could have actually lasted up here. I don't know if he's starting to learn his lesson or not. We'll see.
I'm sharing it out to get us back into the algorithm. Once they see that you have no one, they won't be as agitated or afraid, and they'll be able to share it again. A lot of them left because of Lizzie.
I agree.
But the numbers are starting to come back up. We're at 496 right now. So guys, for the time being, please tap the screen. Keep sharing it out. Go ahead, help host hit his goal. Because I know this, when we do goals and tap the screen, it actually does help push him back into the algorithm. It's keeping him relevant. So please do what you can. Even if they're pagan, as long as every pagan knows a Christian, guys. I will even fucking bring Sydney up in here just so we can have a conversation. I know you hate debating him, but
Sydney's a rational human
man.
being, at least.
Let me see
I
if
guess
I
we'll
can
do
find
some
him.
trivia, and if we can't get anybody in here in a little bit, then we'll do a restart. So
Hells, baby. Even though Skits loves God.
thank
Like,
you, Last Unicorn. Thank you so much.
Sippy Cup is online right now. Hold on. Sippy Cup is a believer.
Sure, yeah.
Let me see if I
So
can get him in here.
here's a question for the chat, y'all. Thank you so much for the gifts, Goblin. I appreciate the rainbow controllers. I really do. And the poll is correct. Breezy is the goat. Goblin making it rain. Rainbow controllers. Happy Pride Month, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Breezy is
much.
the head goat.
Man, Dawn, thank you so much for the rainbow. I appreciate that. So here's our question, guys. To what set of books do the following books belong to? And here are three of the books. The book of Enoch, Baruch, and Esdras. Thank you, Don, for the rainbow. I appreciate that. Enoch, Baruch, and Esdras. What collection of books can we find these in?
Revelation?
Phoenix got it. The Apocrypha.
Oh, the Apocryphas.
That's
Okay.
right. The Apocrypha. Yeah, we got it. Let's see what else. Any good ones? Oh, this is good. Oh, thank you for whoever just sent that. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the rainbow. What was the name of King? Thank you, Last Unicorn. The name of King Ahab's wife. This is a famous individual. Who was the name of Ahab's wife?
Ahab's Sarah?
Jezebel. The blasphemous Billy Goat got it. Yes, Jezebel. You got it. Yeah. Jezebel, the most hated woman of the Bible. So hated, even the book of Revelation mentions her. Imagine being so hated. Someone said, Lizzie, imagine being so hated
I'm sorry.
that you become the enemy of an entire like ethnogenic people group and religion. It's crazy.
Can we switch Jezebel for Lizzie? No, let me stop. That's so mean.
I would take Jezebel.
I'm not like them.
I'll take Jezebel.
No, 1000%. But I wouldn't wish what she went through on anyone. That's just wrong.
Right. All right, here's the next question, guys. Oh, Omar says Lizabel. I like that one. Name the store city that the Israelites built in Egypt that has the same name as a pharaoh.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, name the store city that the Israelites built in Egypt that had the same name as a pharaoh. There were two cities that they built, two store cities. There you go, Jay Steele. It is Ramses, which was named after Ramses II. The other city was Pithom, which of course is another reason why we know that Moses didn't actually write this text. Because according to 2 Kings, was it 2 Kings or 1 Kings? Chapter 6, though, it says that, it must be 1 Kings, that Solomon began building the temple in the 480th year after Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt. And the temple began in 970, which makes the Exodus about 445 BCE, which is a bit of a problem. Because Ramses didn't exist until 200 years after that. So
I was about to
obviously,
say, so it would sound more like it would be Akhenaten.
yeah, actually, it would have been closer to Akhenaten. He wrote, like he lived in, was it 13th century BCE?
But it makes more sense too, Agapimo, because listen, Akhenaten was that type of pharaoh that thought he was a god, like above Amun-Ra.
Yeah.
That's why they called him the problematic pharaoh, the evil pharaoh.
Well, he also tried to introduce like a henotheistic form of polytheism,
Yes.
which had great pushback. In fact, there's a guy named Daniel Sarlo who did his PhD dissertation in Toronto. Eduardo, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. I appreciate that. Eduardo, Daniel Sarlo did his PhD dissertation on like sun god imagery found in the Old Testament, in the Bible. And he picks up on a lot of these particular points, and the crossover where, like, if a bunch of Semitic speaking people left Egypt and they were practicing a form of monotheism that also incorporated like sun worship, which that case could be made, then he's basically suggesting that, well, this could have been a product of actually being in Egypt under Akhenaten. But anyways, there's a lot there. The current hypothesis is that Yahwism originated near like where the Bedouins live now, which is basically where Moses met his wife and where his father was a priest in Midian, which was also the home of early Yahwism and metallurgy. There's a lot there. We'll talk about that later. Let's do some more
Sounds
trivia.
good to me. Sorry, I put you down the rabbit hole.
No, it's okay. Who accused the disciples of wrongdoing for picking and eating grain on the Sabbath day? Who accused, it should be actually Jesus and the disciples, of doing wrong by picking grain on the Sabbath day? Pharisees, that is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. All right. This is a good one. Which book of the Bible tells the story of overwhelming locust infestation?
Exodus? No.
Although Exodus could have been a good answer, actually, because that was one of the plagues. But there's another book that's more famous for talking about the locusts coming and destroying everything. I saw Revelation, and Revelation is almost there. Bina got it. It is Joel. Yes. The locust plague is in the book of Joel, is the most prominent feature of the book. But it is true, the locusts do make an appearance in other books like Exodus and the book of Revelation. So here's what I think we'll do, guys. We chased all the Christians off, or Lizzie did. Lizzie chased all the Christians off. So we'll just do a restart. I'll use the restroom real quick. I'll let the dog out, and we'll just do a restart, and we'll start all over again. Sound good?
Do you want to start on yeah, sounds good. Do you want to start on a different topic?
We could. What topic should we do?
I mean, you do have that one deliciously make topic, if you get my drift,
I
of
don't.
John and Jesus. No,
Oh
you
yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, I didn't do that one yet. That one's not quite ready, but I was hoping to have it ready by Sunday.
Okay. Then if that's the case, biblical abortion.
Numbers chapter 5.
Know, that
Yeah.
actually sounds, yeah.
All right, so we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the gifts, likes, and shares. But we got to get back into the algorithm. So we'll do a restart here, and then we'll be.
Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why.
All right, guys, we are back. We got a new topic loaded up. We should get a little bit of an algorithm push. Thank you for coming back, guys. We should get a little bit of algorithm push here and get some fresh meat into the kitchen. Thank you so much for being here, Lucifer. Good to see you. H, good to see you. Yes, I'm back. I'm back, guys. We're doing it. Last Unicorn, thank you so much. We are back. Colby, we are here. Yes, we're still going, Lindsay. We are still going. We just had to hit ourselves a restart and get a new algorithm push. Yeah, Lizzie's gone. She gone.
I was about to say, I'm here, baby, I'm here.
She stayed a little bit too long, but that happens every now and then. I really should limit that. Benny, thank you so much for the eyes. Timeless, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're going to try to get things going on this topic. I think we tried this topic once before. It went moderately well. I think this is the topic that Skits and I are going to start with on Sunday. Hetty, thank you so much for the star. Appreciate that. God is great. Sure he is. As long as great means like a bloodthirsty maniac who unalives innocent people at the
You
drop
know,
of a
now
hat.
that I have you here on Sunday, how are we going to go about this? Is it going to be on your page or Skits' page? And am I still going to be in the box? Or what's going to happen?
Well, we were going to do it here.
Okay.
But I don't actually know how we're going to do it yet. I think it's probably just going to be me and Skits up because we can do a three-way on here, but I don't know if we can do a four-way and still have a readable background. I'm not really
Not
sure
unless you have it to where like it's like this, like how it is right now with me,
right.
you, guess, and yeah.
And that is a possibility. I might just do it that way. So we'll see about that.
And a three-way between you and Skits? Is this Elysium?
Yeah.
It's late night, baby. You asked for it.
Mick, are you with us? Mick?
Hello.
Did they accidentally get up here? That's right, Omar. Words do mean words, as it turns out. I know. As long as you don't like them, though, you can just say that they're metaphors or they're poetic or anything to mean that they don't mean what they actually mean.
That's your interpretation.
Yeah, that... Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, well. Well, that guest couldn't connect. We'll try the next guest and see what we get.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, how you doing, Wojo?
I'm doing good, and you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool, yeah. Do you think that the Christian God is good?
Let's say I have a life and I say God has 6 feet. Prove me wrong. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so the question was, do you believe that the Christian God is good?
Yeah, the Christian God is good.
Cool, that's all you needed to say. Why do you think that the Christian God is good?
Because he died for me and he offers me like a better outlook in life because I don't have the life of an animal. You know, I come to earth, I eat and drink, and I die, and that's it.
So God is good because you like the life that you have.
Yes, I like the hope that I have.
So is God still good if you're born with childhood cancer and then you only live to the age of 6 and you suffer the whole time?
Now, what does God have to do with childhood cancer?
Well, I'm using your explanation. Your explanation for
What
why
is my
God is
explanation? Yes.
your explanation for why God is good is because of how you've been blessed in your life. But what about the people that are not blessed?
I didn't say how I've been blessed. I said because of the hope that he gave me. I don't have the destiny of an animal who comes
Hope of
and
what?
dies. Huh?
Thank
Hope
you,
of
Claudia.
eternal life. Hope of eternal life. So that's what I
Oh,
said.
so
Now,
God is good because you have the hope of eternal life.
right.
Do you think that it's
Now, hold
good?
on a second. No, you spoke about childhood cancer. What does God have to do with childhood cancer?
Who created the world in which cancer would be a reality?
But do you understand? I mean, so do you believe in God?
Yeah, we'll just try this again.
No,
Who
no, no, no.
created
Do you believe in God? So
who
God created
create
the world.
We'll start easy. Who created the world?
Who do you believe created the world? Do you believe
Who
that God created the world?
I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist. But how could you
I'm
ask me?
asking you
Uh-huh.
in your worldview, who created the world?
Oh, God.
Thank you. And did God create the world in such a way that childhood cancer could or would exist?
Now, if God would have created a perfect world, you would not have been talking about childhood disease.
Yeah, we're going to try this one more time. Yes or no questions require yes or no answers. If you feel like your yes or no needs an explanation, you can explain it. But your explanation comes after the answer to the question. So we'll just try again. Did your God create the world in a way in which childhood cancer either could or would exist? Yes or no?
No. Now,
He did. He
now,
didn't create the world.
I'm not saying he didn't create the world. He
So,
created the world, but you want to know,
so he did create the
did he
world.
create a perfect world to
That's not my
avoid cancer?
That's not my question.
What's your question?
Listen to my question.
Okay.
Did God create the world in a way in which cancer could exist?
No.
He did. We'll try it again. The answer is
No.
yes.
So
Did
this
God
is yes.
did God create the world? The answer is yes. The answer is yes every time.
So why is the answer yes?
God created the world, and he
Mhm.
created the world in a specific way. And the specific way that he created it is a way that allows for childhood cancer.
So how do you explain that? I mean,
Explain
you
what?
just make a statement that
No,
God created the. So you wanted God to create it. Oh, okay. You wanted God to create a world that was perfect.
no, I didn't say that
No,
at all.
no, no. Okay,
I
but
didn't
my
say
point
that at
is,
all.
hold on. But let me say something. Now, if God would have created a world where childhood cancer would not exist, you would not have been here to talking about it.
Yes, I would.
No, you would not, because there would be no cancer to talk about.
Yes, I could. So
No, no, no,
what
no.
would
Listen.
no,
If
you
there was
listen.
no cancer, if
I don't know why conversations are so difficult for Christians. So, I'm not saying that God needed to create the world that was perfect. Is it true, yes or no, that God could have created the world in a way in which childhood cancer did not exist? Did he have that ability, yes or no?
you do not understand the purpose of
I
mankind.
understand. Answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Did God have the ability to
Mm-hmm.
create the world without childhood cancer?
No,
He didn't, so he's not all powerful.
that's not that's not the idea. You have
Is
to
God all
understand.
powerful?
Listen, you
Is
have to
God all
do you
powerful?
understand what cancer
Is
is?
God all powerful?
That's not the idea.
Is God all powerful?
Do you
Is
understand
God all
mankind?
powerful? I'm going to ask until you answer. Is God all powerful? Yes or no? Really easy, yes or no. Is he all powerful? Yes or no?
And if you don't answer yes or no, we're just going to drop you and move on. We don't have time for games tonight.
No.
Yeah, I mean, if you mute me, you should be able to unmute me also.
No, we don't have that ability. You have to figure
So
that
who
one on
mute
your
me?
own. You have the free will to unmute yourself.
Ah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
what is the answer to the question?
What is the question?
Is God all powerful? I said it 10
Of course,
times.
God is all powerful.
Okay,
Man.
so then
Okay.
God had the ability. Who just said shut up,
He did
Hanji?
not. He did not.
All right, hold on. I gotta block somebody real quick. Oh, there you go, Michael. That's what you get for telling Hanji to shut up. You're now blocked. Okay, so did God have the capability to create the world without cancer?
No.
Okay, so then he's not all powerful.
If you want to say that.
But that's literally by definition what that means. If there's something that God is unable to do, then by definition, he is not all powerful.
To your comprehension, because there is something you don't comprehend.
By definition.
No. There is something you don't comprehend.
Okay, try again. What does the phrase all powerful mean?
All powerful mean God could destroy this earth and do it over again.
Wrong. What does the phrase what does the phrase all powerful mean? Try again.
God can destroy you as you're speaking now.
Incorrect. Try a third time. What does the phrase all powerful mean? Think very slowly. There are two words, all and powerful.
God can part waters and have you.
Well, you tried. You tried.
Okay.
For those who don't know how English works, the phrase all powerful means all powerful. Means there's nothing that you cannot do. I don't know why that was so hard. How you doing, Brad?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Every time I join a live, it gets a little quiet for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, it might just be a delayed connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Anyway, I'm a born-again Christian.
Cool. Do you think that the biblical God is good?
Absolutely. I honestly think good is an understatement.
Cool.
Maybe we don't even have a word for how nothing can be gooder, even though that's not a word.
Yes, I'm sure. How do you know if somebody is good or bad?
That's a big part of my being born again, is that, isn't it funny how throughout my whole life you just kind of know, don't you? Like if you see someone get hit by a car, that's bad, right? You just know it is. That's bad. Someone gets saved.
So how do you know if a person is good or bad?
I don't. I'm a human. Only God knows. That's God's job. He judges us. He judges our heart at the end.
Was Stalin bad?
In my opinion, yes.
Why?
But the atrocities he committed.
Okay, so a bad person is somebody who does terrible things.
By definition, right? But
yeah,
it's more complicated.
That's how definitions work. I know.
It's a scale, though. You know,
I'm aware.
Yes, it's a little more complicated.
Okay, fantastic. So a bad person does bad things, and a good person does good things. Right?
When a person is doing good things, they are being a good person. I don't know if there's a single person. Actually, I'm pretty sure there's not a single person other than Jesus on this planet who has ever existed who has not done both good and bad. I don't believe that a good person. You asked me, a good person does good things and a bad person does bad things. I don't believe that person exists. Not a bad person and not a good person. We all do bad things. We all do good things. Am I wrong?
Completely irrelevant. So we know if somebody is good or bad by their fruits. The Bible says that, correct?
I do not recall that.
Okay. So we know
I'm strictly New Testament. Was that from the Old Testament?
No.
Oh.
Okay. So we know if somebody is good or bad based on their actions and their behavior and their character and the fruit that they produce. That's easy enough. Now, I'm not saying that a good person always does good. And I'm not saying that a bad person always does bad. I'm saying, generally speaking, we can determine what is good or bad based on the actions that they're taking, right?
As a Christian, I'm not allowed to judge a person, but yes, I believe that God will judge a person on their actions and determine whether they are good or bad. But I
Fantastic.
myself, I'm not God. I'm not going to do that.
Fantastic. So does God only do good since he is all good?
God is all good for creating this world and creating us.
Nope. Try again. Does God only do good?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Awesome. So can we agree then that God is good because he only does good?
That makes sense, yes.
Right? That makes perfect sense.
Math
Now,
and math's up.
yeah, I think I'm with you on that one. We agree the math is mathing. Now, here's why this particular argument is on my background, because I can see instances where God does bad. Would you like me to read you some instances?
Sure.
Yeah. One of those is in 2 Kings 23, 2 Kings 2:23 through 25, when God carries out a curse for Elisha. Says that Elisha went from there to Bethel, and while he was going along the way, some little children came out of the city and made fun of him, saying, "Go away, Baldy, go away, Baldy." He turned around and saw them, and he cursed them in the name of Yahweh. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. Do you think that the appropriate punishment for children making fun of a bald man is to unalive them with bears?
When it comes to stories of the Bible, I believe, and I mean, you're taking that was merely maybe a sentence or two of the story. I believe it wasn't a punishment as much as a lesson to be taught to his creation to us, for us to learn that the Bible, it's a blessing, it's his word.
So the boys that got mauled by bears, they weren't punished.
They were part of God's plan, a lesson to be taught to his children, to us, to me, to you.
Would you sick bears on your children if they made fun of somebody's bald head?
Absolutely not.
Why?
I'm not God.
So?
The people being sicked by the bear are not my creation to have mauled.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is according to the Bible, this is an appropriate response. If it wasn't an appropriate response, God would not have allowed it to happen.
I wouldn't say he allowed it to happen. Didn't you say he made it happen?
Yeah, he
That's
did.
your argument, right? He's not good. He made it happen.
No,
everything
I agree.
Everything
Yeah.
that happens, he makes happen.
Yes, all blessings and cursings come from God.
So, in this Holy Testament, this was all part, as is everything, part of his plan, and it was a lesson for us. That's why it's in the New Testament.
Okay, so it's good when God does it, but it's bad when you do it.
Yes, I'm not God. I'm his creation.
Okay, so just make sure I hear you correctly. It's good when God uses disproportional punishment, but it's bad when humans do it.
I disagreed with him with it being a punishment. It's a lesson.
Yeah, but it is a punishment because 42 of the boys got torn apart by bears.
He created those 42 boys to be torn apart by bears.
I know, which is gruesome. Like, would you have children for the only purpose of having them to be destroyed by bears?
I wouldn't, but I mean, Jesus.
Do you think that God punishes people justly?
I don't think God punishes anybody. I know God doesn't punish anybody. He gave us free will.
Thank you, user, for the hearts. That's actually where I was going. Next, we're going to go to Romans chapter 9. Are you aware that according to Romans chapter 9, Ephesians chapter 1, and Revelation chapter 13, and others, that God actually is the one who determines if people are going to heaven and hell? It also agrees with Jesus. Jesus said that no man comes to me unless the Father has already drawn them.
Yeah, I believe I said that earlier, didn't I? That's why I said I can't judge good or bad. That's God. That's God's job. He created us like some kind of sick little experiment. He
I
gave
agree.
us the free will.
Well, no, he didn't give
And
us free will.
oh, absolutely. That's the whole.
Oh, no, definitely not. Because in Romans chapter 9, Paul explicitly says the opposite. It says it depends not upon human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy.
That's where it gets complicated because as I talk about God's plan, for instance, the 42 children mauled by bears, it is all God's plan.
I agree, yeah.
And how can it all be God's plan and us also have free will at the same time?
Yeah, because they're vessels of wrath, according to Romans chapter 9.
I have a theory that and scientists have been saying this lately, we as humans cannot understand the concept of time. So God is all powerful, all knowing, the beginning and the end, but he and his plan happen outside of time, kind of all at once.
Brad, do you think that every human being was knit in their mother's womb?
I'm sorry, knit in their mother's womb?
Yeah,
that sounds biblical.
Yeah.
Can you translate that into modern?
Do you think, as Paul says in the book of Romans, that God is the potter who designs the clay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That's why he says in verse 19, will you indeed, a human being, argue with God? Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why did you make me like this? So we are the way we are because God made us, right?
Yes, it's all part of his plan.
Right.
It all
Yeah.
works together.
Right.
There's
Yeah. So God created those boys. He predestined those boys, and then he gave them a horrible, horrible fate because his predestination for those boys is what matters, not their free will.
I would argue that those were probably some really good hearted, really good, very innocent boys. And God loves us. And like I said, and I'll say it again, I think this is the third time, God doesn't punish. When those boys got mauled to death, this world is terrible, honestly. And if those boys grew up, they probably would have went through maybe even worse for longer. But he took them.
How would they go through worse?
How? For poverty, starvation. Who knows? Maybe they get trapped in a sand ditch, maybe bit by a scorpion and slowly die.
Why would you assume? Why would you assume that all of these boys would just have horrible lives?
Well, especially back then. I'm just saying it's possible. It's possible that they could have gone on to have worse lives. What I'm saying is when he had
every Israelite was living in poverty.
No, I said it's extremely possible that they could have gone on. It's a possibility they could have gone on to have even worse lives. But in him having them killed, it's not a punishment. He is taking them home to him because
mercy.
he loves them.
It was
they
mercy.
are good.
Oh, right, yeah. So
exactly.
Is being mauled by bears merciful? If he was being merciful, don't you think he should have either just clicked his fingers and had him die painlessly or not have him born at all?
I'm not God. I don't understand his plan, but from my understanding, because it's in the Bible, I believe it was on purpose. The book is a blueprint. It was a lesson for the rest of us who might not have been as good-hearted. I believe if they died like that and it was his part of his plan, they were probably good-hearted, ready to go to heaven boys, and he took them home. Death is never pretty.
So, do you think that being mauled by bears is mercy or punishment?
I think it was their death was mercy, and being mauled by
But the
bears was a lesson for
okay,
us, for you,
so
and for me.
the bears were a punishment, but the death was
I
mercy.
never said there's no God's not punishing any. The death is mercy. The bears were a lesson for
The
you
bears were a
and for me.
punishment.
The bears were a lesson for
The
you and for
bears
me.
were a punishment.
Oh, well, we just disagree there then.
No, that's just factually true. They did a thing, and then they were punished for that thing.
Teaching that, is that not how you teach a lesson?
Every single punishment that has ever existed in all of humanity has been a learning experience. But that doesn't make it not a punishment.
Oh, okay, fair.
That's why for a long time people got executed on death row. It was a lesson, a warning to others. Don't do this.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
Yes, but death row was still a punishment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the bears, whether you think it was a warning to others or not, was still a punishment, right?
There.
Fantastic. Do you think that the punishment that they received is fitting to the crime?
Now again, it's on. Do I think the punishment was fitting to the crime? Oh, well, in my opinion, of course not. I would never stick a bear on a child because he called a man a baldy. Oops.
Yeah, and that's one of many reasons why we would say that God is not good, because he deals crimes or punishments to people that don't fit the crime.
But that's not my child. It's God's.
It doesn't matter whose child it is. The
He
punishment
owns
simply
them. He
the
created
punishment simply doesn't fit the crime. Do you think that children should be punished for the crimes of their parents?
No.
God does. God says he visits the iniquity of the father upon the children. Thank you, last unicorn. Upon the children and the children's children into the third and the fourth generation.
Well, you're just a human. God is God and he's perfect. So, and I would assume from God's perspective, well, I don't assume, it says it in the Bible, we are all born in sin. We are, as soon as we're born, we're already sinners.
Right, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking you, is it appropriate to punish children for the sins of their parents?
It's not appropriate for a human to.
Okay, so more special pleading. It's good when God does it, but it's bad when we do it?
I absolutely believe that.
Why?
Because I believe in his plan.
Why?
Well, that's a deep, you're getting real deep now. That's spiritual. I feel it because, I mean, I have a lot of it. I could spend a half an hour telling you why. Oh, jeez.
All right, so we're not going to do that. The fact of the matter is, though, the God that is described in the Bible doesn't sound good to me, because every time we look at some of the things that he does, people always tell me, oh, that's not good. That's not a good thing when we do it, but somehow it's good when God does it. For example, do you think it's a good thing that women should be sexually assaulted for the crimes of their husband?
Is that Old Testament or New Testament?
It's irrelevant. God does it.
See, because I have this.
It's just yes or no, Brad. Do you think it's a good thing that women should be sexually assaulted to pay for the crimes of their husbands?
Nope.
Right. And why is that? Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Lizard, for sending out the 2 subbies. I appreciate that.
Oh,
guys, we're nearing 800 subbies, aren't we?
We are, my love.
Because it's that's bad.
It is, yes, because a woman should never have to pay for the crimes of her husband, especially not in such an absolutely barbaric method. Right?
Of course.
Because it's not just to punish somebody for somebody else's crimes, right?
I agree.
Cool, fantastic. So we can agree on that. So is it good when God does it?
when God punishes. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah,
So
when God
someone else pay for someone else's crimes.
Yeah, so
See,
in 2 Samuel 12, when God tells David's wives that he's going to have Bella, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. When God tells David that he's going to have his wives raped as a punishment for his sin, was that a good thing?
no, and that's why I said earlier.
There you go. Timeless, thank you for sending out 5 subbies. W
Samuel
Timeless.
is from the Old Testament, and I will say, God forgive me. In the entire Old Testament, I agree, God was an asshole, and that's the whole. God forgive me for saying that, but
We agree.
that's the whole purpose of Jesus. Now, when you talk about the word of Jesus Christ, there you will not find anything bad. That man, 100% perfect.
Well, that's debatable.
Absolute definition of perfection.
Do you think that Jesus is God?
Yes, I know he is. Yes.
Okay, but you just said that God was an asshole.
In the Old Testament.
Okay, so Jesus is God. God is an asshole. Jesus is an asshole.
Okay, can you be an asshole and then change your mind and become good? That's what God did. He created us. He saw that we were bad. He wiped us out.
Yeah,
he was an
Bones,
asshole.
Thank you, Bones.
Something changed in his heart.
Listen, I'll give him a win for calling Yahweh an asshole. That
Yeah,
was
for
rightfully
sure.
deserved.
Brad, do you have any daughters?
I have a son.
Sure. If your son said to you, "Hey, I'm thinking about dating this girl," but like I don't know, 5 years ago she like went on a rampage and killed a bunch of people, would you say, "Well, I don't know, she's different now," or would you be like, "Yeah, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't date her"?
I'd probably tell him not to date her.
Yeah, Last
She's
Unicorn,
not
thank you for the
God.
sub.
She's human.
Yeah, because she did some horrible things, right? So
Yeah.
just saying that like God had a change of heart, I don't think saves his reputation. He did horrible things.
Yeah, so did we.
So, well, we're not questioning whether or not humans are good. We're questioning whether or not God is good. And by his actions, it sounds like he's not good.
But if you think about it and that's great that you brought up, like, do you have a daughter? How would you treat your child? You know what you want to do with your child is you want to teach them. You want to teach them lessons. And yeah, he was an asshole. And he had to be because his creation was brand new and his creation, us, didn't know anything. He had to teach us. And it was hard lessons that had to be learned. And he saw that we were not good. He restarted, and he did it right with Jesus by separating himself, by basically humbling himself into man form. That's why I believe Jesus is God. He humbled himself. His son is him in human form.
The Trinity is a separate topic. I don't know if we want to get into it tonight. The Trinity is incoherent, illogical nonsense.
I disagree, but yeah.
I'll just demonstrate real quick. You believe that Jesus is God, right?
I know he is, yes.
Right, and the Holy Spirit is God too, right?
I believe the Holy Spirit is the connection between us, his children, and God, yeah. Which we are part of him too, so we are God.
According to the Trinity, if Jesus is God, the Holy Spirit is also God, right?
Yeah, we are God. We are the connection, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus is God, the humbled form amongst men, and God is God.
Yes. So when God's Spirit does something, is it appropriate to say God did something?
Yes.
If God did something, is it appropriate to say Jesus did something?
Yes.
Awesome. So when the Holy Spirit knocked up...
you got me there.
Yeah, when the Holy Spirit knocked up Mary, is it safe to say that Jesus knocked up his mother?
Yes.
That's a violation of Levitical law, if I've ever heard it.
Yeah,
Chapter 18.
You got me on.
You walked into that one. Thank you, Timeless.
Darn it.
Yeah, that was a good one. So anyways, the Trinity is a fun side topic. We don't have to go there tonight, though. So anyways, the fact of the matter is, like, I can just go over and over again to the Bible and see, like, all these occasions where God is not good. And it just leads me to believe that, I don't know, God's not good. You know, like, do you think it's okay to like go to war against your neighbor, a neighbor that has never um, gone to war against you, and then just to unalive all the men and kidnap the women?
No.
But God says it's okay. He says when you go to war, Timeless, thank you for sending out 5 subbies. W Timeless. W Timeless. Thank you so much. God says when you go to war, you can actually just execute all the men, and then you can take as your booty the women, children, and livestock.
I did read that. The Bible does say that.
Yeah.
Pretty hard lesson to learn. There's got to be some kind of lesson there.
I think the lesson is that God is a monster. That's what I'm getting out of this. So he allows children to pay for their parents' crimes. He punishes women with rape for their husbands' crimes. He says that you can
Grape, baby, grape.
Sorry,
grape.
yeah. He says
Thank you, Timeless.
Thank you, Timeless. Thank you, Malik. He says that you can capture women and make them your war bride. He also says, we haven't talked about this in a long time, in Deuteronomy 25. What happens if a woman is married and her husband is unalived, according to God? What are you supposed to do if you're the woman?
I'm not sure. Like I focus on the New Testament.
Right. According to God, if your husband passes away, it's your responsibility to marry your husband's brother. You don't actually have consent. You must marry. It says when brothers reside together and one of them is unalived and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger, because the woman's consent is not as important as the inheritance of the family line, the
Thank you,
inheritance of
Timeless,
property.
for the $6.66 on Cash App. Is she making it rain? Win,
Yeah,
Timeless.
W Timeless. W Timeless. Thank you so much.
It just sounds, again, like another tough lesson to be learned. Now, we are just his creation. Without him teaching us, we don't know. And
what's the lesson?
Probably about something about the holiness of matrimony and how, I mean, just look at America today and how it's just a complete joke. Why do people even get married? Just they get divorced the next week.
No, the
It's
lesson,
not what it was meant to be. The lesson is
the instruction is not about marriage. The instruction is what to do when your husband passes away.
Yes. What do you do when your husband passes away? And what's the solution?
The solution is that if you didn't have a son,
when you remain in the family. Do not abandon the family you married into. I feel like
Lori,
I
thank
think
you for the 5 subbies. Thank you so much, Lori. W Lori.
Sounds like a lesson to me.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the lesson is, because the only lesson I can figure out is that the lesson is that a woman's consent is not as important as inherited property.
Not after she's married.
Right. So can we agree then? We might be able to agree. According to the Bible, the lesson that we have here is that women's consent is not as valuable as men's properties.
After marriage, yes.
Oof.
I agree.
That's a tough one. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, at least you're honest with it. Let's go to another one. Let's talk about Satan. What do you know about Satan?
I honestly wanted to say something on that last subject. Justin, let's say hypothetically me and you were married and it was around the biblical ages, right? I would unalive myself before I got passed down to your brother.
I got 4 of them. Oh, 3 of them. Sorry, I got 4 sisters, 3 brothers.
I don't give a damn. I'm going with you. I'm meeting you in the Elysium, baby. I'm coming.
I find that very admirable, actually.
Yeah, that is admirable, isn't it, Brad?
You're a lucky guy. Oh, wow. You're a lucky guy.
So, Brad, let's talk about one more topic, then I'm going to move to the next guest and try to keep things moving. Satan, that's one of God's creations, right?
Yes, and it's his first one.
Well, that's debatable, but either way, he did create Satan. Satan didn't create himself. Excuse me, he didn't create himself, right?
Satan did not create himself.
Right, okay. And God is all-knowing, correct?
Yes.
So he did know what Satan was going to do before he created Satan.
Yes.
Cool. Did God have the option to not create Satan?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here, the facts on the ground seem to be that God knew Satan was going to be awful before he created Satan. He had the option to not create Satan, and he chose to create Satan in the first place, despite the fact that he wasn't necessary. This, to me, sounds terrible.
It is terrible. But God, for all this to work, for life to exist, for us to be here in this debate happening right now, we have to have free will. And in order for us to have free will, there has to be good and evil. So the first thing, even before Jesus, the first thing God did was create Satan. He dropped a son off, sent him to hell, and said, "You, my most trusted son, the morning star, will have the honor and privilege of ruling over the depths of hell."
Okay, so
And Satan hated that. And God knew he would hate that.
Right. So let's try this again. Is Satan required for anything?
He is required for us to have free will.
I don't think so at all.
Well, God is in my argument, God is only good, right? So if there's only God, there's only good. In order to have free will, you have to have good and evil. There has to be a choice. So God had to create Satan.
Yeah, is our humankind, are we all good? Thank you, Satan, for the hearts.
We are all sinners.
So we're not all good, right?
Absolutely not, no.
Right, okay. Thank you so much, Lizard, for the heart tower. That was
is
awesome.
beautiful.
W Bitch Lizard. That's fantastic. I've never seen that before.
Such a win name, by the way.
That's
Bitch
a big old win. I agree. That's a big old win.
I agree.
Even the Christians agree. Bitch Lizard is a great name.
Yeah.
So, I'm starting to like this guest. I mean, minus the horrible things that he believes, but I like you as a person. So anyways, in the book of James, it says that no one when tempted should say that I'm being tempted by God, because God cannot tempt by evil, and he himself tempts nobody, but one is tempted by one's own desires, being lured and enticed by it. And when desire has conceived, it engenders sin. So anyways, so I think we agree that we can sin without Satan, because sin is within our nature. Paul literally says that our flesh is sinful.
We are born into sin, yes.
That's right. So was Satan required for that? Thank you, Satan, for the hand hearts.
Satan was before us.
Sammy, thank you for the happy Friday. Yeah, but is Satan required for humans to be sinful?
Yes.
How?
We were created in God's image. God is only good. We could only choose good.
But no.
So we won't have free will.
No, we couldn't only choose good.
Of course, if we're created in God's image and God is only good, then we are only going to be good.
If we were only good, then we wouldn't have chose bad.
We didn't. That's my exact point. You can't choose anything if you can only be good. That's why Satan is necessary for free will. There has to be good and evil to choose between.
Yeah, but if mankind was perfectly good, then in the face of temptation, they would have chose good instead of bad.
But the devil already existed before that.
Yes.
But
But
we had the choice.
Yes, I know. But in your worldview, humanity chose using their own free will to sin, correct?
We're born sinners. We don't even.
Yes. And why are we born sinners?
Because sex is a sin.
Well, that's one description. Yes, according to the Bible, that's one of the reasons why original sin happens. But I don't want to get sidetracked on that. So, but sin happens within our own hearts. Does Satan make us sin?
I believe so. Yeah, it's Satan. It's
Satan,
not God, so
if
it's going to be Satan, right? Or no, it's us. No, we have free will. We choose.
Thank you. Yes,
We choose
we
to be.
choose. Yes, we choose. So
Yes.
Satan is not forcing anybody to sin. We are sinning on our own
Oh no, Satan
accord.
can't force
Right.
anyone.
Okay. So if we sin on our own accord, based on our own desires, born within our own heart, then do we need Satan to sin?
Yes.
So we'll try again. If we have the ability to sin on our own, and sin is born within our own heart, then can we sin without Satan?
It's because of Satan that we have sin in our heart, and we can choose to sin.
So sin, temptation only exists because Satan lives in all of our hearts.
Because Satan exists, yes.
But does he live in all of our hearts?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so how is he causing us to sin?
Yes, you could say it that way. Okay, so all the like I love the fact that you use the word temptation. Temptation is a physical thing on earth. Like, what are you tempted by? Money, all these sinful things. Those are the devil's creation. God didn't put money on the world, the devil did. You know, the devil runs things down here on earth, obviously. Right?
Do you think that the devil's omnipresent?
I'm sorry. I hate to make myself sound ignorant, but omnipresent?
Do you think the devil can be everywhere at once?
I don't know for sure, but that sounds about right.
Sure. So you literally believe that Satan has the same attributes as God. He can be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
Do you think that all of God's angels can be everywhere at once?
I don't know, but it sounds right.
So all of the angels are omnipresent.
I'm not sure. Never thought about it. Not even sure. I'm only on my third time reading the New Testament. I'm not sure even if I remember the Bible saying anything about that.
Sure.
That's a good question.
Sure. So just to understand your viewpoint, you think the reason why mankind is tempted is only because an omnipresent devil is living in our hearts?
What about demon? I think I'm not sure about the omnipresence. Maybe the devil's down there and he's sending out. I think the story goes, he sends out his demons, evil spirits out, and
Sure.
he has an army.
So is it your belief that either Satan or Satan and his demons are inside of all of our hearts, causing us to be tempted?
I think they're outside of our hearts, causing us to be tempted. Yeah.
How does that work?
Easy with money. There's a million infinite ways he can manipulate your free will to choose bad over good.
Okay. So the temptation is external, not internal.
I think so. I know, so I see it. I mean, I see money. It's physical. It's real. Drugs, things that. Yeah.
Did Satan invent money?
No, God did. God invented all of. Well, no. God invented the world. We invented. Yeah, Satan invented money. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Actually, yeah.
Did Satan invent cattle and goats?
Nope.
You know that in the biblical time, cattle and goats were money.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The devil invented that. The devil had something to do with that. God would have had it just be all free for everyone. Of course, he's great, magnificent. But the devil got into people's heads and said, "Well, you could get 2 goats for one if you did." That was the devil.
So was the devil also inside of the disciples?
I'm telling you, I didn't say that the devil's not inside of anyone. Jesus is inside of everyone. The devil's not inside of us. The devil is on earth trying to manipulate us down here, so we can't go to heaven.
Can people that have Jesus living inside of them be tempted?
Yes.
Is God
Jesus
causing...
himself was tempted by the devil.
Do you believe that when Jesus was in the desert with the devil being tempted, that the devil was elsewhere tempting everybody else in the planet?
I've never given that any thought. And how would I know that?
I think you're giving attributes to the devil that he doesn't have. I don't think that the devil's that powerful. When the Bible says that the devil is is prowling on the earth, and in the book of Job it says he's going to and fro upon the earth, I think that implies that he's not omnipresent, that he actually does have a physical existence of some nature that he's limited to. He has like a limited material nature.
You're the one who keeps saying omnipresent. I'm saying yes, he is a physical nature, and he must be having an army of demons. Okay. I mean, he's the ruler of the underworld. He's got all the souls that didn't make it upstairs.
Right. Yeah. So in James, when James says that your desire to do evil comes from within your own heart, if Satan or his demons are not literally in your own heart causing you to have those temptations, then I am led to believe by logic that we sin because we have the capacity to sin already in our own flesh, which is why
the Bible says that. Absolutely.
Okay, so we've come all the way full circle. So we can sin without Satan because our flesh itself has the ability to sin because our flesh is weak.
Well, the word ability, we have the ability, but it's not without Satan that we can choose to initiate that ability.
But we can, because Satan cannot be tempting everybody all at once on the entire planet.
No, he uses demons.
All right, so is it your contention that there are literally billions of demons, like one demon assigned to every person, causing them to be tempted all the time?
Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I mean, think there's
Not at all.
Well, listen to me.
Where did all the demons come from?
Dead asshole sinners.
He got it half right because I was just about to say my ass, but
I have a habit of, I've been trying so hard. I have a habit of getting canceled. This is day one of me being able to even request a live again after the 34 counts of felony charges. Why are you still voting for Trump?
Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. We're not.
We don't go down another.
Yeah, we're not. This is not about that. Okay. So do people, are people tempted because of the desires in their heart, or are people tempted because Satan and his billions of demons?
That Satan and the billions of demons.
Awesome. Can you show me in the Bible where it says that?
Yes, but I mean, I don't have the Bible with me. And, I mean, I don't want to, because it's alive. I don't want to, I'd have to sit here and think.
Because Ephesians 2 says that all of us once lived, Ephesians 2:3 says all of us once lived among them in the passions of our own flesh, doing the will of the flesh. So our own flesh nature by itself has its own passion and will, and the passion and
Thank you for the jellyfishies. They're so cute. Oh, Justin, you like my background, my love?
I can't really make it out, to be honest.
It's you when
Oh
I was
God.
praying to Zeus.
Oh, fantastic. Praise Zeus.
What's What's the little blue thing up in the corner that I only got like 16, and now like look, you got one. Yours just keeps going up. One. Oh, it's going up more than I'm talking about it.
Those are
1.56,000.
yeah, those are gifts. So people send gifts to people. Anyways, listen.
Tiny.
I knew that. I didn't know that's what that was.
Right. So basically, back at the bar, what I'm suggesting here is, according to the Bible, the reason why we sin is because of our sin nature, not because of the devil.
See, but I guess I got to backtrack. Yes, but and no, because yes, it's because of our sin nature, but we are only capable of having a sin nature because there is a devil. We can't choose evil if there is no evil. So God had to create evil.
No, we can. So when
how do you choose something that doesn't exist?
Well, you don't have to choose evil. Evil is not a thing that exists. You just have to do the wrong thing, right? So, for example, thank you, Bitch Lizard, for the rainbow. When Eve
I love that name.
It's such a good name. Thank you, Don. When Eve chose the fruit, what happened right before she chose it? It says that she
was told not to.
It says that she saw the fruit, and she saw that it was good to eat and good to make one wise. So, oh, hold on.
What am I holding on?
Sorry, I had to. My live was asking me to confirm that I was still live.
Oh.
So it says that she saw that the fruit was good to eat and that it was good to make one wise. The temptation to eat the fruit was within her own heart.
Yeah, I've already said that the devil was created before we were.
I'm aware, but the temptation to eat the fruit was already in her own heart.
Yeah.
That's why she desired it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do not need the devil to have desires to sin.
This is going in circles. I said the devil was created before us.
Yes, I'm aware, but the devil was not acting on her behalf. The devil was not in her heart.
But she didn't have
the desire to eat the fruit. The desire to eat the fruit was in her heart.
It's called free will.
Yes. And she had the free will according to you, and she used the desire within her own heart to make the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Right. So the desire to sin was already in her heart.
Yes.
So I'm going to read you a passage. It's the most famous passage on this. It's about how the sin comes from our own flesh. Romans chapter 7.
Oh, the New Testament.
Yeah, we know that the law is spiritual, but I am of the flesh, sold into slavery under sin. I do not understand my own actions, for I do not do what I want, but I do the very thing that I hate. Now, if I do what I do not want, I agree that the law is good, but in fact, it is no longer I who do the sin, but the sin that dwells in me. For I know that the good does not dwell in me, that is, in my flesh. For the desire to do good lies close at hand, but not the ability. For I do not do the good that I want, but the evil that I do not want is what I do. Now, if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I that do it, but the sin that dwells in me. So Paul is suggesting...
Thank you, Joe Blow, for the new subby. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the subby. So again, Paul is suggesting that sin and temptation, all of this thing lives inside of us. It is part of our flesh.
Absolutely.
Right,
The
which
Bible
means
says that, yeah.
we do not need the devil to sin.
My argument is that that wouldn't be possible without. Yeah, no, okay. I agree. Yeah, you got me there.
Unless
Okay.
the devil is in our flesh, we do not need the devil.
Well, no, yeah, that's true. Yep.
Okay, so now we kind of come all the way back to why I brought this topic up. The devil is unnecessary, right?
There has to be good and evil in order for free will to make
The
sense.
sin is in our flesh.
It's confusing, isn't it? Only God knows.
Is the devil necessary?
I think the devil is necessary for free will.
It's not. We'll try again.
Good and evil.
Sin is already in our own flesh. So we do not need the devil to sin. So we'll try again. Is the devil necessary?
I don't think you... All right, let me try to make a analogy, maybe.
All right, Brad, I don't think we're going to get anywhere because we've lost like 150 people during this conversation.
Oh, really? I suck. Sorry. All right, next person.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Anyways,
this was fun, though.
I had fun talking to you. Actually, I really had a good time, to be honest. All right. Thank you for being here, Brad. Come back anytime, man.
Love it.
Cheers. Great guy. I like Brad, actually. I know the conversation started to get circular there, but...
I don't like his answers because they were kind of, oh, thank you, Timeless. Because, they were kind of, red flag. But he was able to answer the questions.
There were some tough ones in there about women being punished for the crimes of their husbands. Whew.
But, it's like he said, Justin, you're a lucky man.
You know what? Never dip your pen in the company ink. That's my motto. Connie, thank you for
Tiny. Rar.
Thank you so much for the hat. Connie, how you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, I didn't know if you guys could hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, Cain is
Thank you,
Satan's
Lizard.
son.
Wait, say that you said Cain is Satan's son?
That's what happened in the garden.
I'm going to need a citation for that.
Read it in the serpent. People say, oh, that wasn't Satan. Yeah, it was. That's another name for Satan.
No, I need the citation for Cain being a son of the devil.
Well, it says she took of... Okay. Let me
Yes. Are you driving?
Hear me?
Yes.
No. I'm just sitting in my car at work on break.
Oh, okay. Just needed to be sure. Tiny. Rar.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a whole thing to where you can go into the genealogy of Satan and Cain, and it's not.
Where can I find the genealogy of Satan?
Well, you can look it up.
Which book?
No, you'll have to look it up on my preacher's page, and he gives them.
I don't know who your preacher is, and I'm sure his page doesn't say what you think it says.
Oh, it does.
Satan doesn't have a genealogy, and you want to know why?
Go on.
Because he doesn't have a wife and children.
Have you ever read about the Canaanites?
I'm familiar with the Canaanites, yes.
Okay, that's the bloodline of Satan.
That's incorrect.
There's Canaanites and Kenites. There's two different ones.
The Canaanites and the Kenites are two different people. One is a good bloodline and one is a bad bloodline, but neither one of them are the offspring of Satan.
Yes, they are. It's Cain's.
No, incorrect. Show me in the Bible where Cain is the literal offspring of Satan.
I don't have the Bible with me right now.
Well, you're making claims that you cannot back up.
Well, check it out yourselves.
I have. I've read the Bible many times. Cain is the son of who in the Bible? Do you know who?
Satan. Cain
Nope.
is Satan.
Try again.
That's not Adam's.
It was Adam. It was Adam.
That's why it wasn't a piece of fruit.
It was Adam. Genesis 4:1. Now Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. Pretty clear. What does it mean that Eve knew her husband and bore a son?
No, I guarantee. No, I'll have to look it up, but I will
Yeah,
fight.
look it up and come back, okay?
Yep, I will.
All right, see it. That was one of the craziest claims I've ever heard about the Bible. I got to be honest. That was something
Speaking
special.
of the Bible, Nick read me something that I really want to get this Bible just because it has it in there. And I think it's the SBL. I could be wrong. But basically, during Revelation, it was saying that Jesus was the morning star. Who do we know as the morning star?
Yeah, so Revelation, I know the reference. It's basically a polemic against Isaiah chapter 14. Because the question is, the morning star was always the brightest star of the morning, which was personified as the most powerful deity. And so when Revelation says that Jesus is the bright morning star, he's basically just saying that Jesus is supreme. I don't think he's literally saying that Jesus and Lucifer were identical. I know. C9, welcome in.
What's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm gonna just say I'm a new Christian,
Oh
and
boy.
you probably have more knowledge than me, but I'm gonna just say whatever comes to my mind, I guess.
Sure, that's fair. So I assume you believe that the biblical God is all good, right?
Of course.
Do you think that if he's all good, that he can do bad?
No, I don't think so.
No, he can't do bad. Do you think that an all good God can give bad laws?
Well, I think we live in a fallen world.
Right, but do you think that an all good God can give bad laws?
Yeah.
What if he says that those laws are good and that you should follow them forever? Thank you, Grandma's cat. I appreciate that. Oh, that wasn't to me. Well, thank you anyways. Are you aware that when he gives the law to Moses, he says to follow this all the days that you live on the earth? And he says, do not forget the Lord your God by failing to keep these commandments.
Say that one more time.
When God gives the laws, he says to follow the laws all the days that you live on the earth. And he says, be sure not to forget the Lord your God by failing to keep these commandments.
Was that in the Old Testament though?
Yeah, that's where the laws were given.
But the laws are changed now with the new one.
Yeah, we'll try this again. God said to follow the laws all the days that you live on the earth. How many days are that?
Until you die?
Until who dies?
Well, if you're talking to Moses, then Moses, but...
No, he's talking to the Israelites. Are the Israelites still in existence?
Yes and no.
Yes, they are in existence. Cool. So when he tells the Israelites to follow the commands all the days that you live on the earth, and they're still living on the earth, are we to assume that that means that they should still be following the laws?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think so.
Great. And the laws are supposed to be good for you. That's why he says in Deuteronomy 12:28, be careful to observe all of these words that I'm commanding you today, so that it might go well with you and with your children forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So by doing the law of God, you are doing what is good and right, correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Okay. So can we agree then, if God gives a law, then he is saying that that is objectively good and right?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. So would you like to read a couple laws with me and tell me if you think that these are objectively good laws?
Sure.
Awesome. Fantastic. This is about to get really exciting. Leviticus 25:44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Moreover, the sons of strangers who dwell among you, you may buy, and from their families who are with you, who have been born into your land, they may be your property, and you may keep them as a possession for your children after you forever, for them to inherit as property.
But isn't that in the Old Testament though? Like, I know what you're saying, but the laws have changed in the new one, right?
We'll just try this again. Deuteronomy 12:28 says, "Be careful to follow all of my words that I'm commanding you, so that it might go well with you and your children forever, because then you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God." So can we agree that performing the law, doing the requirements of the law, is good and right?
Yeah.
Right. And does the lawgiver say to follow these laws forever or for temporary?
He says forever.
Right. Okay. So then these laws then are objectively good and right forever.
According to him, yeah.
Cool. Okay. So what's your problem with slavery?
Slavery is a bad thing.
No, it's not bad, because God says you can do it. It's objectively moral because God says that you can do it.
To the human logic, yeah, but not to God's.
No, God says you can do it.
Nah.
Is there a reason why you can't agree with what God says?
Yeah, because I'm human.
Right, but God says you can do it.
I still wouldn't do it.
But should you be allowed to do it?
Me personally, no, I wouldn't do it. But I mean, if he's...
But should it be legal? Can we bring it back?
No, I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, but it's objectively good according to the book.
Well, yeah, that's his logic, though. No one's ever gonna understand his logic.
Yeah, God's ways are higher, right?
Obviously, yeah, that's what the whole book's about. It's about faith.
Right. So we should not question God's morals. We shouldn't question it, which means we shouldn't be.
What does the book say about faith? You know, like, the whole book is about his word, his way.
Right, but we're talking about not faith. We're talking about morals, right? So if God's ways are higher, then why would we question him when he says that slavery is objectively okay?
Because we have free will, that's why we question him. But we shouldn't.
But we shouldn't, right?
Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't. But I mean, he has free will, so we do question those things.
Right. But what would be wrong? Say, for example, if I wanted to go and acquire some slaves.
To the human logic, I think that's very wrong.
But not to God logic. And we're supposed to be following God's standards, not man's standard, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, so would there be a problem with me going and getting slaves?
If God told you to, then no.
Well, no, he doesn't have to command me to. He says that we can do it.
I mean, in this day and age, good luck with that. But
well, I'm not suggesting that people will like it. I'm just saying that God says I'm allowed to do it. And there are countries I can go to and practice this.
Right. No, you're still right. You still can. Shit. You got me there.
That's a good one, isn't it?
That is. Right. I'll give you that one.
That's a tough one.
We could talk about Satan.
Sure.
That's the only one I could give you a good one on that. I think.
I'd love to hear.
I like to say I am a new Christian. You probably know more than me, so.
That's okay. I'd love to hear your opinion on Satan. Thank you. By the way, Satan's here. Thank you for the hand hearts. Yeah, let's start out easy. Do you believe that Satan was necessary?
I do.
Okay,
because
what was he necessary for?
well, I think well he was God's first creation. Apparently, we
Yes.
don't know. So
Well,
that's like
that's not in the Bible, but what was he necessary for?
well he gave. Let's say if I wanted to create you, right? And and you go down this path of evil, but I didn't give you that chance to even say, oh, you wouldn't even do that. Like this, what I'm trying to understand. Like what I'm trying to explain. Like if
No,
I
I'm
create
trying
you,
to figure out what you think Satan was required for.
I don't know.
So if you
I
don't
think
know
about
what he was
myself every
required,
day, but I think
Essence,
that like
thank you for the hand hearts.
I think that God gave him a chance, because he gave us all a chance.
Right, but is he
If you would
required for
choose
anything?
Satan, if he wouldn't create Satan, he wouldn't give Satan a chance to
Right,
be
but
evil or bad. You know what I'm saying?
yes, but is Satan required for anything? Like if Satan disappeared tomorrow, what would change?
Temptation and yeah, temptation.
So humans wouldn't be tempted anymore.
No, I don't think so. Maybe not as much. I think there's sin happens in both ways. Your
Okay,
own,
so sin would still happen, correct?
yeah, because
Okay, so Satan is not required for sin to exist.
no, but Satan was created because he wanted to. He was created because he wanted to be God, though, and he wanted to become God so bad, so God gave him Earth.
So God
He said, okay,
created Satan. God created Satan specifically to have a rival.
No, I think it was free will. He created Satan. I don't think Satan wasn't bad in the beginning. It was free will.
Oh no,
He
Jesus
wanted
says
to be
so.
like God.
Jesus says that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning.
Shit. Well, then
I
you
know,
got me there.
that's a tough one, right?
That is a tough
So,
one.
yeah, we've got a couple things. Satan was created as an evil entity. He's actually not necessary because sin is already within our own heart, according to James chapter 1 and Romans chapter 7 and elsewhere. So, number 3, Satan does terrible things. So the conclusion is that God created an unnecessary entity that does terrible things that serves no purpose other than to harm people, which means God is God is responsible for all of the bad things that Satan does because he didn't actually have to create Satan.
Well, don't you need? Isn't that part of free will? Though? Don't you need good and evil to decide?
Is sin part of our flesh? Because according to Romans chapter 7, we sin because sin is in our flesh.
But we did that to ourselves by eating the fruit.
No. We did it because our flesh is sinful.
Well, you need somewhere to go because he gave us free will. If you're not going to choose God, then he's going to put you separate from God, which is hell. So he needed to create somewhere for people to go.
Is Satan required for hell to exist?
No.
Okay, so that's not a good answer.
You're right.
But I would say on the topic, I love this guest already. I would say on the topic of hell, God didn't have to create hell either, right? So for example, if I've only got
didn't
one,
have to create any of us, though.
right. But I've only got one child, right? But like if my child said, "Listen, I don't love you and I don't want to spend any more time with you," I wouldn't be like, "Okay, well, I'm going to lock you in the basement and light it on fire."
Okay, yeah, but that's you, though.
That's an unreasonable response, right? God could have just created a separate world or a separate space to put the people who didn't want to be with him that wasn't eternal conscious torment.
Okay, but he's putting you in the hands of Satan, even though
But he doesn't need to.
You don't need to, but
so
whatever it is, I don't know.
Entailed in this argument is that you basically at some point just have to admit that God is not all good. Because God creates unnecessary suffering and evil.
Well, then if he's not, then let's say he's not, then what is he then? What can we do?
Then he's not all good. No, I'm not actually positing that God doesn't exist merely because he's not all good. I'm just trying to get Christians to realize that the God of the Bible simply is not all good.
Well, in our eyes, he'll never. You can't understand that though. Like, it wouldn't make sense.
But there is one possible contradiction that we might want to reference, which is 1 John 4. And it says, "Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love." So, according to John, God is equivalent with love. So, is somebody who is the equivalent of love, is that statement literally true if that person causes unnecessary suffering and harm?
Yes, I think for love, love is also some type of discipline too, don't you think?
No, discipline is different. We're talking about unnecessary harm.
You did say unnecessary harm.
Right. Like discipline would be considered a necessary harm.
Well, what defines unnecessary to you?
It means it doesn't actually serve a purpose. A good example of this would be, for example, like earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes. These are things, or Satan, these are things that exist that cause harm to humanity, but don't actually serve a purpose.
I had a thing for the tornadoes. The tornadoes and the other stuff is because we live in. It's not our world. This is Satan's world. He's a prince of this world. It's a fallen world. We're not even meant to be here.
Sure, but did God create the world or Satan?
He created the world for Satan.
Sure, but did God need to create the world in a way in which it would unalive many innocent children every year?
No, but he had to.
No, he didn't have to. Could the world exist without earthquakes and volcanoes and tornadoes and tsunamis?
Yeah.
It could, right? Which means he chose to create it this particular way, even though he had the option of not creating it this particular way. Which means he created a world that causes unnecessary suffering.
I think those are just all lessons to value your own life, don't you think?
Well, I think we value our own life like implicitly. I don't think anyone has to teach us to value our life, right?
I guess you're right on that too.
Yeah. Anyways, that's probably the end of my my philosophical argument on this particular point. Anything that you want to add?
If Satan's not real, then who are these celebrities and who are these Hollywood people, worshiping then? Like, who are these people worshiping then? What do you think?
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of worshiping like Marduk or Tiamat or Brahma or Vishnu or Shiva. They're just gods. They're like divine entities that somebody imagined in their head.
Then why do you think they push that agenda so hard instead of like, and a Jesus Christ agenda or a good one? Why is it always the evil one or that nasty satanic shit?
I'm not aware of any like Satanism like within Hollywood. I think most people who participate in like the Satanic Temple, because I know people who do, they just do it to dig at Christians. None of them actually believe that Satan is real.
Gotcha.
Like it's basically for shock value.
How long were you a Christian for?
Oh, a little over 20 years.
What made you, like, was it hell that made you turn away, or like what made you?
Oh no, it was the Bible. The Bible was too unreliable. It had tons of contradictions. It's got scientific errors. It's full of failed prophecies. The most egregious of those are the ones listed in the New Testament. all of the prophecies that they claim Jesus fulfilled, he didn't fulfill one of them, not even close. And then we've also got manuscript errors. Like manuscripts, they diverge from each other wildly. For every sentence in the Hebrew Bible, there are like 5 different variants. So like we really don't even know what the original text said.
So what do you believe in? Like, I feel like I have to believe in that, you know, because I want to see my family when I die. I have to believe in son after. There has
Yeah,
to be
you're
son.
you're welcome to believe
So
in
what do you
that.
believe in then? After
Well, I don't
death?
believe in anything. Right? I believe the most uncomfortable thing possible, which is that I don't know, in like another 40 years, I'm gonna leave the earth. I'm not gonna exist anymore. It's gonna be just like before I was born, and like that particular thought is like the most unpleasant thought that humanity could ever think about, which is why we've wrestled with it for millennia. But that is my belief. That's not a belief that I want to believe, but it is a belief that I think is honest with the evidence that I have in front of me. But that being said, you don't have to give up a belief in a God or a belief in an afterlife when you leave Christianity. A lot of people, when they see how vile the Bible is, they
Oh
still
yeah.
believe in a God.
Well, I
They
know
just
that. I just do
yeah.
that. I believe in Christ because what He did for my life. I know you don't like testimonials, so I'm not gonna say that, but you know because He way different. So I believe that one. I don't know. Like I said, I'm new. I don't know which one's the right one. I just believe in my heart is Jesus. So
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get the opinion C9 that that you probably are using your religion to become a better person, and I'm actually okay with that. But it's important that you recognize that the God that is described in the Bible, he's got problems, and the more that you read the Bible, the more that the problems come to light. And most Christians like only read part of the New Testament, and then they never read the Old Testament.
yeah,
And
I haven't had time to read no one.
right. If you go and read the Old Testament very intently, you'll discover that the New Testament isn't really congruent with the Old Testament, which is another problem, right? So I don't know. There's a lot to talk about. But the fact of the matter is, like, I have a sneaky suspicion you could probably develop a better God in your head than the God in the Bible, because the God in the Bible is kind of a maniac.
Uh,
Like, do
yeah, but
you
you don't think He can change though? Like that other guy was saying, he was an asshole, an old one. I'll give him he
yeah.
was. You know, like I don't understand. I mean, we're never gonna understand his logic though.
But what
He's always gonna be an asshole. Like there's nothing we
yeah.
can do.
But what kind of a God would we why would we want to worship a God that was just an asshole?
Shit. That's the only God we got. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's still an asshole. And why do we think he even wants to be
But that's
worshipped?
what
That's
makes him
another
God.
thing is why does he want to be worshipped? What's he gain?
Respect.
Do you
I
think
don't
the
know.
God of the universe has got like a fragile ego that he needs to have his ego lifted?
Well, don't you think it's weird that everyone on this planet, either somewhere how you're gonna hear about some type of God, some way in life someone is gonna tell you about a God in your life. There's not one. I don't think not one person believes in not anything, or at least never heard of anything.
Well, I mean about 4 to 5% of the world population are atheists now, which is not a
Yeah,
big
but
number,
they're
but
atheists because of God. Like you
no,
don't
no, they're
understand like
atheists. They're
like
atheists because there's no evidence for God.
but you don't find that weird though that even God just being out there like that, where if he's not, everyone knows some type of form of him, or if not heard of.
Like, do you think Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva exist?
Uh, maybe as demons, yeah, probably.
Sure, but they would say the same thing about your God. They would say that these gods are real and the Abrahamic gods are like jinn,
No, you're right.
right? So the fact of the matter is, like, the religious belief across the globe is so wildly diverse, and they kind of all disagree with each other. Not universally, but most of them. So like they can't all be true.
But
Like it,
there is some type of God But there are always, it doesn't matter. There's always some type of God out there, though, isn't there?
Well, how do you know there's one God? Why can't there be 10?
That's what I believe. I don't know. I believe in one God.
But why can't there be 10?
I don't know. There's only one way. For me, is Jesus, and
Sure, but why do you believe that?
because of stuff he said, like he said, Christians will be the most hated. He said that like so many years ago. I believe we are the most hated religion.
But Christians have dominated the world for like the last 1500 years.
We're still the most hated. Even
Oh, I
Muslims
disagree with that.
get most respect. I think.
No, I disagree with that. The majority of the world are Christians. It's the most prominent religion in the world.
Hey, he said, yeah, it's the most influenced, but also the most hated.
Oh no, I just. Well, what metric can you provide for that? Because, like, by definition,
I can't.
If like the
put out my ass, I don't know.
Yeah, like if the majority of the world happens to be Christian, I would find it hard to believe that it's the most hated religion, because like they would all have to be self-haters.
I don't know, I feel like in my eyes, other religions are more respected than Christians.
Well, there are some religions that are well respected universally, like Buddhism, or even like Sikhism. But the religions that are well respected are typically the ones that like haven't unalived millions of people or started wars and crusades. Like there's a reason why Christianity, like people speak out against it, because it has produced bad fruit over history. Like no one's speaking out against Buddhism because Buddhism never like unalived 4 million people during a Reformation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I ask these questions to myself all the time, but I mean, no one's ever gonna understand his logic. So.
Dustin Duncan in the comments, look at the psychoanalysis. Justin is miserable and wonders why. No, Dustin, I'm not miserable.
Oh, it's funny because he came at me with, I don't have hair, which is why I constantly wear wigs. You do know women wear wigs to keep their hair healthy, right?
The meta
You just sound like a
commentary is,
hater.
the meta commentary is wild with some of these people. That's how you know they have nothing of value to say. They just have to do meta commentary. Anyway, C9, man, I appreciate you being here. I'm going to try to get the next guest up in here and see where we can go, okay?
All
right, cheers, man.
You too, man.
WC9, I kind of like him. Yeah, I kind of like him.
And yes, there are women who wear wigs to keep their hair healthy. If you constantly bleach your hair, constantly straighten your hair, it actually damages your hair. Whereas if you were to get a wig that is like bleach blonde or red, you don't have to worry about the chemicals damaging your real hair. And the constant straightening will actually kill the follicles. Whereas you can get a straight wig and you'll be able to rock, straight hair. And then you could just pop that bitch off and boom, brush out your real one.
I don't know if anyone here is familiar with African American hairstyle, but as it turns out, they wear a lot of wigs and they happen to have hair as well. Some people just have hair types that allows them to wear wigs, and some people don't.
And not only that, I cosplay. Like, it's literally my profession to wear wigs. Like, I literally cosplay a Targaryen, so.
Yeah, although I would point out, even if Hanji was bald, that says nothing about her. And the fact that you would make it if she had like alopecia or something that caused her to be bald, the fact of the matter is you making fun of her for that makes you look bad, not her. That makes
You've seen me bald too when I shaved it. You actually liked it.
Yeah, I did actually. I'm down. How you doing, Off? Where'd he go? He was just here.
Hello?
Sweet Pea, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. I don't think they meant to be here. Thank you so much for sending out 5 subbies, Sweet Pea. I appreciate that. Guys, we're almost to 800. We're like 760, 770. Can someone check? Give me a second.
It'll tell us.
It should tell us somewhere.
Host has 763.
Oh shoot, yeah, that's right. We are past 7. We're almost to 800. I mean, we're almost to 800. We need like 30 something left, guys.
Such a joke. It's actually such a joke. I don't want to play it anymore after this. I just want to get Mbappe and fucking.
Hey, Sully, you're on the stage, buddy.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, good to see you.
Good, how
Right
are
from
you?
Ty, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Are you a Christian?
I'm a Catholic, but yeah.
Yeah, so you're a Christian.
Yeah.
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 Are you at least 18 years of age?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Oh, good. Yeah, you're fine then. Do you believe that the biblical God is good?
I do.
Cool. Yeah. What makes the biblical God good?
I think there's a lot of things that make him good. You know, the fact that he gives us free will. That's I heard you talk a lot about that. That's one thing, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Do you think that God is all good?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that it? And Christopher, thank you for lightning. Do you think that an all good God does bad?
I think maybe we can perceive it as bad, but
Not the
maybe
Dan. Thank you for the subbies. I appreciate that. Not that Dan Brown. Thank you so much. Sorry, Sully. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
you're all
saying
good.
thanks to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can maybe perceive it as bad, but I don't think it like is it may totally be bad. Maybe it's the way you're reading the scripture. Like some people, I think, tend to take the scripture too literally, or like take one part of the scripture and make it like seem like it's what the whole thing is saying when it's in reality not.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that everything God does is in fact good,
Yes.
even if we don't understand it.
Yes.
Awesome. Does that also count for his laws, that all of his laws are good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what we've gathered so far is that God is all good, God doesn't do anything bad, and that God doesn't give any bad laws, right?
Sure.
Okay. If God gives a particular law, could we then say that following that law would be a good thing?
Yeah.
Right? Like, so if God says, do X, Y, and Z, then
Mhm.
doing X, Y, and Z by definition must be good.
Sure.
Okay. And if God says you're allowed to do X, Y, and Z, then doing X, Y, and Z at a minimum must at least be permissible.
I guess. Sure. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like if I said you're allowed to stay out till midnight, then
Mhm.
staying out to midnight, whether or not it's good or bad, it's at least permissible, right?
Sure.
Right. Okay, perfect. So let's talk about some of these laws. I want to get your opinion on them. I'm going to start with an easy one. This is Exodus 31:15. It says, "For 6 days work is to be done, but on the seventh day it's a Sabbath day of rest, holy to the Lord." That's a good one, right?
Say that again.
Yeah, it says, "For 6 days work is to be done, but on the seventh day it is a Sabbath day of rest, holy to the Lord."
Right. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Let me, sorry, there's one more. There's a second half. It says, "Whoever does any work on the Sabbath must be put to death." Thank you, Satan.
It depends. I mean, what do you think that says? Like, what do you think that says to you?
Anyone who breaks the Sabbath should be executed.
Okay. I in a literal sense, yeah. That's but I don't know. I don't think like this is how I was taught it personally. So whenever the Bible was like written down and like I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but like when the Holy Spirit talked to the apostles and they wrote it down, right?
Well, this was theoretically written long before the apostles. This was Exodus was probably, I don't know, written like during the 8th or 7th century BCE.
Okay, so basically like what I'm trying to say is so 500 years ago, even though this is way like after that period of time, people had a different like way of thinking back then. You could agree with that, right?
Right, but God's way of thinking is the standard, not man's way of thinking.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Thank you,
which
Taylor
is
Tom.
cool. But could you agree that like 500 years ago, the way that people went about things?
Thank
You
you,
hit
Alyssa.
your goal, baby. Time for a new one.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for all the support and gifts.
What,
Right, but Soli, is God constrained by humanity's moral intuitions?
no, but the Bible isn't
Okay.
was made for us to understand God, right?
Right, and according to the Bible, it is perfectly okay. In fact, it's a command to execute people who do work on the Sabbath. Right?
I've never been taught that. I've never heard that personally. I mean, I could like look that or read the like full passage, but I mean, what does it say around that? Like, what's stating? Like, what are the other statements or parts of the passage?
Well, it's found in a list of sundry laws in Exodus
Okay.
31.
Mhm.
So we can read others. There's a bunch of laws in Exodus. In fact, while we're in Exodus, maybe we should go to Exodus 21 as well. Exodus 31. Thank you so much for the confetti, guys. In verse 15, it says, then Moses turned and went down from the mountains, yada, yada, yada. Okay, sorry, I'm in 32. I thought that was off. There we go, 31. So the commandment before it says, you shall keep the Sabbath because it is holy for you. Everyone who profanes it shall be put to death. Whoever does any work on it shall be cut off from among the people. So, okay. I mean, pretty similar to the one in 15. He seems pretty serious about that. He says something similar in the very next verse. Therefore, the Israelites shall keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant.
Okay, but is that something we do today? Like, does the Christian church do that, or does the Catholic Church do that? If you work on a Sunday, do you get put to death?
Arcadia, thank you for the confetti. Well, it doesn't matter what mankind is doing. I'm asking you about what God commands mankind to do.
Well, I understand that, but the reason I'm saying it is because if our church isn't doing that, which is what you're saying, that if we don't, like, I'm not you're saying, I guess the Bible's saying it, or you're saying that the Bible's saying that.
Thank you, Arcadia.
You're taking it as a literal sense. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but this is how I'm understanding it. Like, are we saying then that every person now who works on a Sunday would get put to death? Because there's plenty of people in the religion that work on Sundays and still go to church, but the pastors, the priests, they're not saying anything about them being put to death. You know? You could, in some senses, you could even say the pastors are working because they're getting paid.
Yeah, but should they be following God's laws if God's laws are good?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what they're doing. The question is, what should they be doing? And according to the Bible, they should be, thank you, Alyssa, they should be executing people that work on the Sabbath.
Like I said, right, in a literal sense, yeah, but I don't think everyone's taking it that literally. Or at least in today's world.
Guys, thank you so much for the confetti.
That better not be medicine with spirits.
No. This is actually a honey sweetened cream soda. No spirits.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'm still. I've got like 3 more weeks on my summer bod diet program, so no alcohol for at least 3 more weeks.
Thank you, Alicia. Okay, I'm just making sure because I was about to fly over and
No, I don't mix alcohol and pills. So, anyways, the commands of God, as we've already examined, thank you, Satan. All the commands of God are in fact good. Mm-hmm. So it must be true that the command in Exodus 31 is a good command.
Right, it must be true, right? But what I'm saying is like, maybe it literally doesn't mean that whoever works on Sunday should literally be put to death. Maybe they could be put to death. What does it mean? I mean, I don't know. Put to death can be used in what's it called? Figurative speech. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah. What's it a metaphor for?
I don't know. Maybe like your working self, like the working self needs to be put to death on Sunday, like, and give yourself to the Lord, not your actual like soul and being. I don't know. Like I'm just
Sure.
speaking on like what.
Sure. Well, why wouldn't it just say what it meant then?
Because I don't know. I honestly I couldn't say, but maybe I mean possibly because it was written so long ago and the time period that it was written in, people had a different way of saying things, people had a different way of doing things. Like there's many ways. If it was written in today's world, maybe it would say something different. Who knows? But like my understanding is like God is good. God is there to love and like and guide us. So the bottom line is like even if something in the Bible is not like totally um just in our eyes and we don't really fully understand it, and I've heard other like the person before here was kind of saying the same thing.
Well, are you suggesting that when God says to execute the person working on the Sabbath that he wasn't referring to executing them?
I mean, I don't know. Possibly. He could have been, but I don't know.
Well, we have a case study in the book of Numbers. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Sure. It's Numbers 15:32. Somebody accidentally violates the Sabbath, and this is what happens. It says, while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all of the congregation. They put him under watch because because it had not been explained what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, the man must surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside of the camp. So as the Lord commanded Moses, all of the congregation brought him outside of the camp and stoned him with stones until he was unalive.
Wait, so why was he unalived and stoned? And
for picking up sticks on the Sabbath day.
I mean, I guess you got me there. I don't really know like if that actually happened, because the way I was taught in like, because I went to Catholic school, and like I'm on here just like, I think you do a good job of like having people on here and saying their opinion. I'm just trying to like educate myself. I feel like I'm young and like need to learn a little bit more. But the way I was taught it was like there's certain things in the Bible that like they're almost like stories. Like maybe they didn't actually happen, maybe they did, but it's more like lessons. Like maybe you're not actually going to die if you do that, like that thing, right? I mean, a lot of us do work, like I said, a lot of us do work on Sundays. I personally don't, but
sure.
A lot
Was
of people
Moses
do, but,
real?
I think he was, yeah.
Was were the children of Israel actually in the desert in the book of Numbers as it says?
Probably.
Sure. Did the Exodus really happen?
I think I don't know.
Yeah, free guy. Thank you for the confetti. Yeah, why do we believe that these things are true? It's because the Old Testament says they're true, right?
Right.
Sure. And the New Testament authors thought that the Old Testament was true as well.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Yeah, the New Testament authors, they all believed that the Old Testament was true, right?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, they did,
know.
right?
I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, they quoted it quite a few times. So the fact of the matter is, like these people that we believe existed, we only believe it because the Old Testament says it. And the New Testament authors also believed that the Old Testament was true. So then it must be true that in Numbers 15, Moses and Aaron actually did have this guy executed, because it's coming from the same book that informs everybody from this faith tradition that these people existed.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like it happened. Thank you, Satan, for the confetti.
Okay, yeah, sure. Right.
Yeah. Do you think that was a good command on God's behalf to execute somebody for unknowingly breaking the Sabbath?
Like I personally I mean, I feel like this was kind of said before, like with the last guest, like I personally wouldn't do it, but I'm not God. So
right. But are God's commands good.
And maybe it is good to him, depending on, I don't know what his reasonings totally are for it. I mean,
Sure. Yeah. So if it was a good command, then why can't you agree to it?
why can't I agree to it if it's a good command?
Yeah. Like, why do you despise the commands of God?
It's not that I despise, I don't despise the commands of God.
Then why wouldn't you follow through on the commands?
Because I don't know his thinking totally behind it. All I know he said in the Bible was to Moses, and he only spoke to Moses. He didn't speak to me about it.
Yeah, but the laws were for everybody. You don't need to know the mind of God to know how to follow his laws, right?
Right, but I think that, like, I mean, it shows in, like, you can work and not be killed. Like, it's just a lesson. I mean, it's a, like, if you take it in the literal sense, yeah, it sounds horrible. Like, sounds like an awful thing, but we
Thank you,
also don't
Will.
know, like, God's thinking.
Right, but do you know, I'm sorry, thank you, Backslider. Do you need to know God's will to know how to obey his commands?
No.
Okay, so is it true that obeying God's commands are good?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why can't you agree to obey God's good commands?
I can?
Right, but why don't you?
What do you mean, why don't I?
Yeah, why don't you agree that we should be executing people on the Sabbath or for breaking the Sabbath when that's what God tells us to do?
I don't really know, because he's never asked me to do that. I don't
Well,
know.
he did actually. He in Exodus, he tells you to do it.
Oh, you mean like okay, I guess, yeah. I mean, in a literal sense, yeah. I don't know.
Like, he didn't appear to every single individual and command them he just said, "Hey, here's what to do when this happens," right?
Well, okay, let me put it this way then. I do take his word into account, and I obviously do follow his laws, but I don't literally think that anyone who works on Sunday, I don't think that's what he means. I don't interpret it that way. Let me put it like that.
Well, then why did they execute the man picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
Maybe it was a lesson. I'm not really sure.
So if it doesn't mean to literally execute them, what does it mean?
I don't know. I mean,
what does it mean to
like literally?
What does it mean to be put
literally
to
execute
death?
someone? You're right. It just means to kill them. But
yeah,
I mean, I'm in the Catholic Church. I have friends that are Christian. I've never seen someone killed for working on a Sunday.
Yeah, we're not questioning whether or not people are doing it. We're questioning whether or not people should be doing it.
I don't think so.
But God says you should do it, and you agree that all of God's commands are good.
Right, but religion changes over time, right?
Well, no. If it's objectively good, it doesn't change. Like, if it was good to do it, it's still good to do it. Like, do you think it's good to commit adultery?
No.
Right, because that's part of God's objective moral nature. He says, don't do it, it's bad.
Right.
Right, so just like committing adultery, it's good to execute the person who breaks the Sabbath.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I just don't really like, I just don't like, I've never really heard it like transcribed that way or interpreted that way. Or like, I mean, none of my pastors have ever said, oh, like, you should kill who's ever working on a Sunday. So
I'm willing to bet.
Why I'm like,
I'm willing to bet most of the pastors that you've encountered haven't actually read much of the Old Testament. They like stick to the New Testament usually.
I mean, I went to you're probably right, but I mean, I went to like I went to school. I took like religion classes, and I mean, we had teachers that were like constantly like breaking down the Bible, and like the main thing was that a lot like like, for example, the whole thing with Adam and Eve. That's totally possible that could have happened, but it's also, if you look at it in a figurative way, it's a lesson, right?
Do you think that Adam and Eve literally existed?
I don't know. I think they could have. I think it's totally possible, but I'm not.
The New Testament says they did.
but I wasn't there. So
But
I mean,
Jesus
coulda.
and Paul both believe that they did.
Then I don't know. I mean, probably if Jesus believed it, then they probably did. I don't know.
Right. So if Jesus and Paul believe that Adam and Eve existed and that the Old Testament is true, like
Mhm.
literally true, then I would imagine if you're a Christian, you need to believe the same thing, or else you're calling Jesus and Paul a liar.
I mean, I guess I've never heard that before, but like I don't know. I'm more a Christian and a Catholic based on my life experiences, not thousands of years before me. And
Sure.
I try and like roughly, or not roughly, but like take everything into account and
Thank
understand
you,
it. But
Cassie.
I also think like it was made like thousands of years before, and like
You
just in
hit your goal,
anything,
baby.
things are
Oh,
lost in
damn.
like
Thank you, Cassie.
translation, you know?
Arcadia, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subbies. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the subbies. We're almost 800, guys. We're at 773 subbies. We're so close to hitting 800 tonight. We'll see if we can get it. Sully, I think we've had a good conversation here. I'm going to try to
Yeah.
get another Christian up if you don't mind, but I
No,
really
yeah, I don't
appreciated
mind.
talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, cheers, man.
Cheers.
Continue to study and learn, Sally.
He will. I suspect he will.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get the next person in here. We've had a lot of turnover in the guest queue. I don't actually know who's been waiting the longest. I apologize. I'm sure I'm not going to get to everybody in the appropriate order. So, we're just going to do what we can do. Thank you so much for the gifts. I really appreciate that, guys. I really do. Let's see if we can get Kev in here. Kev has been waiting in the queue for a little bit. So I do not know if Kev is going to be able to make his way in here.
No idea. But you should set up a new goal if you're still going to continue going.
Yeah, we're going to go for a little bit. I'm not going to go until 2 this time. It's a little much for me.
I don't know.
2 a.m. is a hard sell, and I've got things that I got plans tomorrow. But even when I don't have plans, 2 a.m. is still, it's kicking my butt. I think I might scale back on that whole 2 a.m. nonsense. Kim, thank you so much for the hat. All right, we're going to see.
Yes, Kim, I did. Don't worry, I did.
Eric, are you driving?
Am I driving? No, I'm in the back of the truck right now.
Okay, good enough.
I'm resting. I'm a team driver.
Oh, not a problem. We're okay with that. Okay. Are you a Christian?
I am.
Awesome. Do you believe that the biblical God is good?
I do.
Okay. Do you think that God is all good?
I do.
Okay. Do you think that God does anything bad?
Wouldn't be God if he did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Do you think that all of God's instructions and commands are good then?
I do.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to ask you a question. This is a situational question. Do you think that if, let's say, for example, if a man commits a sin, should his wife be punished for it?
No.
No. And why not?
Because in Jeremiah, God says, for your own sins, you get paid for your own sins.
Yeah, he says that twice in the Old Testament, and of course he contradicts it in Exodus, where he says that
He said in the exact.
He says
Jeremiah.
He says he visits the iniquity of the father upon
the old
the
saying
son
used to
into
be,
the third and
it used to
fourth
be.
generation.
Right, and in Jeremiah he speaks of that is not particularly good, because why should one be punished for the father's sins?
Right, that's in Ezekiel though, right? Ezekiel 18 is where that was.
Ezekiel and Ezekiel
Right.
and Jeremiah,
But in the book of Exodus, he says that he visits the iniquity of the father upon the children into the third and fourth generation.
That's correct, but you got to remember when God said also in Exodus, when he said that the covenants that he made were between him and the Jews and Jews him and only.
Well,
So they didn't
not
go
what
for the rest of the They didn't go.
that's not
It does say that.
that's not
It also says it in Deuteronomy as well.
that's not true, but that's also a separate topic. We can address that one next. So back at the bar, what we've decided so far, I think we agree, is that it's not appropriate to punish a wife for the sins of her husband, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you remember what the punishment was for David when the prophet Nathan came to him to rebuke him for what he did to Uriah the Hittite?
Yeah, it was death. Death of his child.
And what else?
Well, like I said, it was death to his child. I mean, yes, Bathsheba was a part of that, but he had death to his child.
Well, there was another punishment. That's in 2 Samuel chapter 12. He says in verse 11, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight, because you did it in secret. But I will do this thing before all of Israel in broad daylight. So do you think it was a good thing that God caused those women to be violated by David's neighbor?
He didn't say they were violated. He said he gave them to him.
Yeah, that implies that he did it, not that they did it.
Yeah,
so God is causing it to happen. That's why he said you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all of Israel. So God is the one causing it to happen.
Right.
Yeah, so do you think it was a good thing that the wives were taken advantage of?
Was it a good thing?
Yeah.
But it's not exactly what it says. It says you will give them to.
Yeah, we'll try it again. He says, I will rise up trouble within your own household, and I will take your wives. Who's doing the action?
God's doing the action.
Okay, and what's the action that God is doing?
He's taking their wives.
Okay, is he doing it or are they doing it?
Well, he's doing it.
That's right. Okay, so he's doing it. That's why he says that you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all of Israel in broad daylight. It's payback, right?
I wouldn't say it was payback because nothing happened to God on that one.
No, it's payback. That's why
he was proving the point to David, because David had Uriah killed in the battlefield while he was sleeping with his wife.
Yes, it was payback. That's why he says you did it in secret. What did he do in secret?
I wouldn't say it was payback. That would be a punishment.
What did he do in secret?
He slept with Bathsheba while her husband was in the battlefield.
That's right. And because he did that, what is God going to do?
So he's going to take away his wives.
That's right. He's going to punish David by punishing the wives.
Uh-huh.
And you think it's okay to punish the wives here?
How many wives did he have?
He had many, but the ones that got assaulted were 10.
King Solomon had many. Solomon had 300 wives.
We're just going to try this again. So I don't know if you know how questions work, Eric, but if you ask me a question, I'm just going to answer it. So he had multiple wives, and at least 10 of them were taken advantage of by Absalom on the roof of the palace in chapter 16. So God is causing this thing to happen to the women. would the women have had relations with somebody else if David had not sinned?
I don't know.
Probably
I
no,
guess it depends on woman.
because God's causing it. So the punishment that God is giving is the exact opposite of what David did, or it's a parallel. So David took somebody's wife, and so God is punishing David by taking his wives. So the taking of David's wives is a punishment that God is specifically choosing to do to David and to the women.
Right.
So I think the obvious conclusion here is that either one, God is not all good, or number two, women's consent is irrelevant.
We're waiting for a response, guys.
Hold on.
I
Yeah,
feel like he's
okay.
driving. Eric, are you driving?
Nah, I'm resting. I was looking at something.
Nah, dude's driving.
And wasting our time.
Yeah, we
He
ain't
just
doing
wanted to
that.
preach.
If you're driving, just say so. Just say so. Just say it. We're gonna be here 3 nights a week. You can come back. Don't risk your life for this.
We got another one. Are you driving?
I am not.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. How
It's
you
just
doing?
kind of loud in this room. I got the AC on.
Yeah, how you doing,
Sorry.
True America?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian, but before anything else, I mean, I've been listening to you. I am not good on the scriptures, so.
Oh boy. Well, this is
I'm
a
just-
scripture-heavy live.
Okay, well, maybe you can enlighten me, or I'll share what I know and what is true, you can prove me wrong. I can prove you wrong, but I think it's a healthy conversation.
I enjoy the attitude. Okay, so do you believe that the biblical God is good?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that he's all good?
I think he is.
Do you think that he does bad?
If he does, I think there's a purpose for it, and for what purpose is that? That's beyond me and beyond us. Because he's God, and he's more than any one of us. And whatever he's thinking, whatever his decision is, that's him. And he's my God. He's our God. So I don't believe that I need to question that, and I don't think that that's part of my salvation. I think the important thing to do is follow him and follow his son, Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is the only way to go back to him. So is there like bad things happened before, like 1,000 years before I even came up? There is, but that's not going to be part of my salvation. I don't have to take that and be like a block, going back to him.
Sure.
Sorry, that was a lot of questions.
Right, yeah. So do you believe that God has ever done anything bad? It sounds like the answer to that would probably be no, right? Because even if he does something bad, then like somehow there's something good that comes from it.
Yeah, you're correct.
Awesome. I want to read you a story real quick, a really short story, and I want you to tell me what you think. So this is from the book of Job, and Satan comes to Yahweh and asks basically God asks, "Hey, what do you think about Job? He's pretty awesome." And Satan's like, "Yeah, I don't know so much about this guy. I mean, he only likes you because you give him everything." And then so Satan's like, "Well, let me smite him, and then see." Actually, God says, "Let me. You can have Adam." Satan's like, "Let me smite him and see what he still thinks." And God's like, "Yeah, let's go ahead and do it." So the setup is that God is now going to allow Satan to smite Job, and that's kind of where we're picking up in the story. It says, "One day when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said that the oxen were plowing and the donkeys were feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell upon them and carried them off and killed the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "The fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. I alone escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said that the Chaldeans formed 3 columns and made a raid upon the camels and carried them off and killed the servants with the edge of the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was still speaking, another came and said, "Your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house, and suddenly a great wind came across the desert and struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young people, and they are all dead. I alone have escaped to tell you." So in the narrative, in order to inflict monumental pain upon Job, God kills all of Job's children and all but 3 of his servants. Do you think that's a good thing God did?
Personally, I wouldn't do that. I don't think it's the right thing to do. But
Thank
again,
you,
this is
Satan.
God making a decision for a purpose. For what that purpose is, I don't know. That's beyond me, beyond any one of us.
Do you think it was necessary for God to kill all of the servants and all of Job's children?
There's a lot of story on scriptures that God commanded on killing this person or this this part of the you know this place right here had to be doomed, all that. But is it necessary? I would say yeah, because again, you said it yourself. There's there's going to be a good thing that will come up because of that. And like just like
What's
just
the
like
good
Adam and
thing?
Eve. Well, just like Adam and Eve.
Hold on,
It's
that's a
just
different
this is
topic.
okay.
What's the good
Well,
thing that came from this Job narrative?
I really don't know. But did Job still had his faith with God? God,
Right. Yeah, but he had that before everything happened. So what's
right?
what's the good thing that came from all this carnage?
You, I can't answer you. I don't know. I don't know what's the good thing. Maybe Job learned, and maybe his testimony and his faith gotten stronger. I don't
But
know.
he already had all those things.
But
To everybody in the comments losing their mind that Satan did those things, yes. God told Satan he could do those things.
mhm.
That's why it's God's fault. You need to read the actual text, people. So, true, are you suggesting that if Job's faith was strengthened, it was worth executing the lives of countless innocent people?
Well, I would. I I can't answer that. I don't know what's the answer for that, but um, I would compare that to our life right now. I mean, we got trials and tribulations, and our family members, passing away, and but still we strive to you know have our faith stronger and stuff like that. Even though we question things,
Yeah.
we still want to believe that, you know,
If
it's
one of your
it's
family members was executed next week, would it strengthen your faith?
um it will make me question, but yes, my faith in God will never, you know, shake it.
Oof.
Why did Job get tested?
I I I, I can tell you, I don't know.
Because God wanted to win a bet with Satan. So
Wanted to win a bet. So, okay.
it was a wager. God and Satan were having a pissing contest. It says, once there was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. He was blameless and upright, one who feared God and turned away from evil. So Job's awesome. And it says, one day the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. And the Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? And the accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down it. And the Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is nobody like him on all the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Then the accuser said to the Lord, does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. So the Lord said to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch your hand out against him. So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord. So it was basically God just demonstrating to Satan that Job was so righteous that he would never curse God no matter what. It was just a pissing contest.
And you know, God is still doing, not doing, but it's still happening these days. I mean, Satan will do his best to take us away from him, and all it is, it's trials and tribulations, all these problems, and
Yeah.
you know,
Thank you, Goblin.
and yeah, and God.
Why
wants
does
you
Satan
to,
exist, though? Thank you,
Why
Goblin.
did Satan exist?
Why did God create Satan?
Well, first, to for you to know what is right and wrong. Um, so you know, for you to make righteous decisions, you need to, I guess, you need to learn from all the bad decisions you've made.
Do I
And
need
why
Satan
did
to
you?
make a bad decision?
Yes,
No. According to Romans
because
chapter
before
7
you,
and James chapter 1, sin is born within your own flesh, not from Satan. Do you think that
no, I
Satan...
think
Do you think every sin you've ever committed was because Satan caused you to do it?
yeah, Satan is the root cause of all the sins.
Yeah. Do you think every sin that you've ever committed is a direct cause of Satan having you do it?
Yes, because before I make my decisions, I always listen to the Holy Ghost. And if the Holy Ghost tells me that, hey, you might want to think about it before you do it, but you know, there's another side of it, which is Satan, be like, yeah, it's fine, you know, that's world is doing it, it's fine, it's not that bad.
Do you
Then, yeah,
believe
you're
that
following
Satan is everywhere at once?
Well, Satan and his minions, yes, they're everywhere.
So do you believe that without Satan and his minions, there would never be any temptation in the world?
There wouldn't be.
There would or wouldn't?
Would not.
Okay, so James was lying then.
So what did James say again?
James said this. Let me scroll to James chapter 1. No one who is tempted should say that I am being tempted by God, for God cannot tempt by evil, and he himself tempts nobody. But one is tempted by one's own desire, being lured and enticed by it. Then, when desire conceives, it engenders sin. So sin is a derivative of our own desires, which is what Paul says in the book of Romans. Romans chapter 7, he says that our own sin is a product of our own sinful flesh.
Okay, but at first, the scripture that you read first, there's a word in there, lured. Who you think luring us to sin?
We are, our own desires are.
So we're luring ourselves?
Yes. Yep. Says when one is tempted, one is tempted by one's own desires.
Right, but those desires, you're not gonna have them desires without 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 you knowing, what's gonna happen. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly, but
Nah.
to have a desire, that means something that you've seen before, or something that you've learned
Yeah.
from someone or from something, and that something is Satan.
No. I've never seen Satan.
No, he's not going to show his face to you, but what I mean is this is the products of his work.
Incorrect. So
I mean,
when
agree to disagree.
no, it's just factually true. The Bible says that sin is a product of your own internal condition.
No, it's when we were born on this earth, the flesh itself, like our the mortality, like our human nature, is sinful.
Yep.
Um,
And what does it mean to have a sinful nature?
because from Adam and Eve, if Satan weren't there to tell them to partake of that fruit, then they wouldn't know what is right and wrong. They wouldn't have that knowledge between right and wrong. So from there, from the very beginning, Satan was over there to actually open them up, to choose between right and wrong. So we carried that from Adam and Eve. So that's, they're the very first people here. So we carried that through the history, and that's why you will know.
Okay, well, so
which
we'll
is
try
right
again.
and wrong.
Where does the Bible say that evil desires come from?
I'm not good at scriptures, but
It
this
says
is
from
this.
inside of our own body. If you just read the book of Romans, it says this. For I know, but in fact, hold on, let me get the right verse. Where'd it go? Blah, blah, blah. There we go. I know that the good does not dwell in me, that is in my flesh. For the desire to do good lies close at hand, but not the ability. For I do not do the good that I want, but the evil that I do not want is what I do. Now, if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. So sin dwells in our fleshly nature.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Does,
I
so does sin originate from our flesh or from Satan?
well, it did. So just like what I said, from Adam and Eve.
Does sin come from our flesh or from Satan?
I don't. I'm like half and half on that. So, because why would Eve partake the fruit if they got commanded that you don't partake of that fruit. You can eat anything in this garden, but not that fruit.
Yes, I'm aware. I
Why?
know the story. She did it
Right.
because she had a sinful flesh like every human that has ever been on the planet. That's why it said that
Well,
she looked at the fruit and she saw that it was good to eat and it was good to make one wise. She was tempted by the fruit by merely looking at it.
she was tempted by the fruit just by looking at it. Is that what you said? So you
Yes.
don't believe that Satan was over there and tempting her to eat the fruit?
Satan was not tempting her as much as he was tricking her. Although it should be noted that Satan told the truth here. He actually didn't lie.
Tricking and tempting is about, I think it's the same
Oh, no, definitely not.
thing.
Oh, definitely not.
Like,
Thank you so much for the lightning hands. I appreciate that. Tricking and tempting are different. But that being said, the desire to do the thing was already within her heart.
yeah, I'm gonna disagree on you on that. I mean, it's
Yeah, we'll just
I
we'll
think
just try it again. In
yeah.
Genesis 3:6, it says, "So when the woman saw Satan, thank you for the subscription. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was delightful to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable to make one wise, she took the fruit and ate." So the temptation came from within.
Okay, I wanna. Okay, so I know that Satan was over there tempting her.
Yeah,
So
we're aware that there was a snake there that was confusing them. That's a different subject.
right.
The temptation came from within.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you on that.
We'll just try it again.
I know.
So when the woman
Yeah.
saw that the tree was good for food and that it was delightful for the eyes, was she tempted when she saw the food?
Well, because somebody's tempting her.
Was she tempted when she looked at the food?
That, again, I mean, I know that's what's on the scripture and that's what you read, but I know to myself that somebody's tempting her, and that's Satan.
Was she tempted when she looked at the food? Yes or no?
She wouldn't be tempted if somebody's.
The answer is yes, because it says, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was delightful to the eyes and that
Yeah.
it was desirable to make one wise.
Right.
What does it mean for something to be delightful and desirable? What does it mean?
Just like how Satan tempts this world. You
What
know,
does
it's
it mean
delightful.
to say that something is delightful and desirable?
That means you want to do it.
It means it's enticing. Thank you. So was she tempted because of her own desires, according to the text?
Now, I wouldn't say her own desires.
We'll try it again.
Just
It says, when she saw the tree was good for food and delightful to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise. Where does desire come from?
yeah, but okay.
Where does
I know
desire
what
come
you're-
from?
I know what you're saying, and I
Where
know what
does
you want
desire
me to say.
come from? Just say
Well,
it. Use your
but
mouth. Use
I
your
wouldn't
words.
say it. No, I wouldn't say it. 'Cause,
Where does it come
again,
from?
Your beliefs are
Where
different
does
than
it
my
come
beliefs.
from?
No, I'm not gonna say it. I mean, you could try.
So you know the answer, but you won't say it.
No, my answer is Satan is there to tempt her. That's why she is tempted.
Where does the text say the desire came from?
That's the text. Okay, but this is what I know and what I believe.
We don't care about what you know. We care about what the Bible says. That was painful. All right. Listen, guys, it's 12:20. I'm tired and cranky, and I have to go to bed. That guest took my last ounce of patience. I've got none left. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I really appreciate
Already
it.
agapemo. Thank you, Kaiser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the Christians crying in my comments, I'll be alive again Sunday night. If you think you have a chance, if you think you're smarter than an atheist, come on by.
That
We'd
should be a
love to see you
show. Are
try.
you smarter than an atheist? Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Lisa. Tiny.
The
Arar.
fact that these people claim to have the Holy Spirit, yet they get cooked by atheists day in and day out, just demonstrates that their imaginary friend, the Holy Spirit, doesn't really exist. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and the comments and the support and the gifts and the Cash Apps and the Venmo and the
Yes.
subbies. We are so close to hitting the national leaderboard. I saw I saw a ranking that came in earlier today.
You're at 779, so you're very, very, very close.
We really are. We're really close. But we're going to be on the leaderboard very soon. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We're going to be live again Sunday. Sunday, we're going to be co-roasting with Skits and Bits.
Yes,
So
yes.
definitely look forward to that. But
I'm
we love you
excited.
guys. Please thank your moderators. Please make sure everyone in the Kraken crew are following each other. And we'll see you again in 2 more days. Have a great night.
Agape poli, agape